Chapter 661. That was the River of Destiny. The place where the fate of all living beings gathered. It was also the most mysterious place in the primordial world. Rumble. The River of Destiny was vast and boundless. It appeared from the mysterious and unknown void and spanned between heaven and earth. It was vast and mighty, passing through the past, present, and future. Countless universes appeared clearly in front of everyone. At this moment, all living beings who raised their heads to look at the River of Destiny found a trace of their future trajectory in the vast river. Vaguely, some living beings seemed to have understood something. They grasped a trace of opportunity from the future and had the possibility of confirming their Tao. However, most of them still gained nothing. They looked at the River of Destiny blankly, not knowing what had happened. Boom. Suddenly, an inexplicable vibration shook the entire primordial world and attracted everyone's attention. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a shocking change in the human race. Terrifying destiny rose and rushed straight to the River of Destiny. It gradually merged with the tributary that represented the destiny of the human race in the River of Destiny. At the same time, in the void, the phantoms of the 5 elements sacred beasts suddenly appeared. They were accompanied by terrifying dragon roars, phoenix cries, chelan roars, tiger roars, and turtle roars that shook the entire primordial world. Rumble. With the appearance of the 5 elements sacred beasts, the River of Destiny changed again. Among the countless tributaries of destiny, 5 of them were countless times larger than the other tributaries. They were like vast rivers that suddenly changed their trajectories and flowed towards the destiny of the human race, converging with it. After that, countless mysterious shadows appeared in the sky above the River of Destiny. Each of them represented a tributary and gathered towards the destiny of the human race. These mysterious shadows were formed from the destiny of the myriad races. The tributaries of the River of Destiny that they represented converged into the human race, which meant that the destiny of the myriad races was flowing towards the human race, harming the myriad races to raise the human race. In terms of destiny, the human race could be said to be number 1 in the primordial world. However, if one wanted to become the main character of the world, being number 1 was not enough. Because number 1 was only the strongest, it did not mean that one was invincible. The second, third, fourth, and even later existences might be able to defeat the first if they joined forces. Therefore, if the human race wanted to truly become the main character of the world, they had to suppress the primordial world in terms of destiny. Even if all the factions of the primordial world joined forces, they would not be able to suppress the human race in terms of luck. He had gathered the destiny of all races in order to establish the destiny of the human race to suppress the primordial world. However, luck suppressing the primordial world was only the beginning. Afterwards, as the human race developed, its karmic luck would grow stronger and stronger until it completely devoured the karmic luck of all other races and occupied the entire river of fate. In fact, take the human Tao and replace it. To redefine humanity with the human race. Rumble. Under the infusion of the providence of the myriad races, the providence of the human race became stronger and stronger. One could see that the tributary that represented the karmic luck of the clan within the River of Destiny was growing wider and wider as countless tributaries poured into it. Crush. It was like the sound of a flowing river, clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. It was the sound of the river of fortune flowing. Now, under the blessing of the myriad race's providence, his appearance had changed greatly. If the human race's karmic luck had been a small river before, then the human race's karmic luck was now as vast and boundless as an ocean. Vast and deep. This was the current river of fortune of the human race. It could no longer be called a tributary. In the vast river of destiny, the countless tributaries became smaller and smaller, almost to the point where they could not be seen with the naked eye. On the other hand, the destiny of the human race was the opposite. He was like a vast ocean, occupying the center of the river of destiny and flowing towards the unknown. The river was so vast that it almost occupied more than half of the river of destiny, squeezing the living space of the other tributaries of destiny. And in the process of flowing, some smaller tributaries of the River of Destiny began to slowly merge into it under the summoning of an inexplicable force, becoming a part of the River of Destiny of the human race. Boom! The River of Destiny was so vast that it could be said to be boundless, and the destiny of the human race could occupy half of it. From this, it could be seen that the destiny of the human race had far surpassed that of the Magi and demon race at their peak. Even the celestial sect of wonders could not be compared to it, and this was the protagonist of heaven and earth. Not only was he number 1, but he also used the power of a single race to monopolize more than half of the primordial world's destiny, completely eliminating the possibility of others surpassing him. Otherwise, he could not be called the protagonist of heaven and earth. The protagonist of heaven and earth. He was the protagonist of the primordial world, his glory illuminating the entire primordial world, and he was unparalleled. If his glory was overshadowed by others, how could he still be called the protagonist? Boom! Just as the destiny of the human race reached its peak, suddenly, a supreme pressure spread out from the river of destiny. The strength of that power caused the entire primordial world to tremble. Then a resplendent Tao light erupted, even more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the boundless universe and countless spacetime. That was Jianghu. The symbol of the human race's destiny. It appeared. Rose slowly from the river of destiny. His glory was so resplendent. Even the sun and moon could not compare. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Jianghu appeared, the destiny of the human race suddenly began to shake violently, and released a mysterious power that spread throughout the entire human race in an instant. And under the influence of this power, all kinds of mysterious insights arose in the hearts of many human experts. At this moment, their understanding of the great Tao had deepened, and they had a deep understanding of things that they did not understand before. Their realms were increasing. Almost as if they were blessed, all the human experts chose to break through at this moment. Boom, 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 powerful auras rose from the human race and brazenly collided with the river of destiny, causing it to shake non-stop. Then, specks of light that looked like stars rose from the river of fate and disappeared into the void. This was someone was proving the Tao, transcending from the river of destiny. Boom. Dozens of powerful auras rose from the human territory, vast and mighty, filling the entire primordial world. That powerful pressure made all living beings feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Daluo Jingxian. Someone in the human race had become a Daluo Jingxian. And it was not just one, but a total of 36. At the moment when the human race became the protagonist of the world, under the surge of destiny, it actually gave birth to a total of 36 Daluo Jingxian for the human race. 36 Daluo Jingxian. Although it was far from being comparable to the magi and demons at their peak, it was indeed the number one in the primordial world. There was no other race with such a foundation. Moreover, the 36 Daluo Jingxian were only the beginning. Under the infusion of the human race's destiny, even more human experts fell into Tao enlightenment. It would not be long before more Daluo Jingxian were born in the human race. At the very least, it would not be much less than before. And this was under the restrictions of the world. If the heavenly Tao was willing to let go of the restrictions, just the infusion of destiny just now would be able to give birth to no less than 100 Daluo Jingxian for the human race. But unfortunately, the world had changed. The cultivation environment of the ancient times was no longer there. The current primordial world had completely become the postnatal era. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, becoming hazy and difficult to comprehend. It was more than 100 times more difficult than in the ancient times. In addition to the other restrictions, if the living beings wanted to become Daluo Jingxian, it could be said to be thousands or tens of thousands of times more difficult than ancient cultivators. Could even be said that if the living beings wanted to become Daluo Jingxian, the difficulty was exactly the same as the difficulty of the ancient cultivators to become quasi-saints. From this, it could be seen the difficulty of the living beings to attain the Tao. In other words, it was almost impossible for the living beings to attain the realm of Daluo Jingxian through normal means. This was a restriction of the heavenly Tao on all living beings. There were too many Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world, but the world did not need so many Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, the heavenly Tao placed a restriction on the world, increasing the difficulty of attaining the Tao. It was fine if there were Daluo Jingxian in the past, but in the future, not too many Daluo Jingxian would be allowed to appear. This could be considered a punishment of the heavenly Tao for cultivators. The reason why cultivators were getting worse with each generation was not only because the cultivation environment was getting worse, but also because the heavenly Tao was deliberately restricting them. Even under such circumstances, the destiny of the human race could still give birth to 36 Daluo Jingxian for the human race. It could be seen how powerful the destiny of the human race was. And the strength of the destiny of the human race was not only shown. Under the Daluo Jingxian, there were more Tai Jingxian and golden immortals breaking through. Could be said that as the human race became the main character of the world, the strength of the human race as a whole increased by a large level. With so many experts breaking through, almost all the spiritual energy in the human territory was squeezed dry. Even the heavenly cycle palace, which the human race had the most, was not enough. If the human race's destiny was not strong enough to directly draw innate spiritual energy from the heavenly realm, the spiritual energy in the human territory would not be enough to support the breakthrough of so many experts. After this, the only shortcoming of the human race has been completely fixed. In the heavenly court, the South Pole Emperor quietly watched the changes of the human race, his heart filled with joy. The sudden change really brought him a huge surprise. One had to know that although the human race was strong in the past, it was obviously abnormal. There were many low-level cultivators, and they could be said to be the most powerful in the primordial world. Excluding Feng Zichen, there were also the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, these 8 supreme experts. However, there were really too few middle-level and high-level cultivators. Daluo Jingxian was only in his 30s, obviously not worthy of the identity of the main character of the world. However, under the infusion of destiny, the strength of the human race suddenly increased to a level that was enough to match the identity of the main character of the world. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the strength of the human race was still far from being comparable to the shamans and demons at their peak. However, in the current primordial world it was enough. They deserved to be number 1. Even if the 4 great sage orthodoxies attacked together, they were far from being a match for the human race. It could be said that under the infusion of destiny, the changes of the human race in this short period of time were comparable to the changes of the human race's normal development for tens of millions of years. This change. Who would it be? Who would be unhappy? Not to mention Feng Zichen. The human race's destiny skyrocketed, and even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who were cultivating in the Fire Cloud Cave received some benefits, and their strength increased to varying degrees. Even Yuhua, who was far away in the chaos outside the heavens, was also affected, and her strength suddenly increased by a large margin. However, for them, the improvement of their strength was secondary. The main thing was that with the improvement of their destiny, their understanding of the Tao had become deeper. Especially for Fuxi, the improvement of his destiny was even more significant. With the blessing of the human race's destiny, he who already had a deep foundation, truly saw the possibility of attaining the Tao. It was estimated that it would not be long before he could take that crucial step and cultivate into the primordial Daluo Jingxian. This kind of power was not the power brought by the quasi-saint karmic rank, but the power that truly belonged to him. The primordial Daluo Jingxian. The karmic rank only brought him the power comparable to the primordial Daluo Jingxian, but it did not deprive him of the possibility of continuing to improve. The two did not conflict. On the contrary, the two complemented each other. Karmic rank was the authority of the primordial world. Having a karmic rank was like the authorities were giving you a cheat. With the blessing of the karmic rank, the cultivation speed would be faster. Similarly, the stronger one was, the more perfect the power brought by the karmic rank could be. It was true that the power of the karmic rank was very strong, but this did not mean that the person with the karmic rank was weak. In other words, even the current 6 sages, even if they had suddenly lost their sage karmic rank, they were still the supreme masters who suppressed the primordial world. This was because they had already cultivated into the realm of the primordial Daluo Jingxian with the blessing of the sage karmic rank. The 6th heaven of the sage was the 6th heaven of the primordial chaos. In terms of the essence of the realm, there was no difference between the two. The only difference was that the former could control the power of the way of heaven, while the latter could not. As the supreme masters of the human race, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and Yuhua had all benefited. In terms of contribution to the human race, Feng Zichen, who was also the North Star Emperor, would naturally benefit more than them. Boom on the North Star. An invisible force descended with a loud rumble. It ignored all the restrictions and formations and directly blasted on the light cocoon formed by the North Star Emperor in the North Star Palace. The North Star Emperor, who was at the critical moment of transformation and was only half a step away, directly took the last step with the help of this force and completed the final transformation. Bang! There was a shocking explosion, and the light cocoon formed by the North Star Emperor shattered and turned into light spots that filled the sky and disappeared. At the same time, a supreme pressure swept out in all directions with the North Star as the center. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the entire primordial world. Whoosh! At this moment, the world went silent. In front of this supreme pressure, the world seemed to have frozen. Time and space stopped moving and the rules also stopped operating. Only on the North Star, a figure that was surrounded by Taoist rhymes and filled with a mysterious aura slowly appeared. That was the North Star Emperor. He had attained the Tao. In a trance, endless light bloomed from his body. It was extremely bright and the world lost its color. Only the bright light of the Tao filled the air. P.S. Today is the birthday of my book friend, the Sky Guide. I would like to say to him, Happy birthday. I hope he can see it. Chapter 662. However, very soon, the unbelievably bright Tao light began to fade. Like flowing water, the Tao light that shrouded the entire eldritch universe vanished in the blink of an eye and gathered behind the North Star Emperor. After a series of distortions, the bright Tao light gradually dimmed, and endless mysterious runes appeared. Not long after, the Tao light completely disappeared. A long river made of innate runes replaced his position and floated behind the North Star Emperor, bobbing up and down. That was the Great Tao River. It was formed by the North Star Emperor's Great Tao and was more than 3,000 miles long. It represented the North Star Emperor's third heaven of primordial chaos. That's right, it was the third heaven. With the help of the postnatal providence, the North Star Emperor's position, and the human race's providence, the North Star Emperor broke through to the third heaven of primordial chaos. That was the benefit of having a karmic rank. It was fine if he did not break through, but once he did, he would break through to the next realm. Ordinary people could not be envious. Rumble. The Great Tao River was vast and mighty. It was only 3,000 miles long, but it gave people a feeling that it was incomparably huge. It was like a bridge of heaven and earth that pierced through the entire world and emanated endless majesty. What? Suddenly, the Great Tao River moved. Endless innate runes flowed like flowing water and made splashing sounds, breaking the peace of heaven and earth. Then, as if something was broken, heaven and earth resumed its flow. Time and space were no longer stagnant, and the laws began to operate again. Everything returned to normal. Rumble. The moment heaven and earth returned to normal, countless great Taos and laws appeared in the sky at the same time and gathered toward the North Star. When one person achieved the Tao, thousands of Taos came to congratulate him. That was the sign of achieving the Tao. Almost at the same time, a hazy figure appeared in front of everyone. He stood at the peak of heaven and earth. He was only the size of an ordinary person, but he gave people the feeling that he was as vast as heaven and earth. It was as if he was the incarnation of the Tao. No, not the incarnation of the Tao, nor the carrier of the Tao. Instead, he was the Tao. Praise the North Star Upper Palace's Heavenly Emperor, Infinite. Praise the West's Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity, Infinite. Praise the West's Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity, Infinite. Almost involuntarily, the living beings could not help but worship the Gauchian star and praise it. After that, not long after all the living beings bowed, the phenomenon of flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses surging from the ground suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth, and boundless auspicious aura suffused the air. It could be said that, following the North Star's attainment of the Tao, a joyous atmosphere pervaded the entire wilderness. This was the heavenly Tao's blessing to the North Star Emperor. The North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao was celebrated by everyone. This treatment was almost comparable to that of a saint. As the supreme of heaven and earth, the innate sword ancestor, the sage emperor of the human race, the post-celestial Tao ancestor, and the great Taoist priests, great Emperor Gauchian was qualified to do so. If the heavens and earth did not bless him when he attained the Tao, given the vastness of the primordial world, who was qualified to receive the blessings of the world when they attained the Tao? After all, in a sense, the status of the North Star Emperor was even more honorable than that of a sage. Not to mention anything else. The three words, great Taoist priests, were enough to make the North Star Emperor stand at the top of the untainted land and be worshipped by all living beings. The North Star Emperor has attained the Tao. The great divine masters who were awakened by the commotion of the human race stared blankly at the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao. Even though they had thousands of words in their hearts, they could not say a single word. Even though they knew that the North Star Emperor would attain the Tao at any time, everyone was already mentally prepared. However, when this scene really happened, it still brought great shock to the great divine masters of the primordial world. Even the great Emperor Ziwei's attainment of the Tao did not bring such a great shock to everyone. Under this kind of shock, because of the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao, the bottleneck that restricted them from breaking through the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian began to loosen. They did not have the time to check. Everything was because the one who attained the Tao was the North Star Emperor. The young man from the human race was from the Zichen clan. He was different from the great Emperor Ziwei. The great Emperor Ziwei had a strong background and was almost unparalleled in the primordial world. He was a great god born from the Ziwei star and was from the same sect as the heavenly Tao. He was known as the god of Pangu and was the purest Pangu. Such a person was destined to attain the Tao. No matter how great his achievements were, it would not surprise anyone. At most they would sigh and say, "The legacy of the Pangu is so terrifying." On the contrary, it would be surprising if such a person could not attain the Tao. Therefore, even if the great Emperor Ziwei only used less than 10 million years to attain the Tao, no one would be too surprised. Moreover, from the fact that the great Emperor Ziwei and the North Star Emperor were on good terms, it could be seen that the great Emperor Ziwei had already existed countless years ago. It was just that he did not show up because of the threat of Dijun. Being born during the great calamity of the world was just a trick to deceive people. Who knew how many years he had hidden in the dark to cultivate? Therefore, using less than 10 million years to reach the Tao was something that could only deceive some ignorant existences. None of the truly powerful existences would believe such a thing. However, the North Star Emperor was different. He was a great existence that had really grown up under their noses. It had only been more than 10 million years since the birth of the human race. As the leader of the 10 generations of the human race, Feng Zichen, from the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation, it had been less than 10 million years. However, in such a short period of time, not only had he surpassed them, but he had also attained the Tao before them. He had left them far behind and even surpassed them by a large margin. Compared to him, they could be said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years in vain. Moreover, the most unacceptable thing for the great divine masters of the primordial world was Feng Zichen's background. If Feng Zichen was the reincarnation of a chaos fiend god or some other creature with a profound background, then everyone would be able to accept his current achievements. However, Feng Zichen was a postnatal life form. Even if he was the first postnatal life form in the primordial world, he was still a postnatal life form. In the Khanate era, he was far inferior to a Khanate life form, let alone a Khanate god fiend or a Khanate saint. A creature that was incomparably humble in their eyes, even inferior to an ant, had achieved more dazzling achievements than them in a short period of time. In front of Feng Zichen, the great divine masters, who had always thought that they were not weaker than others, felt that they were inferior to him for the first time. The huge difference made it difficult for the great divine masters, who were used to being high and mighty, to adapt. That sense of unwillingness deeply pierced their self-esteem, making it difficult for them to accept the truth in front of them. However, they had to accept it even if they couldn't. As the North Star Emperor withdrew his aura, the heaven and earth phenomenon also ended. The majesty that suppressed the heavens and the earth also disappeared in an instant. And all of this symbolized that the North Star Emperor had stabilized his realm. Sigh. Don't be conflicted. The North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao is his own and also his opportunity. There's nothing to be envious of. Moreover, his attainment of the Tao is also a good thing for us. The poor Wei feels that with the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao, the boundary between the quasi-sage realm and the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm is becoming more and more blurred. Perhaps it won't be long before we can attain the Tao. After all, they had seen too many storms. After losing their composure for a short while, everyone quickly stabilized their Tao hearts and improved a little, making their hearts to pursue the Tao even more determined. Then, everyone put away their complicated emotions and flew towards the boundless starry sky with a calm attitude to congratulate the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao. Just as everyone moved, the North Star Emperor and the South Pole Emperor moved at the same time. The difference was that one was walking towards the boundless starry sky while the other was heading towards the boundless starry sky. At the same time, in the primordial world, changes occurred again. With the North Star Emperor's attainment of the Tao, the fate of the human race gradually disappeared, and the river of fate also disappeared. Without the suppression of the two, the aura that belonged to the human race was no longer concealed and was exposed to the heavenly way. In the human race's territory, 36 auras that belonged to the Daluo Jingxian and tens of thousands of auras that belonged to the Tai Jingxian burst out without any reservation. Rumble. The terrifying aura rose from the human race's territory and rushed to the sky, stirring up the boundless wind and clouds. Even the heavenly court was shaken by the aura. One could see how powerful it was. Good heavens! With such a powerful force, it could be said to be comparable to a quasi-sage expert, let alone surpassing the golden immortal realm. The human race's action was no less than challenging the heavenly way. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the moment the human race's aura was exposed, the sea of laws at the intersection of heaven and earth shook violently as if it was enraged. Boundless laws swept out as if they were going to suppress everything. Clatter. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the void. Then, in the sea of laws, streaks of divine light descended and turned into divine chains of order that charged toward the human race. Swish, 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 swish. Before the human experts could react, the divine chains of order formed by the divine light had already crossed the boundless void and arrived in the human race's territory. They wrapped around the human experts' bodies and locked them firmly. Then streaks of divine light flashed. The human experts who were entangled by the divine light had disappeared without a trace. They had been led to the heavenly realm. Not long after, more than half of the human experts had disappeared. However, while some people were slow to react, there were naturally others who reacted quickly. As soon as the river of fate disappeared, some people realized that something was wrong. Almost instinctively, they rushed into the heavenly palace. Thus, under the protection of the heavenly palace, these human experts were not sensed by the divine light and were spared. Even so, more than 80% of the human experts were still forced to ascend to the heavenly realm. After this incident, the human race's strength in the primordial world could be said to have suffered a great loss. When they were forcefully received by the divine light, their bodies were branded with the heavenly Tao. With this Tao imprint, even if their strength was suppressed, they would not be able to return to the primordial world in a short period of time. This was because with the heavenly Tao imprint on their bodies, they would definitely be rejected by the primordial world. They could only return to the primordial world after the heavenly Tao aura disappeared. There was another important point. The heavenly Tao aura on the imprint would disappear, but the imprint itself would not disappear. The imprints could be stacked. The more imprints one had, the harder it would be to get close to the primordial world. At the same time, when the imprints accumulated to a certain number, it would attract a heavenly tribulation or even a heavenly punishment. This was a method used by the heavenly Tao to counter cultivators. It was to prevent cultivators from frequently exposing their strength in the primordial world. If they wanted to erupt once and leave, they could come back later. That was impossible. The loopholes of the heavenly Tao were not so easy to exploit. Those who dared to exploit the loopholes of the heavenly Tao would definitely pay the price. This was because the heavenly Tao would not reason with you at all. If they found a loophole, they would fill it. As for those who took advantage of the loopholes, they would kill them casually. Therefore, even if there was a passage to the heavenly realm in the heavenly palace, the human experts who were guided away by the divine light could not return through these passages. At least, that was the case for a short period of time. However, they did not have to return. This was because the primordial world would welcome the 6 celestial emperors of the human race, the North Star Emperor. As everyone knew, the true identity of the North Star Emperor was the ancient sacred emperor of the human race, the Zichen clan. Since he would be the celestial emperor, these human experts who had just ascended to the heavenly realm would naturally have the opportunity to show their prowess. Of course, even if the human race on the ground had lost 80% of their strength, they still had the power to suppress the entire primordial world. This was not an exaggeration. The current human race was more than 10 times stronger than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was 100 times or 1,000 times stronger. With such strength, even if they had lost 80% of their strength, they were still stronger than before. Since that was the case, it did not make sense that the weak human race in the past could suppress the primordial world, but now the stronger human race could not do so. Good. Very good. The current human race finally has a trace of the shadow of the primordial world's great race. In the chaos outside the heavens, Feng Zichen sensed the changes in the human race, and he could not help but feel happy. Of course, he dared to show such a performance because he was not afraid that the 3 pure ones and the others would discover his relationship with the human race. That was because the North Star Emperor had achieved the Tao. As a good friend of the North Star Emperor, he would naturally be very happy to see his good friend achieve the Tao. On this point, no one could find fault with it. Unlike Feng Zichen's joy, the 3 pure ones' faces were completely dark. As for Zhuan Ti and the other 2, they were watching from the side. This time the human race had prospered. Because of the Khanate ferocious beasts, the chaos of the demon sect, and the disaster of the chaos fiend god, most of the 3 pure ones' plans had failed. Especially the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss. No, it should be said that he had lost everything. Although the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven had suffered some losses, they had each obtained the position of the Imperial Preceptor. As for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, not only did they not get anything but they also lost a lot. Back in the Purple Cloud Palace, Everyone had already agreed to give the position of the imperial preceptor to the three sections. Chapter 663. As for why it was 3 sects and not 4? That was naturally because everyone followed the usual practice and excluded the Western sect. The matter in the East. How could he allow the Western barbarians to interfere? After the 3 sects obtained the position of the teacher of the 3 emperors, the Grand Pure One personally descended to the mortal world to teach the emperor of the human race, Fuxi. Although the identity of the emperor was noble, the Grand Pure One was the heavenly Tao saint. He was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world. With such a status, he was definitely qualified to become the Sky Emperor's master. After Heavenly Emperor Fuxi, it was Earthly Emperor Shinong. However, at that moment, in order to protect the primordial world, all the saints had left the primordial world and headed to the chaos outside the heavens. Since the prime of Tong Tian was not around, Xian Qing took the Earthly Emperor as his disciple. Although the Earthly Sovereign's status was much higher than Xian Qing's, the Earthly Sovereign's status was much higher. Moreover, Xian Qing was far from being comparable to the Grand Pure One. But in the end, the Earthly Sovereign was also a human. On the other hand, Xian Qing was the immortal master of the human race. He was the teacher of all the immortals of the human race and was worshipped by the entire human race. Therefore, as long as the Emperor of Earth was still a human, he would have to call Xian Qing teacher. With this identity, Xian Qing was naturally qualified to be the teacher of the Earthly Sovereign. Ren School had the Grand Pure One and Jie School had the 9 Heavens Immortal Venerables. However, Chan School had nothing. Although the 12 Golden Immortals all had extraordinary backgrounds, their achievements were extremely limited. He hadn't even touched the threshold of Daluo Jingxian, let alone become the teacher of Ren Huang. Furthermore, due to Fuxi and Shinong's exceedingly outstanding performance, the position of the Ren Huang changed. He went from the ruler of a race to the ruler of all races. Therefore, the Ren Huang became even more honorable. In that case, with the cultivation of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school who were not as strong as Daluo Jingxian, how could they be qualified to be the human emperor's teacher? Wasn't he afraid of being devoured by the chi of heaven and earth and falling into the cycle of reincarnation? He knew that he was not qualified. Even if the disciples of Chan school were unwilling, they had no choice but to change. He changed his plan from becoming the teacher of the human emperor to helping the human emperor unify the primordial world. In this way, although the merit points obtained would be less, at least he would not return empty-handed. After all, no matter what, this was an opportunity that the 3 pristine ones fought so hard for. They cannot waste it. If he could get a little more, he would get a little more. Unfortunately, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school had a good idea, but they had overestimated their strength. In the battle between Shenyuan and Qiyu, not only did they not gain any benefits, but they were also caught in the tribulation. If Taoist Randang had not taken action in time, they would have died in the tribulation and turned into ashes. After a great battle, not only did he not reap any benefits, he almost lost his disciple. How could the primordial Lord of Heaven not be angry? And this was not what angered him the most. What infuriated him the most was that because of the tribulation aura, the disciples of the Chan school had to go through the tribulation in the future to erase the tribulation aura on their bodies. Otherwise, he would have to go through the cycle of reincarnation. It was already good enough that the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning did not fly into a rage on the spot when such a great opportunity was ruined. In short, the matter of the imperial tutor. The primeval Lord of Heaven had suffered a great loss. After the 3 sovereigns were the 5 emperors. Since the 3 imperial tutors belonged to the 3 pure ones, then the imperial tutors of the 5 emperors belonged to them as well. However, the 3 sovereigns were too strong. With the strength of the 3 of them, they stirred up the boundless momentum and forcefully raised the position of the human emperor, causing the position of the 5 emperors to change. Once they succeeded to the throne, they would be the master of all races. With such an identity, the remaining disciples of the 3 sects were not qualified to be their teachers. If they forced it, they would only end up being devoured by luck. Just like that, the 3 pure ones' plan for the human race was broken in an unexpected way. The failure of the imperial tutor's plan undoubtedly had a huge impact on the 3 pure ones, because this caused their subsequent plans for the human race to be unable to be carried out. The reason why the 3 pure ones valued the position of the imperial tutor so much was not because of the merit. How much merit was there? How could it move the 3 pure ones who had the merit of opening the heavens? What really moved them was the destiny of the human race. After grasping the position of the imperial tutor, they could use this as a foundation to slowly erode the destiny of the human race. Without the position of the imperial tutor, the three pure ones would lose a method to erode the destiny of the human race. In this way, how could their faces not turn black? As for receiving Zhuan-Ti, no matter how high the destiny of the human race was, it would have nothing to do with them. No, it was not completely unrelated. After all, there was an irreconcilable blood feud between the two. If the destiny of the human race was too strong, it would not be a good thing for receiving Zhuan-Ti. In the future, he still needed to find an opportunity to weaken the strength of the human race. Otherwise, if the human race was too strong, they would attack the Western sect instead. In the chaos outside the sky, unlike the three pure ones' gloomy expressions, the joy on Yua's face was almost undisguised. She was too happy. No matter how much she fantasized, she would never have thought that the postnatal race that was created to achieve the Tao. Today she had achieved something that even the magi and demons had not done at their peak and become the main character of the primordial world. That was the main character of the world, a powerful race that controlled half of the destiny of the primordial world. Although the destiny of the human race was not completely controlled by Nuwa, as the creator of the human race, as long as the human race was not destroyed, she would always control a portion of the destiny of the human race. This was a unique benefit of the creator of the human race. Others could not envy it. This portion of destiny was between 10% and 20%. The remaining destiny of the human race was more complicated. Because of the immortal Tao, the celestial sect of wonders controlled 20% to 30% of the destiny of the human race. The immortal Tao was the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. Later on, it expanded into the Tao of alchemy, the Tao of refining, and several other cultivation paths. As long as there were people in the human race who cultivated these great Taos, a portion of the destiny of the human race would definitely flow into the celestial sect of wonders. This was something that could not be helped. To be honest, the reason why the celestial sect of wonders could dominate the primordial world was that the immortal Tao had become the mainstream of the primordial world's cultivation. The immortal Tao was the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. In a sense, anyone who cultivated the immortal Tao was a member of the celestial sect of wonders. The power of the celestial sect of wonders could be seen from this. The destiny of the human race that belonged to the celestial sect of wonders was not unique to the three pure ones, but shared by the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. However, the three pure ones made up the majority, about 90% of them. After the celestial sect of wonders, the heavenly court also controlled a portion of the human race's destiny, but it was not much. The heavenly court, as the ruler of the primordial world, his destiny was not born out of thin air. When the heavenly court was formed, all existences in the primordial world, regardless of whether it was a person or an object, as long as they were in the primordial world, they had to part a wisp of destiny and gather in the center of the primordial world. And this was the destiny of the heavenly court, and it was also the symbol of the heavenly court's control of the primordial world. As a member of the primordial world, the human race naturally had a wisp of destiny in the heavenly court. If the heavenly court had it, so did the Yin court. After all, countless people died every year in the human race. After deducting the destiny in the hands of outsiders, the destiny that the human race truly controlled was only about 50%. This was already quite a lot. In addition to the destiny in Yua's hands, it was already almost 70%. This 50% of the destiny that belonged to the human race belonged to the human race, and it was not in the hands of a single person. However, although this portion of destiny was shared, it was not something that anyone could use. Without a doubt, Feng Zichen had the highest priority in the use of this portion of providence. After that, it was the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After that, it was those with high authority in the human race. Don't underestimate this 50% of the human race's destiny. One had to know that the destiny of the human race was as much as half of the primordial world's destiny. Its strength had reached an unbelievable level. Even a saint would not dare to say that he could contend with it. Even if it was only 50%, if it could be completely concentrated on a single person, it could create an existence that was comparable to a saint out of thin air. However, it was a pity that unless it was a last resort, the destiny of the human race would not all gather on a single person. After all, the destiny of the human race was not all on a single person. 50% of the destiny is not much, but it is not little either. However, for the human race, it is already the bottom line. It can't be less. If it is less than 50%, the human race will be in danger of losing its dominance. In the chaos outside the sky, Feng Zichen thought to himself, the human race only controlled 50% of the destiny. This was an extremely dangerous signal for him. One had to know that destiny was not unchanging. If someone controlled more than 50% of the destiny of the human race, then if this person wanted to do something to the human race, Feng Zichen would not be able to stop him at all. Therefore, 50% of the destiny was Feng Zichen's bottom line. However, this was far from enough. He still needed more. Only when more of the destiny of the human race was in the hands of the human race could the human race truly control their own destiny and not become someone else's puppet. 50% of the destiny of the human race outside, other than the 10% of the destiny of the Nuwa that could not be changed, the rest of the destiny was Feng Zichen's goal. Destiny was not unchanging. External factors had a great impact on it. If the immortal path's influence in the human race was weak, then correspondingly, the destiny of the human race that it controlled would be reduced. At present, Feng Zichen's primary goal was to suppress the immortal path and weaken the influence of the three pure ones on the human race. And on this point, the North Star Emperor was already planning, looking from the chaos outside the sky back to the primitive land. At this moment, with Emperor Shun's abdication, everyone elected you as the leader of the human race to rule the primitive land. However, due to the end of the Emperor's destiny of the human race, you was only respected as King Yu, not Emperor Yu. However, even though the Emperor's destiny of the human race had ended, the Emperor's aura of the human race did not weaken at all. It still existed in the form of a 9-clawed divine dragon, hovering above the ancestral land of the human race, emitting endless majesty that deterred all races. Perhaps, with the support of such a strong Emperor's aura, it would produce an Emperor's purple aura for the human race. It was not impossible for King Yu to take another step forward and become one of the 9 great emperors of the human race. What a strong Emperor's aura. Perhaps this is where Yu's opportunity lies. With this, he can take another step forward and become a great emperor. If this is really the case, the destiny of the human race will definitely be stronger. In the heaven, the North Star Emperor could not help but exclaim when he saw the scene in the ancestral land of the human race. Such a strong emperor's aura could be said to be the foundation of becoming an emperor. As long as the human race could develop steadily in the coming days without any major issues, the matter of you becoming the Motherf * King Human King was basically set in stone. However, things would obviously not go so smoothly. That was because Heaven's Way had decided for the human race to prosper and there were only 8 great emperors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The extra one was obviously not within Heaven's Way's plan. This was going against Heaven's Way. There would definitely be countless tribulations accompanying it to cut off the possibility of the 9th great emperor appearing in the human race. The peace in the primitive land would not be maintained for long. That was because Heaven's Way had not noticed the signs of King Yu becoming an emperor. Therefore, the primitive land could continue to maintain its peace. However, once Heaven's Way noticed that something was wrong, endless tribulations would definitely follow and descend upon the primitive land to destroy King Yu's foundation of becoming an emperor. Heaven's Way. Then let's have a fight and see whose methods are better. Emperor Gaochen thought silently as he thought about the possible tribulations in the future. He had already expected the tribulations that King Yu would face when he became an emperor. After all, the birth of a great emperor was never simple. The birth of every great emperor would be accompanied by endless blood and fire. Feng Zichen was not afraid of going against Heaven's Way. That was because he was very familiar with going against Heaven's Way. After all, he had done it many times. That's right, the current North Star Emperor was already a heavenly emperor. Not long after he attained Tao, the great emperor of the South Pole gave him the position of heavenly emperor. Emperor Yu's matter is not urgent. The most important thing now is the immortal Tao. After putting Yu's matter aside, Gaochen could not help but feel a headache when he thought about the immortal Tao in the primitive land and the decline of the Tao of God Fiends. As the postnatal era completely descended, what Feng Zichen was worried about finally happened. The Tao of God Fiends gradually declined, and the immortal Tao that was suppressed by it gradually recovered. Regarding this, Feng Zichen was also helpless. The cultivation of the Tao of God Fiends really consumed too many resources. The current environment could not support the cultivation of this Tao at all. There was no possibility of taking another step forward. Who would be foolish enough to persist? Therefore, the decline of the Tao of God Fiends was inevitable. It was not because the Tao of God Fiends was too weak. On the contrary, it was because it was too strong that it attracted the jealousy of the heavens and limited its development. In the future, the Tao of God Fiends would probably become the private land of prodigies. Not all prodigies cultivated the Tao of God Fiends. But those who cultivated the Tao of God Fiends were definitely prodigies. Ordinary people could not even enter the door. Regarding this, Feng Zichen was naturally unwilling. But he had no choice. The more powerful something was, the more restricted it would be. Moreover, the Tao of God-fiends was an existence that could allow one to go against the heavens. This was simply heaven-defying. The heavenly Tao allowed the Tao of God-fiends to develop for nearly 10 million years without making a move. It was already giving Feng Zichen enough face. Chapter 664. Sigh. The times have changed. If the Tao of the God-fiend cannot be changed, it is inevitable that it will be abandoned by the times. Forget it. Since I have nothing to do recently, I might as well spend more effort on the Tao of the God-fiend to simplify it and make it like the immortal Tao, suitable for the general public. With that thought, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart to modify the Tao of the God-fiend. If the threshold of cultivation was too high, it was definitely not a good thing for a Tao path, especially one that was preparing to prosper in the world. If the threshold was too high, it was equivalent to rejecting the majority of living beings. However, if that was the case, what was the use of being able to produce world-shaking experts? If there were too few people, they would not be able to support a Tao. Not to mention competing with other orthodoxies for the providence of heaven and earth. The longevity of a Tao path had nothing to do with whether it was the strongest or not. It had to do with whether it was the most suitable for all living beings. Compared to the Tao of the God-fiend, the immortal Tao was indeed weaker. However, its threshold was extremely low, and almost everyone could get started. And this was the advantage of the immortal Tao. In this world there might be times when there were no prodigies born. However, there would never be a lack of ordinary people. The weakness of the Tao of the God-fiend was that it relied too much on prodigies. If there were no prodigies born in several generations, wouldn't the Tao of the God-fiend be cut off? Therefore, Feng Zichen thought of modifying the Tao of the God-fiend. To compete with the immortal Tao, the first thing the Tao of the God-fiend had to do was to lower the threshold. Otherwise there was no need to compete. The Tao of the God-fiend had already lost from the beginning. Just like that, Feng Zichen was immersed in modifying the Tao of the God-fiend. Just like that, time passed by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Rumble. On this day, the heavenly court, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly emitted a huge fluctuation. A huge phantom of a stone tablet loomed in the sky above the heavenly realm. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire primordial world in the blink of an eye. It was like a mountain pressing down on the hearts of all living beings. What happened? Such a commotion naturally alarmed the great beings who were cultivating diligently. Thus, they all raised their heads and looked at the place where the aura erupted. A terrifying gaze shot out from the eyes of the great magics, piercing through the layers of void. Soon, it arrived above the celestial court. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge stone tablet standing between heaven and earth, emitting endless majesty. The body of the stone tablet was engraved with mysterious runes, as though they recorded the most noble truth of the world. Endless Taoist rhymes swirled around them, making them look exceptionally mysterious. When facing such a profound stone tablet, if an ordinary person were to take a single glance at it, the person would probably be unable to help but be immersed in it and disregard everything to comprehend the grand Tao profundities within it. However, the great masters from the celestial sect of wonders were different. The moment they saw the mysterious characters on the stone tablet, a strong desire to destroy appeared in their hearts without any warning, urging them to destroy the stone tablet. It was as if the existence of the stone tablet could shake the foundation of their existence, giving them an extremely dangerous feeling. It was this feeling that made them want to destroy the stone tablet, and they couldn't get rid of it. Almost instinctively, the great masters from the celestial sect of wonders unconsciously raised their palms and were about to blast a magical ability at the stone tablet. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, waking them up. Then endless golden light descended from the sky and surged crazily toward the stone tablet. That was the golden light of merit. What is the origin of that stone tablet? Why did the poor Wei have the idea of destroying it just by looking at it? At this moment, the great masters of the celestial sect of wonders who had regained their senses looked at the stone tablet with bewilderment. They had no idea why such a situation had happened. If these great masters were only panicking, then the one in the purple cloud palace was already so shocked that he was speechless. The moment the stone tablet appeared, Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who was comprehending the heavenly Tao in the purple cloud palace, suddenly felt a wave of palpitations and directly withdrew from his enlightenment. Then, before he could understand the situation, he saw the destiny of the celestial sect of wonders shake violently as if it had met a mortal enemy. Under this power, even the purple cloud palace, which was as powerful as it was, could not stop shaking. Rumble. The entire purple cloud palace was shaking. The terrifying Tao runes spread and set off huge waves in the chaos outside the heavens. This sudden scene caused even Tao ancestor Hong Jun's powerful state of mind to be unable to help but cause waves and ripples. Ever since the celestial sect of wonders established the primordial world after the war between Taoists and demons, the destiny of the celestial sect of wonders had been unparalleled. It firmly controlled the general trend of the primordial world, suppressing all the major forces until they could not raise their heads. No one could compete with it. It could be said that the celestial sect of wonders was the pillar of the primordial world. Naturally, no one could shake such a powerful existence's destiny. But today, the destiny of the celestial sect of wonders was shaking violently out of the ordinary, as if it had met a mortal enemy. How could Tao ancestor Hong Jun not be shocked? This kind of situation had only happened in the primordial era, when the demon sect was at its peak. Therefore, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's first thought was that the demon sect had been revived again. But immediately he felt that something was amiss. Under the joint suppression of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court, the demon sect had been crippled. Even the demon ancestor Rahu had been severely injured and would not be able to rise again in a short period of time. Therefore, the threat to the celestial sect of wonders was definitely not the demon sect. If it was not the demon sect, who else could it be? The celestial sect of wonders' destiny was clearly shaking the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. And what was the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders? Naturally, it was the immortal Tao. An existence that threatens the immortal Tao? While feeling puzzled, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not help but calculate in his heart. In a trance, he first saw the figure of the North Star. Then he saw a huge stone tablet appear in his hand. It was extremely powerful, shattering endless time and space. It suddenly came to the long river of destiny and pressed down on the celestial sect of wonders' destiny, erupting with an intense battle. Martial Tao. It's the North Star. Shocked, Tao ancestor Hong Jun withdrew from his deduction, but he had already understood the cause and effect. Martial Tao, an existence on par with the immortal Tao? North Star, is this the trump card you left for the human race? It's indeed an incredible achievement. However, if you want to rely on this to deal with the immortal Tao, you're underestimating the poor way and the celestial sect of wonders. The celestial sect of wonders was able to stand at the peak of the eldritch world for countless years not only because of the advantage of the immortal Tao, but also because of the accumulation of the immortal Tao cultivators who occupied almost 90% of the eldritch world's living beings. In the face of such a powerful force, how can a newly born martial Tao compete with the immortal Tao? After understanding everything, Tao ancestor Hong Jun only sneered coldly, and then he once again fell into a state of enlightenment. Even though he knew about the existence of martial Tao, he had no intention of doing anything to it. Firstly, martial Tao had just been born, and it was naturally protected by the heavens and earth. With the support of endless merit, others could not destroy it. Secondly, there was no need to. Yes, there was no need. Just as Tao ancestor Hong Jun had said earlier, martial Tao had just been born and did not have the capital to compete with the immortal Tao. Did they really think that the power that the immortal Tao had accumulated over countless years was a joke? It could be said that, as time passed, the immortal Tao had long penetrated into every corner of the world and became an indelible part of it. In the eldritch world, almost 90% of the living beings had chosen to cultivate the immortal Tao. This power, just thinking about it, was terrifying. Back then, the reason why the demonic Tao could compete with the immortal Tao was only because everyone was on the same starting line. And now, the celestial sect of wonders had long reached the end, but the martial Tao had just started from the beginning. With such a huge gap, how could the two compete? There was no comparison at all. If the immortal Tao was surpassed by the martial Tao under such circumstances, then it could only be said that the experts of the celestial sect of wonders were worse than pigs. They might as well all die of stupidity. In short, regarding the competition with the martial Tao, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not be considered to have interfered. He had already merged the Tao and become a part of the heavenly Tao. Although the luck of the celestial sect of wonders was not something dispensable to him, it was not of much use. Moreover, anything that was beneficial to the eldritch world, even if it hindered the development of the celestial sect of wonders, he would still support it. This was the price of merging the Tao. He had no choice. Not to mention, Right now, the most important thing for Dao ancestor Hongjun was to pursue the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. Some mundane matters should not affect him. However, even so, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not do nothing. Just as he was cultivating in seclusion again, information about the martial Dao naturally appeared in the sea of consciousness of the second-generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. After all, it was the great Dao that he had created himself. Dao ancestor Hongjun had some selfish motives? Haha. Very good. In a hall somewhere in the heavenly court, Feng Zichen looked at the stone tablet floating in the air in front of him and could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. This stone tablet was called the Heavenly Tablet of Martial Dao. The mysterious runes recorded on the tablet were the general outline of Martial Dao. And without a doubt, the so-called Martial Dao was a simplified version of the Path of Gods and Demons. Compared to the Path of Gods and Demons, the Martial Dao was undoubtedly much weaker. Not only was its combat strength far inferior, but even its ability to go against the innate heavens was also removed. This formed the Martial Dao in front of him. However, although the Martial Dao was weak, its threshold had dropped too much. It was even lower than the Immortal Dao. Basically, anyone could enter the Martial Dao. There was no aptitude requirement at all. There was just one thing that was not good. It was easy to enter the Martial Dao but difficult to achieve great success. If one wanted to achieve great success in the Martial Dao, it was much more difficult than achieving great success in the Immortal Dao. However, it did not matter. The Martial Dao was not prepared for those with good talent. The meaning of the Martial Dao was to facilitate those with insufficient aptitude to step onto the path of cultivation. Those with good talent did not need to cultivate the Martial Dao. At the end of the Martial Dao, there was still the path of gods and demons waiting for them. The end of the Martial Dao was the beginning of the Divine Dao. The end of the Martial Dao here did not refer to the Dao. It was when the Martial Dao Foundation establishment reached an extremely perfect realm. There was no way to advance. In this way, one could break the shackles of the Martial Dao and step into the domain of the path of gods and demons. It could be said that the Martial Dao was the foundation of the path of gods and demons. The meaning of its existence, other than helping those with poor talent to step onto the path of cultivation, there was another purpose. That was to select talents for the path of gods and demons. Only those with the most outstanding performance when the Martial Dao Foundation establishment could step onto the path of gods and demons. Although the path of gods and demons and the Martial Dao were two different great Daos, in fact they were the same great Dao. The difference was, one walked the elite path, the other walked the popular path. The path of gods and demons was Feng Zichen's painstaking effort. How could he give up so easily? Naturally, he had to think of a way to preserve it completely. Even if there was the Martial Dao, he could not cut off the inheritance of the path of gods and demons. Therefore, he had just thought of this way to have the best of both worlds. Not only did he preserve the path of gods and demons, but he also derived a Martial Dao that was more suitable for the human race. The Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao, go. In the heavenly court, Feng Zichen raised his arms slightly and pointed out. Immediately, the Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao shook. A wave of Martial Dao True will soared into the sky and pierced through the 33 heavens. Then, the Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao broke through the void of the heavenly realm and directly passed through the Sea of Laws. With an incomparable aura, it crashed into the human race's ancestral temple. Rumble. At this moment, the destiny of the human race shook. Almost at the same time, the cultivation method of the martial path appeared in the minds of all the human race cultivators. In just an instant, Martial Dao spread throughout the entire human race. The Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao. It could be said that it was Feng Zichen's proud work. It was an object that preached the Dao, a divine ability and a magic treasure. It was said that it was an object that preached the Dao because it recorded the truth of the Martial Dao. It was said that it was a divine ability because in order to carry the truth of the Martial Dao, Feng Zichen had changed the supreme divine ability that he had created from comprehending Mount Buzhou, the Mount Buzhou seal, and used its immortal divine power to transform into the main body of the Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao. It could be said that, a Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao, it was equivalent to a small Mount Buzhou. And it was Mount Buzhou that carried the true will of Martial Dao. Its power could be imagined. As for calling it a magic treasure, it was because at the moment of the birth of the Martial Dao, boundless merit fell from the heavens and all fell into the Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao. Even Feng Zichen's portion was injected into it. For this, with the help of merit, the Heavenly Steel of Martial Dao was able to turn into reality. It became a top-notch postnatal merit supreme treasure. Moreover, The limit of the heavenly steel of martial Tao was not limited to this. As an object that preached the Tao, the heavenly steel of martial Tao carried the martial Tao. For this reason, it would definitely be worshipped by the human race in the future. In this way, the heavenly steel of martial Tao would not lack incense and willpower in the future. Unlike humans, magic treasures did not have spiritual intelligence, so they did not have to worry about the hidden dangers in the incense and willpower. Therefore, with the support of the incense and willpower, even if the heavenly steel of martial Tao could not transform into a primordial treasure. However, its power would also become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, it would reach the level of a primordial treasure. In that case, the human race would have another primordial treasure. And these would be the human race's capital to fight against the celestial sect of wonders in the future. After the birth of martial Tao, the luck of the human race has increased a lot. However, none of this is important. What's important is that with the birth of martial Tao, the human race will have the capital to fight against the immortal path. We won't become the puppets of the celestial sect of wonders. Looking at the changes in the human race, Feng Zichen's face revealed an unfathomable expression. Of course, he could also think of what Tao ancestor Hongjun could think of. But what he thought was even further than Tao ancestor Hongjun. The times were always changing. Therefore, in the primordial world, there was no cultivation path that could guarantee that they could always adapt to the times and not be abandoned by the times because they were backward. Therefore, even if it was as strong as the immortal path, there would be a day when it would be abandoned by the times. And at that time, it would be the opportunity for the martial Tao. Chapter 665. If Feng Zichen remembered correctly, in the near future, due to the further deterioration of the world's environment, the immortal path that everyone could cultivate would gradually become unsuitable for everyone. There would always be a portion of people who could not enter because of their poor aptitude. And this group of people would increase as time passed. This kind of situation was inevitable in the development of the era. Even the powerful immortal path could not avoid it. But martial arts would not. The extremely low threshold made it almost impossible for martial arts to be affected by the external environment. Unless the world completely entered an era of no return. Otherwise, even in the age of chaos, martial arts would still have room to survive. And this was an advantage that the immortal path did not have, and also the hope of martial arts surpassing the immortal path. Martial arts had a lot of potential. Of course, all of this was Feng Zichen's imagination. The changes in the future were just a possibility for martial arts to surpass the immortal path, but whether or not it could really achieve this would depend on Feng Zichen's methods. After all, the Xian sect was not to be trifled with. They would not watch martial arts surpass the immortal path. Moreover, the world's environment could not continue to be bad. This was because with the formation of the god Pangu, the primeval world had the possibility of taking a step closer. In theory, the innate spirit qi should be getting denser and denser. The current situation in the primeval world was the result of the deliberate suppression of the heavenly Tao. However, there was a limit to everything. Even the powerful heavenly Tao could not always suppress the primeval world. When it reached the limit, the harder it was suppressed now, the stronger it would rebound in the future. Perhaps, it would return to the ancient primeval age in one fell swoop or even surpass it. However, that was another story, the story of the recovery of spirit qi. To be honest, Feng Zichen was looking forward to the day of the recovery of spirit qi. Because that was the most suitable era for the path of gods and demons. After the recovery of spirit qi, the ancient bloodline that had been suppressed by the environment for countless years began to slowly recover in the bodies of all living beings. If at this time all living beings with awakened bloodlines cultivated the path of gods and demons, combined with their ability to go against the innate heavens, wouldn't they have the potential to soar into the sky? This was an advantage that the other Grand Daos did not have. It could be said that this environment was tailor-made for the Tao of Fiend gods. With the momentum in his body, his god Fiend Tao soared, suppressing all other great Daos. Therefore, Feng Zichen was looking forward to that day. Of course, this was all in the future. It was also a backup plan that Feng Zichen had deliberately left behind. If in the future martial arts really lost to the immortal path, then the rise of the Tao of gods and demons would be Feng Zichen's last resort to deal with the immortal path. However, according to his original intention, he still did not think that the martial path would lose to the immortal path. Martial arts. A future enemy of the immortal Tao. Seeing the message that suddenly appeared in their minds, the people of the celestial sect of wonders were puzzled at first. Then they suddenly became alert. There were also many people whose eyes were emitting shocking killing intent. According to their thoughts, anything that could threaten the immortal path should not exist. The immortal Tao was too important to them. It could be said that their achievements today were not only due to their own efforts, but also the help of the immortal Tao. Without the immortal Tao, they would not have been able to step into the realm of Sage to be so quickly. Perhaps, they would have been in the realm of Daluo Jingxian for countless years before they could see the hope of breaking through. It was the appearance of the immortal Tao that allowed them to see the path after Daluo Jingxian. They did not know when it started, but the relationship between these great beings and the immortal Tao had long become inseparable. They were the ancestors of the immortal Tao, the objects of worship of countless immortal Tao cultivators in the world, and they had the karmic position of heaven and earth. If the immortal Tao fell, these halos would fade from the people of the celestial sect of wonders. The various blessings that came with it would also disappear. In this case, how could they tolerate it? Emperor Gaochen, is it? I didn't expect that in a moment of carelessness, this person would become a great threat to the immortal Tao. After learning the news of martial arts, for a moment, everyone was extremely disgusted with Feng Zichen, the creator of martial arts. Was this person? He had shaken their interest. He really deserved to die. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but have the intention to kill Feng Zichen in their hearts. Whoosh! With the ability of the great beings, once their intention to kill was raised, heaven and earth would immediately respond. Endless blood clouds appeared as if covering the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire vault of heaven. At the same time, a murderous aura suddenly came from heaven and earth. It was cold and penetrating, and the temperature of the entire eldritch land could not help but drop a few degrees. Even the living beings of heaven and earth could not help but inexplicably shiver under this murderous aura, and great fear grew in their hearts. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from heaven and earth, carrying with it an unparalleled force, dispelling the haze that shrouded the hearts of all living beings. Impudent! An impudent voice came from above the celestial court, containing the fury of thunder like the roar of the Tao, exploded in the eldritch land, and in one fell swoop, extinguishing the murderous aura of the great beings of the celestial sect of wonders. This was Feng Zichen's voice. The murderous aura of the great beings of the celestial sect of wonders could be felt by all living beings of heaven and earth, let alone Feng Zichen. It could be said that the crowd did not hide their murderous aura at all, and with an extremely arrogant attitude, they went straight to the celestial court. This was simply a provocation, and it showed that the crowd did not put Feng Zichen in their eyes at all. How could Feng Zichen tolerate such an arrogant attitude of the other party? Not to mention he had just reached the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, and was looking for an opportunity to establish his power, but now someone had taken the initiative to come to his door. Almost without hesitation he directly roared, with the unparalleled power of the primordial chaos, wanting to teach everyone a lesson. Humph! After the roar, everyone only felt that the dragon's roar was endless in their ears, oppressing their minds, and could not help but let out a muffled groan. Ha! You want to kill me with such ability? It's simply an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating your own strength. In the celestial court, Feng Zichen seemed to have noticed everyone's performance and could not help but mock them. This was a ruthless slap to the other party's face. As for keeping the peace, that was impossible. Ever since the birth of martial arts, no matter what kind of relationship he had with the celestial sect of wonders, he had now become a great enemy that would not rest until one of them was dead. The celestial sect of wonders. They absolutely could not tolerate him. Since that was the case, why should they show mercy? Naturally, they would seize the opportunity to humiliate the other party to death. Gaochen Yu, when everyone heard that, they were really embarrassed and angry. They were embarrassed because what the other party said was the truth. He was the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, and his strength was far beyond theirs. Moreover, he was the current celestial emperor. If they really fought, they would definitely not be a match for him. They were angry because the other party's words were too unpleasant. It was really infuriating. Gaochen, you've gone too far. Just as everyone was unable to get out of the embarrassing situation, a bolt of divine lightning suddenly flew from the chaos outside the heavens and blasted fiercely toward the celestial court. Tai Ching divine lightning. Feng Zichen's pupils constricted slightly, but he recognized the origin of the divine lightning in front of him. It was the supreme divine lightning of the celestial sect of wonders, the Tai Ching divine lightning. The Grand Pure Saint had made his move. That made sense. As the eldest senior brother of the celestial sect of wonders, and also the acting sect master, how could he not make a move when such a big thing happened to the celestial sect of wonders? If he really sat and watched the group of celestial sect of wonders being wantonly humiliated by Feng Zichen without doing anything, then it could be said that the celestial sect of wonders' reputation had been completely lost. How dare you, Grand Pure Saint? How dare you attack the celestial court? Even if you're a saint, you'll have to pay the price. The moment he saw the Tai Ching divine lightning, Feng Zichen's heart did not feel any fear. There was only endless anger in his heart. No matter what the Grand Pure Saint's reason was, if he dared to blast the Tai Ching divine lightning towards the celestial court, then he must pay the price. Because what was trampled on was not only Feng Zichen's dignity, but also the dignity of the entire celestial court. There was no dignity. How could the celestial court command the eldritch world? If Feng Zichen retreated at this moment, then the celestial court would have to bow down to the saints from now on. Absolutely not. The celestial court was the orthodox of the eldritch world, and also the most powerful force in the eldritch world. Kill. Divine steel of martial arts, suppress it for me. Furious, Feng Zichen activated the Mao Buzhou mark in his body. Combining the power of martial arts, it transformed into a gigantic steel that crashed towards the Tai Ching divine lightning. Martial arts supreme skill, divine steel of martial arts. In an instant, the image of an ancient steel appeared from the void, exuding an enormous aura that could suppress all things, holding the Tai Ching divine lightning in place. The true meaning of martial arts in the divine steel of martial arts came from Mount Buzhou. If the Tai Ching divine lightning was in its peak state, it might be able to resist a little. However, crossing the endless chaos had already consumed too much of the Tai Ching divine lightning's power. As such, the current Tai Ching divine lightning was no match for the divine steel of martial arts. Boom. The divine steel of martial arts shook, and the image of Mount Buzhou appeared vaguely, exuding a monstrous aura that suppressed the surrounding space. One could see that the Tai Ching divine lightning was unable to resist this power as it kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lightning pearl and fell into the celestial court. Boom. After that attack, the remaining power of the divine steel of martial arts did not dissipate. It broke through the endless void and charged towards the chaos beyond the heavens. Taoist Tai Ching, when you return from the chaos beyond the heavens, we will settle this karma. The North Star Emperor put away the lightning pearl formed by the Tai Ching divine lightning and snorted coldly. He did not charge towards the chaos beyond the heavens. At this critical moment for the human race, it was not appropriate for him to leave the eldritch world. Otherwise, he would not let today's matter go so easily. However, the Grand Pure One's attack this time had formed a huge karma with the celestial court. Whether it was the four heavenly deities or Hao Yin, they would have to fight with him in the future to settle this karma. The two of them were not fighting to determine the victor, but to express their attitude. Therefore, after that attack, the two of them stopped. This farce ended, and the eldritch world returned to peace. However, the eldritch world was calm, but the chaos beyond the heavens stirred again. With a boom, the chaos shattered, and a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared and blasted towards the Grand Pure One. How dare you! With a roar, the Grand Pure One waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and brushed it towards the divine steel of martial arts. Immediately, endless Grand Pure immortal light erupted, drowning and devouring the divine steel of martial arts. Old Grand Pure One, how dare you bully me like this? The moment the divine steel of martial arts shattered, Feng Zichen casually threw out 1,000 elephant divine lightning at the defenseless Grand Pure One. At the same time, his body swayed and a huge Panga Dao body appeared, charging towards the Grand Pure One. As one of the four heavenly deities, how could Feng Zichen, the great emperor of Ziwei, not react when he saw the Grand Pure One attack the celestial court? Rumble. Panga's Dao body appeared. It was hundreds of millions of feet tall and was accompanied by boundless Dao runes. With every move he made, an unparalleled power erupted, shattering the surrounding primal chaos. This was called the extreme of strength. What? How can your physical body be so strong? I'm afraid even if Di Jiang comes back to life, he won't be so powerful. The appearance of Panga's Dao body, Feng Zichen version, for the first time brought a huge impact to the Grand Pure One. The vast and violent aura made his eyelids twitch, and he felt a sense of oppression. Oh no. This beast is too powerful. I can't fight it. The moment Feng Zichen pounced, the Grand Pure One did not hesitate to activate the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Taiji painting, and evolved the Yin and Yang Qi to protect himself. Feng Zichen was unfazed by this and continued to throw a punch. He wanted to use the power of the Taiji painting to verify the power of his physical body. After the baptism of the Great Tao, his physical body had undergone a shocking transformation. His strength had reached an unbelievable level. Strong, unimaginably strong. Although his Dharma powers and soul were also very strong, they were much weaker in front of his physical body. It could be said that Feng Zichen's physical body was his strongest technique at the moment. He could shatter the Tao with his bare hands. The power of a single attack could shatter the world. Boom. When Feng Zichen punched out, even the powerful Tai Chi diagram could not help but creak under the pressure. Then the yin and yang chi that it had evolved shattered, revealing the Grand Pure One inside. Oh no! In his field of vision, a fist kept enlarging. The Grand Pure One did not have time to be shocked. He hurriedly took out the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Merit Pagoda and placed it above his head. Wisps of Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Chi hung down to block Feng Zichen's punch. With a bang, Feng Zichen's punch collided with the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Pagoda. Although it did not break through its defense, it sent him flying. Very good. In the distance, the Grand Pure One stood up in a slightly sorry state. His face was no longer as calm as before. There was only endless anger. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, let the poor Wei experience your supreme method of suppressing the primordial world. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Pure One had the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Pagoda above his head. He held the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Taiji painting, and charged towards Feng Zichen with a murderous expression. All right. I've long wanted to experience the methods of the leader of the saints. With a thought, Feng Zichen faced him with his bare hands. He could not use the Hongmeng Daozhong. The Zhouxing painting was no match for the Taiji painting. Since that was the case, he would use his physical body to resist the Taiji painting. Anyway, with the strength of his physical body, it was no weaker than a middle-grade Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Boom. As soon as they fought, the disadvantage of Feng Zichen's insufficient realm was highlighted. He was almost suppressed by the Grand Pure One. However, the Grand Pure One could not hurt him. Chapter 666. Feng Zichen's physical body was too strong. No matter what mysterious techniques the Grand Pure One used or what shocking mystical abilities he had. However, when it landed on Feng Zichen's body, it did not even cause a ripple. It had no effect at all. That was to say, the Tai Chi diagram as the ultimate treasure of creation, was so powerful that it could block Feng Zichen's increasingly crazy attacks and even cause him harm. However, how astonishing was the recovery ability of Pangu's Tao body. Feng Zichen had just been injured by the Taiji painting, but in the blink of an eye, his injuries would recover at an extremely fast speed as the qi and blood in his body flowed crazily. It was because of the amazing recovery ability of Pangu's Tao body that Feng Zichen could fight with the Grand Pure One, who was at the sixth heaven of primordial chaos, with the power of the third heaven of primordial chaos. In fact, he slowly reversed the situation. After realizing that the Taiji painting could not cause fatal damage to him, Feng Zichen gave up on defense and launched the most ferocious attack on the Grand Pure One. Could be said that every move was a life-and-death attack. Under such a desperate attack, Feng Zichen gradually turned the situation around. From being suppressed by the Grand Pure One previously, he was completely suppressing the Grand Pure One. Boom. 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 After fighting with the Chaos Fiend God for countless years in the spiritual world, Feng Zichen's mystical abilities had long been polished to an extremely high realm. It could be said that it had gone deep into his bones and turned his mystical abilities into instincts. Every punch, every kick, even a strand of hair and a gaze were all incomparably powerful mystical abilities. With a thought, it was an explosion of energy waves that could destroy the world. Under Feng Zichen's attack, the chaos outside the sky boiled as if it could not withstand the power and was about to collapse. Even someone as strong as the Grand Pure One, who was known as the number one saint, was forced to retreat. Even the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Pagoda, which was known to have the best defense in the postnatal realm, was dimmed. Clearly it had been severely injured. At that moment, the Grand Pure One looked like a lone boat in the storm under Feng Zichen's attack. He was in danger of capsizing at any time. But in reality that was not the case. Although Feng Zichen had suppressed the Grand Pure One the entire time and seemed to have the upper hand, he knew his own situation very well. This situation could not be maintained for long. Completely abandoning defense and turning it into the strongest offensive, this move of his had, of course, temporarily gained the upper hand. However, doing so would consume a lot of energy and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Furthermore, as a heaven-opening cardinal treasure, the Tai Chi diagram was far more mysterious than other Khanate cardinal treasures. Even among chaos spiritual treasures, it was one of the best. Not to mention anything else, just the 10% merit of creation in the heaven-splitting treasure was enough to make them stand at the top of all the treasures in the untainted land. What kind of concept was 10% of the merit of creation? The three pure ones became the saints of heaven because they each had 10% of the merit of creation. Each of the three heaven-opening cardinal treasures had 10% of the merit of creation. That was their invincible foundation in the primordial world. Facing such a powerful treasure, no matter how strong Feng Zichen's body was, it was only comparable to a middle-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. How long could he last under the attack of the Tai Chi diagram? It could be said that the current situation where Feng Zichen had the upper hand was just an illusion that he had risked his life to maintain. Once his strength was exhausted or his body reached its limit and he could not continue to resist the Tai Chi diagram, that would be the beginning of his defeat. Feng Zichen knew that, and so did the Grand Pure One. Therefore, in the face of Feng Zichen's crazy attacks, the Grand Pure One did not choose to resist them head-on. Instead, he chose to defend. With his realm that surpassed Feng Zichen's third firmament, it was enough for him to calmly block Feng Zichen's attacks. He was not very calm either. At the very least, he looked quite pathetic, but he did not suffer any injuries. Defense was the best way to deal with Feng Zichen at this moment. If he used the Tai Chi diagram to exhaust his Qi and blood, wouldn't he be at his mercy when his Qi and blood were exhausted? However, how could Feng Zichen let the Grand Pure One have his way? After fighting for so long, Feng Zichen was certain that unless he revealed his strength at the fifth firmament of primordial chaos, he would definitely not be a match for the Grand Pure One. However, it was not a life-and-death battle now. It was just a battle of emotions. It was not worth him revealing his trump card in advance. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen decided to call a truce. He was not playing anymore. The moment he thought of it, Feng Zichen retreated and distanced himself from the Grand Pure One. Is this the strength of the leader of the saints? I finally experienced it today. It's a little disappointing. After dispersing Pangu's Dao body, Feng Zichen said to the Grand Pure One in an extremely disappointed tone. That expression, that posture, it was as if the words, "That's all there is to it," were plastered on his face. Hearing that even with the Grand Pure One's mental state, he could not help but be furious. What did he mean by SOSO? He was clearly not his match, but he still acted as if he had taken advantage of him. That attitude was really infuriating. If you're really strong enough, why don't you continue fighting? Didn't you see that the situation was not good and retreat in time? If they continued fighting, the Grand Pure One was definitely confident that he could suppress Feng Zichen. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, Feng Zichen retreated. That made the Grand Pure One very angry. Moreover, Feng Zichen had grasped the timing of his retreat very well. It happened to be the moment when he was exhausted and the Grand Pure One was about to counterattack. He was filled with anger and was about to counterattack so that he could vent his anger. However, at that moment the other party retreated. He retreated. Faced with such a situation, the Grand Pure One felt that there was nowhere to vent his anger. He could not help but feel aggrieved. Especially, once Feng Zichen left, to create a false impression for others. When the Grand Pure One faced Great Emperor Ziwei, he could not resist at all. He could only be beaten passively. Thinking of that, the Grand Pure One felt even more aggrieved. The Grand Pure One was furious. It had been a long time since he had the intention to kill Feng Zichen. You can fight whenever you want and stop whenever you want. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Fellow Taoist Ziwei, the poor Wei has yet to enjoy the battle just now. Why don't we have another battle? Although he said that, the Grand Pure One did not give Feng Zichen any room to refuse. As he spoke, he had already raised the Taiji painting and attacked Feng Zichen. Rumble. The Grand Pure One attacked with hatred and almost used all his strength. In his hands, the power of the Taiji painting was completely restored. The yin and yang qi was vast and mighty, splitting heaven and earth and creating the two elements. Then a resplendent golden bridge appeared. It was incomparably huge, like the Tao mark in the middle of the Taiji painting. It spanned across heaven and earth, separating the two elements, drawing yin and yang and fixing the earth, fire, water and wind. In an instant, a power that could suppress heaven and earth spread out from the golden bridge. Immediately, Feng Zichen felt that the space around him had solidified, and a boundless pressure was generated, trying to crush him. The Taiji painting was used by Pangu to suppress the riot in the primordial world when he was opening the sky. Thinking about it, the Taiji painting at its peak could even suppress the primordial world, let alone Feng Zichen. However, the same Dharma treasure in the hands of different people would have different power. In Pangu's hands, the Taiji painting could suppress the primordial world. However, in the hands of the Grand Pure One, the Taiji painting did not have such power. Although it was still very strong, it was not invincible. Zhouxing painting rise. With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the Zhouxing painting and developed a resplendent galaxy to resist the pressure brought by the Taiji painting. Compared to before, the power of the Zhouxing painting was even stronger. It was vaguely showing signs of breaking through to a superior-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Destruction and establishment were not only useful to cultivators, but also to Dharma treasures. During the battle with the fiend ancestor Rahu, the Zhouxing painting was severely injured. After the battle ended, Feng Zichen placed it in the core of the boundless starry sky and used the power of the stars to repair its injuries. This recovery would take several million years. When Feng Zichen took it out of the core of the boundless starry sky, not only did the Zhouxing painting recover completely, but its power also increased greatly. It was only a step away from forming the 48th Khanate divine restriction and becoming a superior-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Rumble. The golden bridge shook. A destructive power erupted, and the Khanate Tai Chi wantonly surged into the starry sky above Feng Zichen's head. Immediately, the stars exploded one after another and the galaxy withered. The vast starry sky was on the verge of collapse. The Zhouxing painting was no match for the power of the Taiji painting. Not to mention that the Zhouxing painting was not a superior-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Even if it was, it would not be a match for the Taiji painting. After all, although the Taiji painting was called a Khanate cardinal treasure, its power far exceeded this level. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky above Feng Zichen's head shattered and turned into the Zhouxing painting again, flying back into his hand. Without the obstruction of the starry sky, the power of the Taiji painting directly affected Feng Zichen's body. The terrifying pressure was about to crush him. However, Feng Zichen did not care about that. He did not unleash his true strength, nor did he use the Hongmeng Daozhong. He treated it as if it did not exist. That was because he was not fighting alone. He had an ally. Seeing that the golden bridge formed by the Taiji painting was about to press down on Feng Zichen's body, a huge cauldron with 4 feet and 2 handles suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. The aura that could suppress the universe erupted and resisted the golden bridge. The supreme-grade Khanate cardinal treasure, the cosmic cauldron. Nuwa had finally attacked. Eldest senior brother, please stop. A faint voice sounded. Nuwa leaped in front of the Grand Pure One and interrupted his next actions. Junior sister Nuwa, do you want to be enemies with the poor Wei too? Seeing Nuwa stop him, the Grand Pure One's expression turned cold as he asked in a low voice. As he spoke, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grandmaster of Heaven also moved. With a flash, they arrived behind the Grand Pure One and faced Nuwa together. The 3 Pure Ones were indeed the 3 Pure Ones. Even though they did not attack, just standing together gave people endless pressure. The chaos was destroyed silently. In the blink of an eye, thousands of kilometers of chaos turned into nothingness. Everything showed the power of the 3 Pure Ones. It's not that the poor Wei wants to be enemies with senior brother, but the heavenly Tao doesn't allow it. Not to mention that the Chaos Fiend Celestial is eyeing the primordial world covetously and can invade at any time. Let's talk about the two of you. One is the Heavenly Tao Saint, and the other is the Paragon of Heaven and Earth. What would happen if you fought with your life and death here because of a momentary dispute? Nuwa shook her head and said in a low voice. However, her words were clearly not convincing. The Grand Pure One only sneered at that. He continued to activate the Taiji painting and charged towards Feng Zichen. Amir knew, how could she shake his decision? Although she had expected it, the Grand Pure One really did not give her face. Nuwa was still so angry that her face turned pale. She immediately raised the cauldron of heaven and earth and collided with the Taiji painting. However, the moment she attacked, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grandmaster of Heaven also attacked. Pangu's banner and the immortal vanquishing array appeared at the same time. They tore through the chaos and collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth, sending it flying far away. Being surrounded by the two of them, Nuwa was shocked and furious. She did not waste any time and directly revealed the Dharma idol of the human-headed snake god and charged towards the two of them. With Nuwa's strength, she was no match for one of them, let alone two of them. However, the two of them did not dare to attack her. In order to make up for the lack of heaven, Nuwa had destroyed her Tao body, causing her strength to regress. In order to compensate her, the Heavenly Tao used the Qi of heaven and earth to reconstruct her Tao body. Although the body of heaven and earth merit was not as powerful as her previous Tao body, it was clearly more mysterious. At the very least, no one dared to hurt her. If anyone dared to damage the Tao body refined by the heaven and earth merit, they would definitely attract negative karma. Although the saints were not afraid of negative karma, their disciples were. If the negative karma could not hurt the saints, it would descend on their disciples. It could be said that if the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grandmaster of Heaven dared to attack Nuwa, they would not only lose their mystical abilities, but also the future of their disciples. Was it worth it to use the future of their disciples in exchange for Nuwa's injury? It was definitely not worth it. Nuwa was immortal and indestructible. If she was injured, it would be a loss of face. However, if the future of their disciples was gone, it would really be gone. The Grandmaster of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were both smart people. Naturally, they knew how to choose. Therefore, after seeing Nuwa rush over, the two of them did not dare to make a move. They only used their methods to trap Nuwa so that she could not save Feng Zichen. Senior brothers, do you really want to make things difficult for the poor Wei? Trapped by the two of them, Nuwa said unhappily. Junior sister Nuwa, it's not that the poor Wei wants to be your enemy. It's that you're determined to be my enemy and the entire celestial sect of wonders. Your disciple, the Zichen clan, has created their own martial arts and shaken the foundation of our celestial sect of wonders. Instead of cleaning up the sect, you're protecting his good friend. What are your intentions? Do you still have the celestial sect of wonders in your eyes? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning smiled coldly. Not only did he not take Nuwa's threat seriously, but he also questioned her. Feng Zichen was from the human race. He was a disciple that the Nuwa had personally admitted. Moreover, he had the capital to show off to everyone back then. Now, he had created his own martial arts and shaken the foundation of the celestial sect of wonders. He had become the greatest sinner of the immortal Tao. As his backer, it was natural for Nuwa to be angered by the people of the celestial sect of wonders. The martial arts created by Brother Gaochen can pose a threat to the immortal Tao. Doesn't that prove his excellence? The disciple is more outstanding than the teacher. Doesn't that mean that the Empress has taught well? Since that's the case, why is the Empress Nuwa angry? Could it be that I have to be like you, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? All of your disciples are useless. After tens of millions of years, none of them have succeeded in proving their Tao. Is that how you're considered outstanding? Before Nuwa could reply, Feng Zichen, who was fighting the Grand Pure One, took the time to mock the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. His disciple's cultivation was not good enough. That was the pain in the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's heart. That was because his disciple could not prove his Tao. It was not that he was not outstanding enough, but that he had implicated him. Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had always felt guilty towards his disciple. It was precisely because of that he had become abnormally protective. He wanted to use such a method to compensate his disciple. But now, Feng Zichen used that to mock him. How could the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning tolerate that? He exploded on the spot. Bastard, you're courting death. Grabbing the Pengu banner, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning slashed fiercely at Feng Zichen. Rumble. Streaks of chaotic sword chi burst out, carrying traces of the Heavenly God's murderous aura. They shattered the chaos and emitted a mighty force that could split the world. Back then, when the Pengu axe shattered, Pengu used the Pengu banner to shatter the chaos and continue to split the world. Although the three heaven-splitting treasures were all the strongest Dharma treasures of the primordial world, their focus was different. The Taiji painting was a suppression treasure, the Pengu axe was a killing treasure, and the Chaos Bell combined the advantages of the two. It could attack and withdraw. For this reason, among the three heaven-splitting treasures, the Pengu banner had the strongest killing power. It could even be said that in the primordial world, the Pengu banner was the number one killing treasure. In front of him was the Taiji painting and behind him was the Pengu banner. Facing the number one suppression treasure and the number one killing treasure of the primordial world at the same time, no matter how confident Feng Zichen was, he did not dare to say that he could block the attacks of the two. But he still did not panic. Because he still had a trump card. Seeing the Taiji painting and the Pengu banner charging over, Feng Zichen actually put away the Zhouxing painting, as if he had given up resisting. Just when everyone was puzzled, Feng Zichen shouted calmly, "Don't worry. Tao Ancestor, are you still not going to make a move?" As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell silent in an instant. Then a sigh was heard. Then an unparalleled force erupted and brushed past everyone's bodies. Next, the world spun. When Feng Zichen came back to his senses, he found that he was no longer in the chaos outside the heavens, but in the purple cloud palace. Turning his head to look, he saw that the 6 sages had all appeared here. Obviously, the Tao ancestor had used a supreme method to teleport them from the chaos outside the heavens to this place. Hiss. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Too powerful. The Tao ancestor had probably reached the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. Otherwise he would not have captured them so easily. One had to know that. When the Tao ancestor made a move, they did not even notice it, let alone resist. If the difference in strength was not too great, such a situation would not have happened. Chapter 667. However, it was not like Feng Zichen had never seen a perfected primordial chaos existence. Back then, demon ancestor Luo Ho was at this realm. However, he definitely could not reach this level. If not, how could they have defeated demon ancestor Luo Ho back then? Since that was the case, then Tao ancestor Hongjuan's realm was self-evident. He must have surpassed the primordial chaos realm and reached the level of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. It was just that he did not know which level he had reached. However, even if it was the lowest level, the power it possessed was far from what the current Feng Zichen could contend with. Just now, he had been captured by Tao ancestor Hongjun without any resistance. This was enough to prove this point. While feeling shocked, Feng Zichen could not help but look around to observe the performance of the other saints. However, what he saw in front of him were calm faces. However, the unconcealable shock in their eyes showed that they were not as calm as they appeared. Obviously. The strength displayed by Tao ancestor Hongjun had deeply shocked them. That was also true. After cultivating hard for countless years, they had finally reached the realm of saints. Moreover, they had achieved good results on this path. They had thought that they could reach the realm of Tao ancestor. But all of a sudden, he realized that the gap between them seemed to have become even bigger. Such an outcome was indeed a huge blow to the proud and arrogant saints. However, compared to the saints, Feng Zichen was much calmer. Because he had cultivated to the primordial chaos realm in a short period of time, he had developed the confidence of being invincible. Although Tao ancestor Hongjuan's realm was high, it was not unattainable. As long as he was given time, he would surpass him sooner or later. Feng Zichen was very confident about this. Once upon a time, saints were high and mighty figures in his eyes. But now, he had grown to the point where he was comparable to saints. Even among saints, there were only 1 or 2 people who were stronger than him. To be able to surpass saints. Naturally, he could surpass Tao ancestor Hongjun. Feng Zichen was no longer the human youth who struggled to survive in the past. He was now a well-deserved big shot in the untainted land. His every word and action could influence the general trend of the land and decide the rise and fall of countless races. It stood at the peak of the world. Ziwei greets Tao ancestor. Niua Taiching, greet master. Jane Xuandi greets teacher. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, everyone stepped forward and bowed to Tao ancestor Hongjun. After that, everyone stood there with their heads lowered, waiting for Tao ancestor Hongjun's reprimand. As for what happened before, since Tao ancestor Hongjun had intervened, it was naturally over. That's right, Tao ancestor Hongjun was Feng Zichen's greatest trump card. Despite knowing that the 3 Pure Ones were present, he still dared to provoke the Grand Pure One. The reason was that Feng Zichen knew that Tao ancestor Hongjun would not sit back and watch him get into trouble. To be more precise, the heavenly axiom would not allow anything to happen to him. In the boundless starry sky. It was Feng Zichen's greatest protection. The heavenly axiom needed Feng Zichen to repair the boundless starry sky and even strengthen the origin of the boundless starry sky to promote the advancement of the primordial world. For this, as long as Feng Zichen could not destroy the world, the heavenly axiom would always protect him. And this protection time would be as long as the lifespan of the world. He would truly be with the world. Could be said that, as long as the world still needed the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen would not really encounter any fatal danger. Even if he was besieged by the saints, he would still be able to turn the situation into a blessing. At most, he would be sealed in the boundless starry sky and could not come out. In a sense, Feng Zichen could be considered a different kind of saint. Under the protection of the heavenly axiom, he could already be like a saint and achieve immortality in the true sense of the primordial world. What he lacked was to mobilize the authority of the heavenly axiom. However, as the supreme being of heaven and earth, how could Feng Zichen lack the authority of the heavenly axiom? Even if he was not as good as a saint, it would not be that bad. Therefore, the saint did not have much of an advantage in front of him. That was not right either. At the very least, the vast sea of knowledge that the saint had accumulated over the countless years was what Feng Zichen lacked. Sigh. You are also existences that have achieved the Tao. It's not appropriate to reprimand you like before. Therefore, the poor way will not say much today to avoid annoying people. However, I have something to remind you. I hope you will keep it in your hearts. In the future, when you attack, can you first consider whether the primordial world and the endless living beings can withstand your torment? Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's words were not heavy, but in everyone's ears, they were like a thunderclap. They were so frightened that they hurriedly stood up and said that they did not dare. All right. They are all figures like Saint Tao Masters. How can they lose their composure in front of the poor way? Get up. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind. Immediately, everyone felt a supreme force, causing them to be unable to bow. They could not help but be incomparably shocked. Thank you, Master, Teacher. Once again feeling the power of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, everyone did not dare to be rash. They hurriedly returned to their original positions and waited for the Tao Ancestor's instructions. All right. It's been hard on you all these years. Since all of you are here and the poor way has recently made a breakthrough in her cultivation, I'll tell you about the path after primordial chaos. Perhaps it was because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, or perhaps it was because everyone had worked hard to guard the chaos outside the sky for so many years. In short, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun was very happy and had the idea of preaching to everyone. Thank you, Master, Teacher. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. What kind of realm was Tao Ancestor Hong Jun? He had already surpassed primordial chaos and reached the level of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. For such an expert to preach to them and elaborate on the cultivation path of the primordial chaos realm, it could be said to be a shocking opportunity. If they could comprehend something from it, it would save them a lot of detours and a lot of time. In that case, how could everyone not be happy? Perhaps the opportunity to advance further should be here. Not to mention how the Tao Ancestor preached in the Purple Cloud Palace. After Feng Zichen passed down the martial path, chaos gradually appeared in the primordial world. And this was inseparable from martial arts. What was martial arts? Some people said that it was to stop the spear for martial arts, some people said that it was to use the spear for martial arts. However, whether it was to stop the spear or to use the spear, they both had the meaning of fighting. Martial meant fighting. And with fighting there would be chaos. Therefore, due to the gradual rise of martial arts experts often broke out into great battles. Moreover, there were many troubles caused by martial arts battles in various places, causing chaos in the primordial world to gradually appear. Logically speaking, even if martial artists liked to fight, the human emperor ruled the primordial world and ordered all races. He should be able to control the situation. Moreover, no matter how bad he was, he should have the ability to suppress the chaotic situation within a certain range and not affect the entire primordial world. However, right under the nose of the human emperor, the chaos in the primordial world quickly spread to the entire primordial world with an irresistible force. As a result, the human emperor completely lost the ability to control the situation. By the time he came back to his senses and comforted the good people, the situation in the entire primordial world had already become a mess. The various races attacked each other and the war was endless. Many races took advantage of the chaos in the primordial world to target the heavenly cycle temple, causing the war to further worsen. There were also many powerful beasts that were unknown, extinct, or only existed in legends. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere and scattered all over the primordial world, causing chaos one after another. These chaos broke out almost at the same time. It was precisely because of this that the peace that had lasted for millions of years in the primordial world was suddenly broken and it fell into chaos again. And these things happened so together, of course it could not be a coincidence. All of this was secretly pushed by someone. And the origins of the people who were secretly pushing all of this were a little complicated. There were great masters from the celestial sect of wonders, and there were also great masters from ancient races. In short, ever since the human race became the protagonist of the world, there were too many people who were jealous of the human race. There were too many people who wanted to take a share of the human race's destiny. If the human race had been developing steadily, they might not have been able to do anything to the human race. However, after the birth of martial arts, the celestial sect of wonders was furious and wanted to teach the human race a lesson. At the same time, they also used this as an excuse to restrict the development of the human race, lest their strength become too strong and exceed their control. The thoughts of the great masters of the celestial sect of wonders were very simple. If they could not deal with Feng Zichen, could they not deal with the human race? Therefore, a series of conspiracies against the human race soon appeared in the primordial world. And the great masters hiding in the dark saw that the celestial sect of wonders had taken action. They also took action. However, their goal was not to target the human race, but to create chaos so that they could fish in troubled waters. These great masters hiding in the dark knew one thing very well, and that was, with the celestial sect of wonders around, it was very difficult for them to obtain benefits from the human race. Therefore, they simply did not target the human race but focused on creating chaos. When the primordial world was completely chaotic, the human race and the celestial sect of wonders would have no time to take care of themselves. That would be their opportunity. Muddy water. It was easy to fish. Therefore, with this thought, these great masters hiding in the dark secretly unlocked the ancient seal and released the primordial mutants inside. Of course, there were also some great masters who released the exotic beasts that they had raised in the past from the secret realm and let them wreak havoc in the primordial world. This was the origin of the exotic beasts that had wreaked havoc in the primordial world. Countless years had passed since the creation of the world. The wild heaven and earth mutants had long been wiped out. Only a few of them were kept in the hands of those with great magical powers. Now, taking advantage of the chaos in the primordial world, they had released all of them. The impact on the primordial world could be imagined. One had to know. Those that could be called primordial mutants were either extremely powerful or had extremely strange abilities. Otherwise, why would they be called such? It was precisely because of these strange abilities that these exotic beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, the shackles that limited the strength of cultivators had now become the protection of these exotic beasts. If the primordial world did not have the ability to isolate heaven and earth, allowing Daluo Jingxian and above to take action, what was there to be afraid of these exotic beasts that wreaked havoc in the primordial world? No matter how many came, they could be killed with a flick of their fingers. However, it was precisely because of the ability to isolate heaven and earth that all existences above the gold immortal realm could not take action. The primordial exotic beasts might not be strong, but their innate magical abilities were absolutely strange. With only the cultivation of a gold immortal, how difficult would it be to suppress and kill them? If one was not careful, one might even be killed by them instead. Moreover, these exotic beasts were not the most terrifying. They were just scabies. Although they were a little troublesome, they could still be solved with some time. The truly troublesome ones were the heaven and earth mutants that had walked out of the ancient seal. The fact that the ancient seniors had sealed them instead of killing them was enough to show how troublesome they were. If they could kill them, they would have done so long ago. They would not have spent too much effort to seal them and leave behind a huge hidden danger in the future. The reason why they did not kill them was very simple. It was because the seniors could not kill them, so they had no choice but to seal them. When it came to the origin of the heaven and earth mutants, they were also extraordinary existences. At the beginning of the world, when all living things were born, the primordial world was far from as perfect as it was today. There were all kinds of flaws in the operation of the rules of heaven and earth. It was because of the existence of these flaws that those heaven and earth mutants were born. They were formed from the flaws of heaven and earth, therefore their abilities were unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Moreover, because they were related to heaven and earth, they could be said to be immortal and indestructible existences. They had no realm and could not cultivate, but they could obtain power by breaking the rules. The more rules the heaven and earth mutants destroyed, the more terrifying their power would be. The strongest existence among them could even be compared to a quasi-saint. Their existence was the bug of the primordial world. It was simply unsolvable. In the primordial era, these heaven and earth mutants wantonly broke the rules and finally angered the strongest of the primordial world at that time. They were jointly besieged by the innate saints and innate ferocious beasts. In the face of such powerful two sides, the heaven and earth mutants were naturally no match for them and were beaten back. However, they had the ability to be immortal and indestructible. No matter how the innate ferocious beasts and innate saints tried their best, they could not kill them. In desperation, these ancient era experts could only seal them to prevent them from continuing to break the rules of the primordial world. However, they did not expect that after countless years, in order to seek their own interests, some of the ancient era experts secretly opened the seal and released those heaven and earth mutants, taking the initiative to let them wreak havoc in the primordial world. This action was really hateful. After being sealed for countless years, the strength of those heaven and earth mutants could be said to have fallen to the freezing point. From the level of Daluo Jingxian, they had fallen to the level of a gold immortal. However, since they were heaven and earth mutants, their physical bodies were definitely not weak. They could even be said to be extremely strong, not much weaker than the innate ferocious beasts. These heaven and earth mutants had such strong physical bodies. Even if their strength had fallen, they were still not something that those gold immortal cultivators could resist. Chapter 668. Not to mention, the Xenogeneics also had those strange and unpredictable talents and abilities. Therefore, with these mutants around, it was hard for the Eldritch world to not be in chaos. Damned Shen sect. Damned immortal path. At this moment, in the Human Emperor Palace, the current human emperor of the human race, Si Wenming Yu the Great, looked at the void in front of him with an ugly expression, cursing at the Shen sect. This was because his surroundings were covered in divine chains of order. They firmly trapped him within the emperor's palace, causing him to be unable to take a single step out of here. Without a doubt, this was the Shen sect's method. Although the divine chains of order did not have the slightest bit of immortal Tao aura, the heavenly energy on the divine chains exposed their origins. It was this heavenly energy that could trap the human emperor, Si Wenming, who was comparable to a great perfection quasi-saint, in the human emperor palace, unable to move. In the Eldritch world, other than the Shen sect's immortal path, which other force could control such powerful heavenly energy? The answer was none. The end of the immortal path was the heavenly path. The original intent of the immortal path was a description of the heavenly path. With the strength of the human race's fate, only the Shen sect could restrict the human emperor's movements. One had to know that the most terrifying thing about the Shen sect was not their long fate, but the fact that they had the largest number of great mediums in the Eldritch world. It could even be said that the Shen sect alone could represent all the forces in the Eldritch world. In front of this force, the human race, as the main character of the world, could not fight against it. Therefore, once the Shen sect took action, the human race fell into a passive position. Restricting the human emperor's freedom was the first step of the Shen sect against the human race. With the support of the human race's fate, the human emperor could unleash strength comparable to a great perfection quasi-saint in the Eldritch world. A great perfection quasi-saint was the top existence even in the heaven realm and Daluo sky, where experts were everywhere. Needless to say, a great perfection golden immortal was the pinnacle of the Eldritch world. Without a doubt, the human emperor with the strength of a great perfection quasi-saint was an invincible existence in the Eldritch world. Absolutely invincible. As long as the human emperor's presence, any schemes against the human race, no matter how perfect they were, would be useless. That was because, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were unable to withstand a single blow. The strength of the human emperor was enough to sweep away everything in the untainted land. Therefore, the great masters of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, who were well aware of this, used the fortune of the Celestial Sect of Wonders to restrict the freedom of the human emperor as soon as they decided to deal with the human race. This was the only way. Only then could they deal with the humans with ease. Otherwise, they were afraid that as soon as they made a move, the human emperor on the other side would use his absolute power to defeat all their means. Furthermore, after restraining Wan Renhuang, these great mediums from the Celestial Sect of Wonders were worried that it would not be safe. Then, they restrained the 9 supremes of the human race Daluo Jingxian. The 9 Daluo Jingxian were ministers who assisted the human emperor. With the blessing of the luck of the human race, they were qualified to display strength beyond that of a gold immortal in the primitive world. The significance of its existence was similar to that of the 9 great kings of the ancient human tribe. It was a means for the human emperor to rule the untainted land. They were the mainstay of the human race. They were also a means for the human race to maintain stability. Their greatest role was to maintain the stability of the human race when the human emperor was not around. A long time ago, the human race had once imagined what the human race's situation would be like when the human emperor was not around. Therefore, they imitated the ancient 9 kings system and set up 9 leaders for the human race. Their purpose was to deal with today's situation. But who would have thought that? The Celestial Sect of Wonders would not make a move. Once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. After trapping the human emperor, they also made a move to lock up the 9 Daluo Jingxian. It made the human race's preventive measures a complete joke. And this was the main reason for the chaos of the primitive world. With the vastness of the primitive world, without the suppression of a peerless expert, how could a few dozen Tai Jingxian-level existences control the situation? It would be strange if nothing happened. Open for me. In the human emperor palace, Si Wenming was naturally unwilling to be trapped here. He tried his best to activate Xianhua, trying to break through the divine chains of order to regain his freedom. But unfortunately, the foundation of the human race was still a little shallow. How could it be compared to the celestial sect of wonders that controlled the primitive world? Therefore, no matter how hard he tried, other than expanding his range of activities, there was no other effect. In the heavenly court, the North Star Emperor naturally noticed the abnormality of the human race at the first moment, but he did not make a move. Because, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly frowned. He sensed that outside the heavenly realm, there were hundreds of extremely powerful auras that firmly locked onto him. Without a doubt, as long as he dared to help the human race, what greeted him would be the joint attack of hundreds of great mediums. If it was a one-on-one battle, no matter how many great mediums came, the North Star Emperor would not be afraid. He could suppress them with a flip of his hand. But one against hundreds? Then he would have to think twice. Perhaps he would not be able to win. Moreover, even if his skills were better and he was lucky enough to win, the price he would have to pay would be unimaginable. Therefore, the North Star Emperor hesitated for a moment and slowly put down his right hand that he had stretched out. He could not make a move. Of course, if he could not make a move, then the hundreds of great mediums outside who were monitoring him could not make a move either. According to this calculation, if he were to drag out 100, he would not be at a disadvantage. It could even be said that he had made a profit. Good fellow. Hundreds of great mediums. The celestial sect of wonders is really willing to spend money. Sighing secretly, the North Star Emperor shook his head and said, he really did not expect the celestial sect of wonders to mobilize such a large force to deal with him. This really made people feel overwhelmed by favor from their superiors. In order to deal with me, fellow Taoists, you have really put in a lot of effort. It must not have been easy to gather so many fellow Taoists. The North Star Emperor calmed his mind and said in a clear voice. In his perception, the origins of the great divine masters who surrounded him outside were extremely complicated. Not only were there people from the celestial sect of wonders, but there were also many unfamiliar auras. The ancient Taoist charm that was inadvertently revealed made one's heart palpitate. Strong. Absolutely ridiculously strong. The strength of the experts who came from the ancient era was definitely stronger than that of the great mediums from the celestial sect of wonders. This did not mean that the great mediums of the celestial sect of wonders were not as talented as them, but that their experiences were different. In the ancient era, Daluo Jingxian should have been the end of the great Tao, the end of the cultivators. However, there were always some amazing existences who were unwilling to accept this. With their great wisdom and courage, they opened up another major realm after the golden immortal of the great firmament. That was a brand new realm, similar to the quasi-saint realm but completely different. However, there was no doubt that it was a power that surpassed Daluo Jingxian. At that time there was no such thing as a quasi-saint. Therefore they were respectfully called Supremes by the innate saints at that time. Supremes Daluo? The Supremes of Daluo Jingxian, and also the Supremes of the primordial world. Tao ancestor Hongjun was once such a figure, demon ancestor Luoho was also once such a figure, ancestral dragon Phoenix ancestor, and the other innate sacred beasts of the five elements, and even Wangshu were also once such figures. They were all the Supremes of the ancient era. Even if such an existence did not achieve the Tao, with their courage to open their own Tao, it was enough for them to have the strength comparable to primordial Daluo Jingxian in advance. Unlike primordial Daluo Jingxian but better than primordial Daluo Jingxian, they were existences like them. After all, their foundation was too deep. This kind of existence, if they did not achieve the Tao, they would be fine. Once they achieved the Tao, they could be said to have soared into the sky. They could not be described as simply at the early stage of primordial chaos. Of course, it was precisely because their foundation was too deep that their path to achieving the Tao became extremely difficult. On this point, one could refer to the demon ancestor, Tao ancestor, and the five elements sacred beast. Their path to achieving the Tao was not simple. That had triggered a battle that had almost destroyed the primordial world. Such a difficult path to achieving the Tao was absolutely difficult to achieve with ordinary methods. For this reason they would have an idea, they would attack the destiny of the human race. The destiny of the human race was really too much. It occupied half of the entire primordial world. If they could get a little bit of it, then their path to achieving the Tao would be much easier. It was with this idea that these ancient supremes, who had entered a state of seclusion since the end of the ancient era, finally could not suppress the thoughts in their hearts. They appeared in the primordial world after a long time and caused this turmoil. compared to achieving the Tao, so what if he had to sacrifice a little? As for the threat of the heaven and earth mutants, they had never taken it seriously. In the ancient era when they were still weak they could seal it. Not to mention they were now much more powerful than they were back then. A mere heaven and earth mutant could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. The North Star Emperor understood the thoughts of the supreme beings of the ancient past. After all, after the human race became the protagonist of the world, it had attracted the attention of many people. Greedy gazes. The current human race was like a huge piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. If they wanted to solve this problem, it was simple. That was to fight. Beat them ruthlessly. Only by beating those who dared to reach out their hands until they hurt and beat them ruthlessly, they would remember this lesson. Only then did they know that the human race was not to be trifled with. As for whether the human race could do this, Gauchen thought that it was still possible. Although the human race was in a mess now, that was because the human race had not reacted yet. When the human race came back to their senses and organized their strength, they could counterattack at any time and easily extinguish the chaos in the primordial world. The human race had dominated the primordial world for millions of years. The foundation that they had accumulated was not a joke. Even if it could not be compared to the shaman and demon race, it was far from what the current primordial world races could compare to. If a mere heaven and earth mutant wanted to defeat the human race, they would be underestimating the human race too much. If the human race was really so weak, it would be impossible for them to escape from the seal of the demon race. And the key to turning the situation around was the human emperor, Si Wenming. If he could appear in time, the situation of the human race would quickly stabilize, and they would be able to condense enough strength to suppress the chaos in various places. Perhaps this was the test of the world for Si Wenming. After passing, he would be the 9th great emperor of the human race. If he could not pass, then he could only be the king of the human race. The reason why Gauchen did not save Si Wenming was because of this consideration. As the human emperor, if he could not even solve such a small problem, what qualifications did he have to become the great emperor of the human race? Therefore, Emperor Gauchen made up his mind to completely let go of this matter and leave it all to Si Wenming to handle. He believed that Si Wenming could solve these matters, and he also believed that the human race had the ability to overcome these difficulties. Otherwise, the human race would be too lousy. If a mere disaster could make the human race unable to take care of themselves, then it would be better not to be the main character of this world. It would also save him from embarrassing himself there. After making up his mind, Gauchen seemed to have put down some burden and suddenly relaxed. He was also in the mood to communicate with those powerful beings in the dark. Fellow Taoists reply. Divine senses spread out from Gauchen's body and echoed between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, even though he released his divine senses so frequently, no one paid attention to him. Everyone's attention was now on the primordial land. They wished that they could directly divide the destiny of the human race. How could they have the time to pay attention to Gauchen? Moreover, Gauchen's mouth was so vicious. If they easily talked to him, they might be ridiculed by him. Therefore, everyone pretended to be deaf and mute, pretending that they did not hear Gauchen's words. At this moment, his gaze turned back to the human race. In the human emperor palace, Si Wenming, who had used all his methods but still could not break the divine chains of order, could not help but reveal a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The human race must not be in chaos. Therefore, he had to go out. Even if he had to pay a price, he had to rush out. With this realization in his heart, Si Wenming did not hesitate to burn his origin to obtain a huge amount of power. Break for me! Unparalleled power surged out from Si Wenming's body. However, his target was not the divine chains of order in front of him, but the soul in his body. Boom! With a deafening boom, Si Wenming's body was blasted apart. At the same time, the destiny of the human race was also shaking non-stop. Waves of violent power surged out and entangled with the divine chains of order in the human emperor palace. Under this violent power, the divine chains of order that Si Wenming could not do anything about finally showed signs of collapsing. Bang bang bang! Amidst the shocking explosion, the divine chains of order that trapped Si Wenming broke one after another. However, at that moment, as if sensing the changes in the human emperor's palace, an extremely mysterious power surged out from the void and supported the divine chains of order. Suppress. It was a light word, but it carried an unparalleled power. The instant that voice rang out, the divine sequence chains that were originally in a state of collapse suddenly recovered their original state. Furthermore, they became even more powerful. Whoosh! As the divine chains of order swayed, an unparalleled power surged and suppressed the violent destiny of the human race once again. Si Wenming. He was also trapped again. However, unlike before, Si Wenming, who was suppressed again, had extremely empty eyes without the slightest bit of spirit. Chapter 669. This was the sign of his soul leaving his body. Obviously, Si Wenming had taken advantage of the time when the divine chains of order had collapsed and burned his origin as the price to escape a wisp of his soul. Although the consequence of doing so would greatly damage his cultivation, it was nothing compared to the stability of the human race. If his cultivation was lost, he could still cultivate it back. However, if the human race was finished, then it would really be finished. Outside the human emperor palace. As the void distorted, Si Wenming's blurry figure appeared. Haha. I finally rushed out. Cough, cough, cough. Looking at the human emperor palace behind him, Si Wenming could not help but smile. However, before he could be happy for long, his laughter was replaced by a violent cough. What was even more worrying was that as the cough sounded, Si Wenming's blurry figure became even more blurry. It was faintly discernible and showed signs of disappearing. Obviously, his situation was not good. That was also true. In order to rush out of the human emperor palace, he had paid too great a price. Not to mention that his origin had been burned to ashes, even his physical body had been severely injured. Moreover, when he rushed out of the human emperor palace, his soul had been weakened layer by layer by the divine chains of order and was already extremely weak. If not for the fact that he had been the human emperor for hundreds of thousands of years and had already condensed half of the imperial purple chi in his body, he would have been reduced to ashes by the divine chains of order. At this moment, I'm really too weak. Not to mention ruling the human race, I can't even walk in front of everyone. I'm afraid that before I can see everyone, my soul will not be able to hold on and will collapse on its own. Therefore, the most important thing now is to recover some of my strength and condense a physical body again. This way, I can appear in front of everyone. With a plan in mind, Si Wenming did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the last of his strength and escaped into the imperial ancestral temple near the human emperor palace. He had been careless. If he had known that the celestial sect of wonders would attack him, he would not have stayed in the human emperor palace. Instead, he would have chosen to stay in the imperial ancestral temple of the human race. After all, compared to the human emperor palace, the imperial ancestral temple was the most important place of the human race. Even if the human emperor palace was related to the two galactic cosmic light arrays of the primordial world and the human race, its status was far from being comparable to the imperial ancestral temple. The imperial ancestral temple. That was the place where humans worshipped their ancestors. All the martyrs of the humankind since the birth of the humankind were enshrined in it. This was where the faith of the human race lay, and where their legacies lay. It contained the indestructible spirit of the human race, the spirit of man conquering nature. The fire was extinguished continuously. As long as the human race was not exterminated, then the imperial ancestral temple will exist forever. The great powers from the celestial sect of wonders could seal the human emperor's palace, but they definitely could not seal the human race's ancestral temple. After countless years of worship by the human race, the imperial ancestral temple no longer carried the power of the human race, but also the power of the human race. The spirit of the human race was that man could conquer the heavens. Without a doubt, this was looking down on the heaven Tao. How could man win against the heavens? It was only right that divine abilities were no match for the heavens. Any existence that dared to defy the heavens had completely disappeared from the world. All of this had been proven by history. But even so, the human race still dared to shout the slogan, "Man can conquer the heavens." Of course, this was not because the human race was stubborn, but because the human race had something to rely on. This reliance was the human Tao. As a postnatal race created by Nuwa to make up for the lack of the human Tao, the human race had an advantage that the other races did not, and that was that they were closer to the human Tao. It was precisely because of this advantage that some of the activities of the human race could repeatedly resonate with the human Tao. It was also because of this that the human race could stand out from the encirclement of the connate lifeforms as postnatal lifeforms. It was undeniable that postnatal lifeforms were inferior to connate lifeforms in every aspect. After all, they were favored by the heavens. If the human race did not have any outstanding advantages, how could they defeat the connate lifeforms? Being close to the human Tao. This was the human race's greatest advantage. With the support of the human Tao, the human race obtained unparalleled creativity, and from then on, they stood out from the primordial world and became the main characters of the world. The spirit of the human Tao had long been imprinted in the human race's bones, and was passed down through the bloodline from generation to generation. As such, it was no wonder that the human race would shout the slogan, "Man can conquer the heavens." It was a spirit that was engraved in the bones, an instinct that could not be erased or forgotten. Even the heavens and the earth would be moved by it. The human race was born with the human Tao, and they practiced the spirit of the human Tao in the primordial world, spreading the glory of the human Tao. What could the heavenly Tao do? That was not defying the heavens, it was following the human Tao. The word human Tao had exhausted all things. With the human Tao as their backing, the heavenly Tao could not do anything to the human race. It could only allow that person's spirit to conquer the heavens, to be passed down through the generations of the human race. Think about it, even the heavenly Tao could not do anything to the imperial ancestral temple. What ability did the celestial sect of wonders have to touch the imperial ancestral temple? Not to mention, Nuwa, Feng Zichen, and the statues of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were also enjoying the offerings of the human race in the imperial ancestral temple. It was likely that as soon as the celestial sect of wonders made a move, Nuwa and Feng Zichen would immediately sense it and stop all of this from happening. Therefore, the imperial ancestral temple was the safest place for the human race. If Si Wenming hid in the imperial ancestral temple, then unless Tao ancestor Hong Jun personally took action or the 3 pure ones personally descended, the celestial sect of wonders would not be able to touch him in the slightest. However, the human emperor living in the imperial ancestral temple was just talk. Of course, it was impossible to really do it. In the end, the imperial ancestral temple was also a place to worship the ancestors. It was fine for a short period of time, but if the human emperor lived here all the time, what would it be like? Time was like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The situation in the untainted land had become even worse. However, at this moment, the human emperor Si Wenming finally walked out of the imperial ancestral temple. Sigh. In the end, the time is too short. My strength has only recovered a little, and my physical body has not been able to revert to the body of an innate god fiend. However, time does not wait for me now. I can't care so much. Si Wenming, who walked out of the imperial ancestral temple, looked at his new body and could not help but sigh in disappointment. However, in 1,000 years, even if he did his best, how much cultivation could he recover? Originally, with the support of the human race's destiny, although Si Wenming's cultivation was only half a step away from Daluo Jingxian, his strength was comparable to that of a great perfection sage to be. However, as he forced his way out of the human emperor's palace, his divine soul escaped, but the human race's destiny was still locked in the human emperor's palace. This meant that Si Wenming, who had lost the human race's destiny, had returned to his original state. He was only half a step away from Daluo Jingxian. If that was the case, it was fine. Although a half-step golden immortal was not strong enough, he could be regarded as an overlord in the current untainted land, though he might not be invincible in the present age. However, because of the burning of his origin, Si Wenming's realm fell. He fell from half a step away from Daluo Jingxian to the level of a golden immortal. Moreover, his physical body, which was comparable to an innate god fiend, could not be brought out of the human emperor's palace. The physical body that he had now was just a recondensed one that he had spent 1,000 years to refine. It had just reached the level of an innate life form. Weak to weak. Although the golden immortal realm was the limit of combat strength in the untainted land, innate life forms in the golden immortal realm could be found everywhere in the untainted land. He could not be considered an expert. Si Wenming was the only one who knew the difference between an invincible warrior of the untainted land and an ordinary expert. However, it did not matter if his cultivation level was low or his strength was weak. Si Wenming still had half of the imperial purple chi and the innate treasure, the human emperor's seal. Although these 2 treasures were not enough to let him continue to be invincible in the untainted land, they were enough to ensure his safety and prevent him from being killed. As soon as he came out of the imperial ancestral temple, Si Wenming did not have time to sigh about his luck. He immediately used the human emperor's seal to issue several orders to announce his existence. After the human emperor appeared, the human race's people were relieved. What happened after that was much simpler. Si Wenming did not care about the situation in the untainted land. He immediately gathered all his strength to help the elders and leaders of the human race stabilize the situation of the human race. Only when the human race was stable would they have enough strength to calm the chaos in the untainted land. You're out so soon? You didn't disappoint me. It's just a little tragic. The physical body is broken, the origin is scattered, and the soul is weak. These injuries are more serious than the last. It's not easy to recover. In the heavenly court, after seeing that the situation of the human race was gradually stabilizing, the North Star Emperor already knew that Si Wenming had broken out of the seal. He could not help but smile. However, different from his happy mood, the faces of the Almighties who were hiding in the dark all turned ugly when they heard the news that Si Wenming had broken out of the seal. What a variable. Si Wenming's appearance had brought too much uncertainty to their plans. It would even cause their plans to completely collapse. Therefore, Si Wenming could not be left alive. Moreover, if they could kill the human emperor of the human race, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the morale of the human race. It might even cause the human race to fall apart. With this thought in mind, these great divinities hiding in the dark could not help but have the intention to kill Si Wenming. However, although they had the intention to kill, they did not choose to take action immediately, because they had concerns in their hearts. After all, he was the human emperor. His status was incomparably noble. He had the karmic position of heaven and earth. If they killed him for no reason, they would inevitably attract karmic power. Normally, they might not care about these karmic powers. But now, everyone was on the verge of attaining the Tao. If they rashly attacked and killed the human emperor, they would probably never be able to attain the Tao. For this reason, no one was willing to make a move. It was not impossible to make a move, but who would bear the responsibility? No one could bear the responsibility. No one was willing to give up the opportunity to attain the Tao to kill the human emperor. Therefore, everyone seemed to be very hesitant. However, their hesitation did not last long, because Si Wenming's next action made them make up their minds. They had to get rid of the human emperor. In less than 1,000 years, Si Wenming had stabilized the situation of the human race and integrated a large number of living forces to put into calming the chaos of the primordial world. At this moment, the dignity that the human race had accumulated for millions of years was undoubtedly displayed. As soon as the human race made a move, the 10,000 races that were shouting and killing each other immediately became obedient. Not only did they stop fighting each other, but they also took the initiative to send troops to cooperate with the human race to calm the chaos of the primordial world. With the help of the 10,000 races, the human race's pace of calming the chaos was undoubtedly much faster. Soon, a large number of primordial mutants were either captured or killed. Even the immortal heaven and earth mutants could not stop the human race's footsteps. That's right. The heaven and earth mutants were very strong and brought a lot of trouble to the human race. However, no matter how big the trouble was, it was not difficult for the human race. If one person was not a match for the heaven and earth mutants, then 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Not to mention people. The thing that the human race did not lack the most was people. Quantitative change was enough to trigger qualitative change. Hundreds of golden immortals joined forces to set up a large array. The power that erupted could not kill the heaven and earth mutants, but it could also seal them. Even if it was only a temporary seal, as long as the primordial world was stabilized and Si Wenming's power returned, he would be able to suppress them with a flip of his hand. In this chaos of the primordial world, the human race no longer hid their strength. They swept across the entire primordial world with absolute strength, wanting to calm the chaos in one fell swoop. In fact, there was no need for the human race to hide their strength. They had already been forced to this extent. If the human race still showed that they could not withstand a single blow, it would only encourage the arrogance of the person behind them. At the same time, it would also attract more prying eyes. It was a disaster for a child to cause trouble with gold. The destiny of the human race was gold, and the people hiding in the dark were spying on the existence of gold. If the human race didn't show how strong they were, they would definitely be eaten up by the others, including their skin and bones. Only by showing unparalleled strength could they intimidate the eyes that were secretly spying on the human race. The stronger the human race was, the more those who were spying on the human race had to consider whether it was worth risking their lives for a little destiny. The more people feared, the safer the human race would be. Hiding their strength during the development period was to shock the world. They had already reached the peak. If they continued to hide their strength, they would be inviting trouble. The protagonist of heaven and earth. Who would not spy on them? One had to know. If one pretended to be a pig for too long, one would really become a pig. It was also time for the human race to reveal their claws and fangs. When the human race moved, that tyrannical foundation of his was clearly displayed. The heaven and earth mutants that had previously stirred up the primordial world were quickly suppressed. It did not take long for the chaos that had affected more than half of the primordial world to show signs of being completely calmed. It was precisely when they saw this scene. Only then would the great divines who were hiding in the dark make up their minds. They were in a hurry. If the chaos of the primordial world was quelled by the human race, what else could they play? All their plans could be declared a failure. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also got into trouble and offended the North Star Emperor to death. This deal was undoubtedly a huge loss. P.S. I beg for more monthly votes. In addition, there will be no limit tomorrow. There will definitely be a burst of updates. As for whether there will be a burst of updates in the future, it depends on the results. The better the results, the more updates. If it can be a high-quality product, I can update it every day. I can even get rid of the bad habit of playing games. Chapter 670. Great practitioners were all shrewd people. They would never engage in a losing business. Now they were about to lose money, and they had to pay a price that was enough to hurt them. So, would they allow this to happen? Of course not. In order to target the human race, they had already invested too much. Once they failed, the loss would definitely be unimaginable. In fact, the price they had to pay would exceed the limit they could bear. Therefore, the great divines hiding in the dark would never allow this plan to fail. If the human emperor hindered their plan, then they would make the human emperor disappear. As soon as this thought came to mind, everyone had the intention to kill. Therefore, they tacitly looked around. Of course, it was impossible for one person to do such a big thing as killing the human emperor. The best thing was for everyone to do it together. In this way, even if the karma came with everyone sharing it, their pressure would be reduced a lot. Perhaps, after everyone shared the pressure, the consequences of killing the human emperor would not be a big deal. The consequences of killing the human emperor would be great, but they had the advantage in numbers. Each of them would bear a share of the responsibility. Perhaps this matter would be fooled. After all, if they joined forces, they would be able to control the general trend of heaven and earth. They might be able to erase the impact of killing the human emperor. Thinking of this, the worry in everyone's hearts lessened a lot. Fellow Taoists, we can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, the chaos of the primordial world might be quelled by the human emperor. Therefore, we can't hesitate any longer. The poor Wei knows that you are unwilling to bear the karma of killing the human emperor. This is normal. After all, it is the supreme karma of heaven and earth. It is ominous to kill. But we don't have to kill him. Just like before, we can find an opportunity to continue sealing the human emperor. Of course, we have to pay a price to forcefully seal the human emperor, but if everyone here works together, that price is nothing. Just as everyone was secretly plotting, a sudden voice echoed in everyone's ears, breaking the long silence. Who is it? Everyone could not help but be shocked. They hurriedly released their divine senses to scan the surroundings. However, no matter how they searched every corner of the void, they could not find the source of the sound. Obviously, the person who spoke did not want to reveal his identity. In such a situation, even if the human race was angry, it would not be good for them to find trouble with everyone present. That would be too exaggerated and impossible. However, if the human race was determined to target a few of them, there would be no problem. Who would the human race target then? Without a doubt, the human race would target whoever performed the best in this plan against the human race. The person who spoke dared to collude with everyone to seal the human sovereign. There was no doubt that he was the primary target of the human clan. Once his identity was exposed, no matter who he was, he would be hunted down endlessly by the human clan until he died. This was related to the dignity of the human race. It was useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Therefore, everyone understood that person's unwillingness to reveal his identity. At that moment, he did not investigate the identity of that person. He just nodded secretly to show that he agreed with his suggestion. There was nothing he could do even if he didn't agree, because this was the best choice at the moment. There was no other way. Great. Since everyone agrees with the poor Wei's suggestion, we'll take action together to seal the human sovereign in one breath's time. Seeing that everyone nodded, the person spoke again. At that moment, no one responded. However, their attitude of secretly accumulating power had already revealed everything. Very soon, one breath's time passed and it was time for everyone to take action. Take action. A voice was heard. Almost at the same time, everyone mobilized their magic power and was about to attack the human sovereign. However, just as they took action, an extremely dazzling sword light flew out from the heavenly court. It cut through the layers of void and swept toward them. Quick dodge. It's the North Star Emperor. Knowing who the person was, everyone did not have the heart to fight against him. They did not have the time to deal with the human sovereign. The moment before the sword light exploded, they all rushed out as fast as they could so that they could escape from the range of the sword light. However, Great Emperor Gaoqin's attack was too fast. Before he attacked, there was no sign at all. Therefore, even though the great magicians who were hiding in the dark were extremely fast, there were still some who were unable to escape from the range of the sword light. Rumble, boundless sword light exploded as though it was splitting the heaven and earth apart. It was clear and turbid yin and yang. It stirred up the earth, fire, water, and wind and destroyed the void that everyone was hiding in. A few screams were heard. The few people who fell behind were sucked into the sword light. In an instant, they were torn into pieces by the terrifying sword light together with their physical bodies and primordial spirits. Very soon they disappeared completely. After everything calmed down, a few Khanate spiritual treasures with a few broken Khanate true spirits could be seen rushing out from the void that was destroyed by the sword light. Obviously, they were the great divines who did not manage to escape in time and were severely injured by the sword light of the North Star Emperor. Their physical bodies were shattered, their primordial spirits were shattered, and even their Khanate undying true spirits were broken. Wasn't that a serious injury? It could be seen that the North Star Emperor was ruthless. Swoosh! A few powerful great mediums saw the innate spiritual treasures dashing out and protected them without hesitation. They wanted to prevent the North Star Emperor from continuing to attack and killing them. No matter what, they were in an alliance to fight against the North Star Emperor. If they were to allow the severely injured people to be killed by the North Star Emperor, everyone would be in danger. The alliance that was not considered reliable to begin with would only exist in name. Before the enemy was dealt with, the alliance would only exist in name. Then, when the North Star Emperor came, how were they going to defend against him? Therefore, no matter what, they had to protect the alliance. Even if it was just for show, they had to maintain the stability of the alliance to prevent the North Star Emperor from finding an opportunity to destroy them one by one. Protecting the injured allies was the first step, and it was also a necessary step. Sigh. In the heavenly court, the North Star Emperor who saw the scene couldn't help but sigh. He took back the thought of continuing to attack. Everyone reacted quickly and did not give him a second chance to attack. Otherwise, he might have the chance to kill a few great divines. However, the chances of that happening were not high. Those who could reach this stage would have some trump cards in their hands. How could they die so easily? One had to know that this was the primordial world with an incomparably deep foundation. If it was another world, primordial chaos experts could naturally do it. However, the primordial world could not. There was no other reason. Its foundation was too deep. The primordial world was built on the corpses of a large number of chaos demon gods whose strength far exceeded the primordial chaos realm. This also created the primordial world's incomparably deep origin. For this reason, some special existences could always be born in the primordial world. These things could either save one's life or trick others. But without exception, these special existences were far more mysterious than one could imagine. They might have the ability to fight against primordial chaos experts. In short, with the strength of the primordial world, it was not strange for anything to be born. Therefore, as long as it was not a one-on-one situation. Even if the North Star Emperor was in existence on the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he did not dare to say that he had the confidence to completely kill several great divines. They all hid too well. No matter how narcissistic the North Star Emperor was, he did not dare to guarantee that he was the only actor in the primordial world. Who knew there might be others who acted better than him? If he was accidentally acted by others, it would be awkward. In particular, the North Star Emperor was certain that among the many great divines in the primordial world, there were definitely more than one saint. Perhaps, among the group of great divines in front of him, there might be a saint. Therefore, the North Star Emperor did not dare to go too far. If he accidentally forced the other party into a corner and fought to the death with him, he would be in big trouble. The means of a saint might not be weaker than him. They were figures who had existed since the creation of the world. Who knew how many treasures they had in their hands. Since they had already opened up their identities, they must have prepared a lot of good things for them. It was not impossible for them to temporarily possess the combat strength of a primordial chaos expert. It was because of this that the North Star Emperor decided to focus on stability. In the end, it was still because the human race was too weak. If the human race had 4 or 5 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the North Star Emperor would not care about the identity of a saint. He would have long pushed them over. Fellow Taoists, don't you think it's too much? When the human emperor of our race was sealed, I did not make a move to save him. But now that the human emperor of our race has just broken the seal, you are in a hurry to make a move on him. Your table manners are really unsightly. After putting away the Zichan sword, the North Star Emperor mocked everyone. Your Majesty, you must be joking. The poor Wei and the others have no intention of making a move on the human emperor. They just want to help the human emperor when they see that the primordial world is in chaos. One of them laughed dryly and went forward to explain. Help? I think it's more of a hindrance. It seems that the primordial world is not chaotic enough. Are you planning to add more fuel to the fire? How could the North Star Emperor believe such nonsense? He continued to mock them. It's fine if your Majesty doesn't believe me. The poor Wei and the others just won't make a move. That person saw that the North Star Emperor's words were unpleasant. After laughing a few times, he stopped talking. So, the place fell into silence again. However, under this silence, there was an invisible undercurrent surging crazily. Fellow Taoists, it's already come to this. Do you still have any tricks up your sleeves? Don't hide them anymore. Hurry up and use them. Otherwise, after a period of time, the human race will completely pacify the primordial world. Then all our previous efforts will be in vain. With the North Star Emperor around, it was no longer realistic to make a move on the human emperor. Everyone could not help but feel more anxious. Time waits for no one. To be honest, these powerful existences were also very depressed. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. However, they did not expect it to change so quickly. Previously, they worked together to stop the North Star Emperor from helping the human emperor. But now the situation was completely reversed. It was the North Star Emperor's turn to stop them from making a move on the human emperor. Wasn't this retribution coming a little too quickly? Could this be the effect of the providence of the protagonist of heaven and earth? It made it difficult for the other forces to harm the human race. However, with so many forces working together, their providence should have suppressed the human race. After all, the providence of the human race was only half of the providence of all the races in the primordial world. It was not half of the entire primordial world's providence. With so many forces working together, what they mobilized was the providence of the blessed grotto heavens and the Khanate Tao providence. Whether it was the quality or quantity, it suppressed the human race. Therefore, the providence of the human race should not be so prosperous at this moment. However, although they were confused, their actions were not slow. They all used their trump cards. They had already invested so much in the beginning. Now they could no longer retreat. Anyway, if they retreated this time, they would not be able to obtain the forgiveness of the human race. Then they would go all the way. What if they won? The benefits they would obtain would undoubtedly be shocking. Alright, we have to admit, these great divination masters were gambling. However, wasn't life a huge gamble? If they won the gamble, their future would be bright. If they lost the gamble, there was nothing to lose. Since that was the case, why not block it? There was no way for them to turn back. Rumble. The moment these powerful existences' backup plans were activated, orders were sent out from the various blessed grotto heavens. Immediately, dozens of Khanate races that had submitted to the human race rebelled. In the name of the human race being tyrannical, they led ice to attack the human race. At the same time, hundreds of Khanate races that had long submitted to the powerful existences rushed out from the dojos of those powerful existences and charged towards the human race. For a moment, the human race became the target of everyone in the primordial world. Even the excuse was ready-made. The human race was tyrannical, so much so that they were sinned by the heavens. They sent down the mutants of heaven and earth to cause chaos in the primordial world, disturbing the foundation of the human race's rule. For this, these Khanate races obeyed the mandate of the heavens and mobilized troops. They thought that the heavens and earth would get rid of this thief and overthrow the rule of the human race. The human race, who was suppressing the mutants of heaven and earth, was suddenly stabbed in the back by the Khanate races. They were flustered. However, the human race was strong after all. The rebellion of a few dozen Khanate races did not cause much of an impact. They could be suppressed very quickly. On the other hand, the Khanate races that walked out of the dojos of the powerful existences were somewhat difficult to deal with. Unlike the Khanate races that were still in the primordial world, the Khanate races that were in the dojos of the powerful existences were not affected by the change of the world at all. Their bloodlines did not degenerate and still maintained the purity of their Khanate bloodlines. Because of that, they were extremely powerful. Moreover, there was also an irreconcilable blood feud between these Khanate races and the human race. They would rather leave the primordial world than live under the same sky as the human race. This had already explained everything. These Khanate races were all the main forces in the Khanate alliance back then. Chapter 671. What was the Khanate alliance? It was an alliance formed by all the Khanate races in the primordial world in order to fight against the human race. It was also the predecessor of the primordial world's 10,000 races. In the great war between heaven and earth, they had fought countless battles with the human race. Blood could be said to have dyed the primordial world red. Although the Khanate alliance had received Fushi's favor during the disaster of the beasts, most of the Khanate races had chosen to bury the hatchet with the human race. However, there were still a small number of Khanate races who did not let go of their hatred for the human race. Instead, they chose to draw a line with the human race. These Khanate races were the main war faction of the Khanate alliance. As the main war faction, they could be said to be the main force of the Khanate alliance against the human race. They were at the forefront of every battle. After countless battles, countless of their clansmen had died at the hands of the human race. These blood feuds had accumulated, causing them to form an irreconcilable enmity with the human race. Thus, how could they submit to the human race? Therefore, after the Khanate alliance collapsed, the other Khanate races joined the human race. These Khanate races who had a death grudge with the human race joined forces to deal with the Khanate beasts. From then on, they had a new name, the Khanate vestigial race. The race left behind from the Khanate era. Without a doubt, since these Khanate vestigial race dared to become enemies with the human race, their strength must be extremely powerful. Although they could not fight against Khanate beasts, they could still survive. Under the protection of each other, the Khanate vestigial race survived the tribulation of Khanate beasts with difficulty. But then, before they could take revenge on the human race, they suddenly realized that the human race was already a colossus that they could not shake. At that time, Fushi suppressed the primordial world. No one in the 10,000 races could contend against him. Helpless, these Khanate vestigial race temporarily gave up the idea of revenge and focused on developing to wait for the future. Unfortunately, although their strength increased quickly, the human race undoubtedly developed faster. As time passed, the gap between them and the human race did not decrease. Instead, it became bigger and bigger. Their hope of revenge was getting slimmer and slimmer. The Khanate vestigial race had been waiting for heaven and earth isolation. After heaven and earth isolation, they could not stay in the primordial world any longer. Therefore, they sought refuge with the great divine ability. They hoped that one day, a peerless figure would be born in their race and completely destroy the human race. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. In the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed. At this time, the pre-celestial descendants who were practicing in the Taoist field of the great medium suddenly received an order from the Taoist priests to go to the untainted land to attack the human tribe. It was this order that awakened the hatred in the hearts of the Xiantian vestigial races towards the human race. Almost without hesitation, they walked out of the great master's dojos and brazenly charged at the humans. Things were different now. In the past, they weren't a match for the human race, not because they weren't strong enough, but because the human race had the support of a great divine ability. But now the situation had completely reversed. The human race had somehow angered the celestial sect of wonders, causing the celestial sect of wonders to turn around and support them against the human race. In this way, the human race would no longer have any advantages. How could they withstand their attacks? One must know that, in the primordial world, the will of the celestial sect of wonders was the will of the heavenly Tao. Since the human race dared to make an enemy out of the celestial sect of wonders, their fate was already sealed. They were bound to fail. The human race was finished. Just as the battle between the human race and the pre-celestial vestigial race was in full swing, in the depths of the void, where countless worlds and secret realms were located, an inexplicable change suddenly occurred. One after another, cracks in the void appeared, opening up a passage that led to the untainted land. You've been here for nearly 10 million years. It's time to let the untainted land know of your existence. So, go. Go to the untainted land and fight with the human race. Let the world know that the creatures I created may not be inferior to the Nuwa. In the dark, a dignified voice echoed between heaven and earth, breaking the silence of this place. Yes, Patriarch. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from the countless worlds and secret realms. Then countless figures walked out of the unknown world. They were densely packed and innumerable. They crossed the void cracks and headed towards the untainted land. That was postnatal life forms. That's right. These creatures that walked out of the unknown world, although their forms were strange, the aura they exuded was compatible with the untainted land. In fact, it faintly resonated with the postnatal chi. Without a doubt, this was the aura that belonged to postnatal life forms. The countless creatures that walked out of the unknown world were all postnatal life forms. Variables, what a shocking change. As the only postnatal race in the untainted land, the human race could enjoy the postnatal luck alone. However, with the appearance of these races, the luck of the human race would definitely be affected. Although it wouldn't shake their foundation, it wouldn't be too good either. The human race was in trouble. Perhaps these postnatal life forms wouldn't be very strong, but they were definitely disgusting enough. For the human race, once they started a war with these postnatal life forms, even if they won, they wouldn't get anything. At most, they would stabilize their postnatal luck. However, once they lost, the losses would undoubtedly be huge. A portion of the postnatal luck that originally belonged to the human race would definitely be given to those postnatal life forms. There was no benefit in winning, but if they lost, they would suffer great losses. How could these postnatal life forms not be disgusting? The sudden appearance of these postnatal life forms was the biggest backup plan left behind by the great magicians of the celestial sect of wonders to deal with the human race. The prenatal vestigial race was just an appetizer. The postnatal life forms were the real trump card. As for the origin of these postnatal life forms, it was simple. They were nothing more than secretly created by the great magicians. Of course, the purpose of those great magicians creating these postnatal life forms was not to deal with the human race, but to seek merit and verify the path of Tao in exchange for an opportunity to take a step further. At that time, in the untainted land, Goddess Nuwa first created humans and achieved Tao. After that, Taoist Mingi created the Azura clan in the Blood Sea and obtained a large amount of merit, so he took a step further. It was when they saw this scene that those great magicians couldn't help but have the idea of creating a postnatal race. There was no loss in trying. What if they succeeded? Even if they didn't take a step further like Mingi, as long as they could gain something, it wouldn't be a loss. Could even be a gain. If they could obtain some merit, that would be even better. With such thoughts in mind, the great magicians hid in the dark for a period of time and created all kinds of postnatal life forms for the untainted land. As for why these postnatal life forms had never appeared in the untainted land for so many years, the answer was much simpler. It was nothing more than that the great magicians were afraid that after these postnatal life forms appeared, they would have a dispute with the shaman and demon race, which would implicate them. For this reason, they restrained these postnatal life forms in the many worlds in the depths of the void, allowing them to develop in a low-key manner. In this way, they didn't have to worry about them getting involved in the disputes of the untainted land, and it also saved them a lot of trouble. However, they didn't expect that the changes in the world were often unexpected. Who would have known that as time passed, the Khanate era gradually became the past, and the postnatal era ushered in a period of rapid development. The postnatal life forms that were almost forgotten by the great magicians gradually became the favorites of the era. At the same time, they also became the sharp weapons of the great magicians to deal with the human race. Rumble. The moment those postnatal life forms stepped into the untainted land, the long river of destiny in the mysterious and unknown space immediately sensed it. The long river of destiny that represented the human race suddenly began to shake violently, and there was a faint trend of splitting. It looked unusually frightening. The moment the destiny of the human race changed, the few existences that were closely related to the human race sensed it almost at the same time. What? Why is the destiny of the human race in turmoil? In the heavenly court, the North Star Emperor couldn't help but frown. Then he subconsciously glanced at the untainted land. In just an instant he understood what had happened. In an instant the North Star Emperor's face darkened, and it became abnormally ugly. Disgusting, it was really too disgusting. If it were any other time, even if these postnatal life forms swarmed up, they wouldn't be enough to fight against the human race. They would be easily suppressed. But now the human race was facing enemies from both sides. If they fought with these postnatal life forms again, they would seem a little inferior. The reason for this was not because these postnatal life forms were too strong, but because in the battle with the postnatal life forms, the human race could not lose a single battle, and they could not have a tug of war with them. Let's put it this way: if the human race could not completely kill these postnatal life forms before they could gain a foothold in the untainted land, then the human race would have already lost the battle with these postnatal life forms. And the longer the war lasted, the greater the losses of the human race. The reason was because once these postnatal life forms gained a foothold in the untainted land, a portion of the postnatal destiny would be separated from the human race's destiny and flow to these postnatal life forms. Moreover, this providence was not fixed. The greater the advantage of these postnatal life forms, the greater the destiny that would flow from the human race's destiny to them. The meaning of their existence was to drink the blood of the human race. Fellow Taoists, what a good method! I have underestimated you. However, if you want to overthrow the human race with just these postnatal life forms, you are thinking too much. Glancing coldly at everyone, the North Star Emperor said coldly. However, no one responded to his words. In this, the North Star Emperor was not surprised. Instead, he secretly thought of a countermeasure. The appearance of the postnatal life forms was indeed beyond his expectations, but this was not a big deal. The human race had a deep foundation. Even when the myriad races were at their peak, they were not afraid, let alone now. Although the human race's current situation was extremely dangerous, that was all on the surface. It was only because accidents happened one after another that the human race was caught off guard, resulting in the current situation. However, as long as they could survive the current period, all the turmoil would be quelled one by one. The human race was not as weak as they had imagined. The Seven Stars continent had not made a move yet, and the allies of the human race had not made a move either. It could be seen that the true foundation of the human race had not been activated yet. This Fengzichen knew. The great divinities also knew. Therefore, in order to deal with the human race, the great divinities definitely had some backup plans. In the untainted land, only the demon race and the shaman race could pose a threat to the human race. As an ally of the human race, the shaman race would not attack the human race, so only the demon race could do so. With a thought, the North Star Emperor thought of the final trump card of the great divinities, the demon race. If the demon race took advantage of the chaos to attack, they could indeed threaten the human race. One had to know. After the battle between the shaman and the demon race, although the demon race suffered a great loss and was almost completely wiped out, a portion of the demon race's strength was preserved. That was the North Sea demon race under Demon Master Kuan Peng. Due to his bad relationship with Di Jun, Patriarch Kuan Peng had always worked but not put in any effort in the heavenly court. For this reason, during the battle between the shaman and the demon race, only Patriarch Kuan Peng of the entire North Sea demon race fought. Moreover, at the end of the battle, this fellow ran away with He Tu and Luo Shu when he saw that the situation was not good. He had really tricked Di Jun. However, although Patriarch Kuan Peng's actions were despicable, it was precisely because of this that the North Sea demon race was able to preserve their strength and become a major force in the untainted land. Although the North Sea demon race was only a branch of the demon race, they might not be weaker than the current human race. Therefore, if the North Sea demon race attacked the human race would really be in danger. Thinking of this, Emperor Gaochen couldn't help but lower his gaze and look at the North Sea to observe the current situation of the North Sea demon race. However, before he could look at the North Sea, a loud explosion suddenly came from the heavenly realm. Bang! The moment he heard the loud explosion, Emperor Gaochen's heart skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. When he looked over and saw the source of the explosion, his heart couldn't help but sink. But the heavenly river had burst its banks. Someone had blasted a huge hole in the heavenly dike. The explosion just now was the sound of the heavenly dike breaking. What a bastard! Even though he knew that in order to deal with the human race, those powerful beings had no scruples, when Gaochen saw the scene of the heavenly river bursting its banks, he couldn't help but exclaim at their audacity. They really didn't care about anything. They even dared to have designs on the heavenly river. Didn't they know that once the water of the heavenly river fell into the human world, what kind of disaster would it bring to the human world? That monstrous negative karma. Weren't they afraid at all? Walala. Following the gap in the heavenly dike, the Ruo River flowed towards the untainted land. It was as if the Milky Way was falling from the ninth heaven. Its momentum was so great that it was completely unstoppable. It seemed that this scene had also happened when the heavenly realm was shattered. However, at that time the untainted land was still in the Khanate era. The Khanate Chi was everywhere in the world, so there was no need to be afraid of polluting the Ruo River. P.S. What a mess. There's one more chapter. It's about 11:30. It should also be 4,000 words. Chapter 672. However, the Eldritch world had completely fallen into the postnatal era. The world was filled with mortal chi. The weak water was heavenly water. It belonged to the Khanate realm. Once it was tainted by the postnatal chi, it would definitely become extremely heavy. Moreover, the Khanate realm and the postnatal realm were two different concepts. In ancient times, everyone had Khanate physiques and did not dare to touch the weak water. Needless to say, most of the living beings now had postnatal physiques. Disaster. It had suddenly descended upon them. For a moment. In the Eldritch world, the flood was surging. The weak water was Khanate water. In addition, it was illuminated by the starlight day and night. It had undergone a huge change and contained a huge amount of energy. As soon as it landed on the Eldritch world, it was affected by the laws of heaven and earth and began to transform from Khanate to postnatal realm. If a drop of Khanate water completely transformed into postnatal water, it would probably be as much as a river. One could imagine what kind of disaster it would be for the people when the heavenly river flowed into the Eldritch world. Damn it. Seeing that the heavenly river was flowing into the Eldritch world, Gaochen did not care about the great divines anymore. He immediately took out the Pantheon painting and turned it into a sky screen to block the gap in the heavenly river. After that, he released his divine thought and enveloped the entire heavenly court. Gaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed at a certain palace in the heavenly court. How dare you continue to stay in the heavenly court after destroying the heavenly dike? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Rumble. As Gaochen pressed down with his palm, the shadows of the 5 emperors vaguely appeared. They released endless emperor aura, causing the spacetime in that area to completely freeze. 5 emperors' great handprint. In the next moment, the 5 emperors' great handprint exploded with terrifying power and tore the palace into pieces. At the same time, Gaochen grabbed a slightly wretched figure out of the broken palace. Under the suppression of the 5 emperors' great handprint, that person could not even resist, let alone escape. Who sent you? Gaochen Emperor ignored that person's struggle and asked coldly. Violent killing intent surged out of his body and turned into an unparalleled chill. It froze space-time and destroyed that person's hope. The hope of survival. From the beginning to the end, Gaochen did not ask about that person's identity because there was no need to. This person was dead for sure. No matter where he came from, he had to die. Since he dared to destroy the heavenly river, he had to pay the price, and that price was death. Not only did he have to die, but even the forces behind him had to pay the price. And the reason why he wasn't dead now was because he still had a trace of value, and that was the identity of the person behind him. How could a mere Daluo Jingxian have the guts to destroy the heavenly river? It was nothing more than the support of someone even more powerful. That's right, the person who dared to destroy the heavenly river was a Daluo Jingxian. Ah, what a joke. A mere Daluo Jingxian dared to destroy the heavenly river. If a quasi-sage were to make a move, wouldn't the heavenly court be overturned? Who is it? Seeing that the person did not answer, the North Star could not help but tighten its grip on his hand. Suddenly, the person let out a shrill scream as his entire body and primordial spirit shattered together. Only a trace of the innate, undying true spirit was left as it struggled desperately in the North Star's hand. Speak. Without giving the person a chance to breathe, the North Star Emperor continued to ask. Boom. As he spoke, the unique aura of the Celestial Emperor erupted from his body and crushed toward the person. The moment the Celestial Emperor's aura swept across, the person's remaining innate, undying true spirit seemed to have been erased by someone, and half of it quietly disappeared. But even after suffering such a painful blow, the person still did not say a word. You're quite loyal. However, do you think I won't be able to find out who sent you? Then you and the people behind you are underestimating this humble one's methods. Seeing that he could not get anything out of the person, the North Star Emperor's heart stirred. Suddenly, the universe shook as an illusory river appeared from the void. It came majestically and drowned the remaining half of the person's innate, undying true spirit. In the next instant, spacetime fragments danced and reflected the person's past. The river of spacetime. The illusory river summoned by the North Star Emperor was the most mysterious and dangerous place in the primordial world, the river of spacetime. With Pengu personally guarding the source of the river of spacetime, no one could reverse the past and the future. Karma was the cause. However, although the past could not be changed, it was not impossible to use the river of spacetime to observe everything that happened in the past. In the end, it was because Mount Buzhou was gone. It greatly reduced the danger level of the river of spacetime. If it was in the past, not to mention summoning the projection of the river of spacetime, even entering the river of spacetime would be suppressed by Mount Buzhou. But now, there was no need to worry about such a situation happening. To be precise, it started from the time when Mount Buzhou collapsed. As long as they did not interfere with the past, everyone could freely enter the river of spacetime and observe the past. Of course, it was only limited to the time after that. Everything before the end of the ancient era could not be easily checked. Because at that time, Mount Buzhou still existed. Now that there was no Mount Buzhou in the future, everyone could spy on it. However, in the past, Mount Buzhou still existed. Therefore, anyone who dared to spy on that period of time had to be prepared to pay the price. In short, because of the absence of Mount Buzhou, the river of spacetime was much safer now. With Primordial Chaos Dao Master's ability, he could already borrow some of the power of the river of spacetime without suffering any backlash. What the North Star Emperor needed to do now was to use the river of spacetime to reflect that person's past and find the identity of the person behind the scenes. In the primordial world, memories could be faked. True spirits could also be faked. But in the past, because of Pangu, it was impossible to fake it. Therefore, no matter how deeply the person behind the scenes hid or how many faces he changed, he could not escape the reflection of the river of spacetime. Spying on that person's memories might not be able to find out the identity of the person behind the scenes, because no one could guarantee that the person behind the scenes would show his true face. However, the river of spacetime could lock onto the true identity of the person behind the scenes, because the river of spacetime recorded everything in the primordial world. As long as one's cultivation had not reached the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, they would definitely leave traces in the river of spacetime. Whether it was in the past, present, or future, as long as they left traces, it was enough for the North Star Emperor to lock onto the identity of the person behind the scenes. Rumble. The river of spacetime was vast and mighty, reflecting that person's past one by one. Soon, the North Star Emperor locked onto his target. It was a strange scene. In the scene, the person who destroyed the heavenly river was talking to someone, but there was nothing in front of him. It wasn't that there was no one in front of him, but that the person who was talking to him was too powerful and had already cut off the past. Therefore, he couldn't see his figure in the past. Cut off the past? Not bad, but I don't believe that you've also cut off the present and the future. With a thought, the North Star Emperor froze the scene and used the void as a basis to push the river of spacetime back to the future. Hiss. Is this what a Taoist master can do? Shaking the universe with a raise of his hand and playing with the river of spacetime. How terrifying. At the side, the powerful beings who were monitoring the North Star Emperor were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw him playing with the river of spacetime. Such means in such a realm were what they dreamed of. At this time, they didn't dare to disturb the North Star Emperor. That was because everyone could tell that the North Star Emperor was in a fit of anger. If they interfered with him now, would they really want to die? Moreover, the North Star Emperor was currently investigating the real culprit behind the Heavenly River's breach. If anyone interfered at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting that they were the culprit? The Heavenly River's breach caused a flood in the Eldritch world, and countless people suffered. The karma involved was no less than killing the human emperor. Who would be willing to take the blame? At this time, not to mention the North Star Emperor, even the powerful beings were cursing the mastermind in their hearts. Why did he touch the Heavenly River all of a sudden? Wasn't he looking for trouble? One had to know that the attack of the weak water was indiscriminate. Any existence in the Eldritch world would be affected. In other words, their subordinates were also within the attack range of the weak water. However, the only consolation was that the human race was the most powerful, so they were affected more than others. That could be considered a blessing in disguise. After finding out the identity of the mastermind from the future, the North Star Emperor didn't hold back. He directly used the future to deduce the mastermind's location. Die. After taking a few glances, the North Star Emperor realized that he didn't know who the mastermind was. He couldn't be bothered to pursue the mastermind's purpose. He directly took out the Zichin sword, broke through the void, and slashed at the mastermind. At the same time, in order to prevent the mastermind from escaping, he even mobilized the power of the North Star to forcefully seal the void where the mastermind was. Even so, the North Star Emperor felt that it wasn't safe. He then used the Buzhou Dao seal, a supreme spacetime technique to assist the North Star in sealing the spacetime. Swoosh! The Zichen sword slashed out, carrying the power of the innate sword Dao. It was like the incarnation of Dao, and it directly injured the mastermind who was caught off guard. Without a sound, the physical body of the person behind the scenes was turned into dust under the sword light. Buzz! Just as the body of the mastermind was shattered, a clear light escaped from it and flew towards the distance. That clear light. It was the innate, undying true spirit of the mastermind. Although he didn't know how he was exposed, he didn't have time to think about what was happening. It was more important for him to escape. However, before his innate, undying true spirit could escape far, he saw a star shadow that emitted a terrifying heavenly aura. The unparalleled divine aura froze him on the spot. Then, before he could react, he saw the shadow of an immortal sacred mountain appear one after another. It emitted an aura that suppressed everything. Together with the previous star shadow, it completely sealed his escape route. Go! Above the heavenly court, after seeing that the mastermind was completely suppressed, Emperor Gaochen waved his hand and summoned the million sword illustration to bring him over. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're an immortal? If I don't make you pay the price today, where will the heavenly court's face be? Emperor Gaochen, who had been suppressing his anger, finally found a target to vent it on. He grabbed the innate indestructible true spirit of the mastermind and crushed it into pieces. However, that wasn't the end. Emperor Gaochen pointed at the heavenly court, and the golden dragon of luck formed by the heavenly court's providence immediately sensed it. It roared to the sky and swallowed the fragments of the mastermind's true spirit into its stomach. Today, I'll use the providence of the heavenly court to suppress your true spirit. You'll never be able to reincarnate. After doing all that, Emperor Gaochen's majestic voice resounded throughout the heavenly court. On the other side, the immortal sacred mountain who witnessed all that was happening was terrified by Emperor Gaochen's means. That immortal sacred mountain was completely done for. Although the immortal sacred mountain was an immortal, it didn't mean that they couldn't be suppressed. Gaochen used the providence of the heavenly court to suppress that person's true spirit and completely cut off all hope of resurrection. From then on, as long as the heavenly court wasn't destroyed, that immortal sacred mountain would never be able to regain his freedom. Such means. It was truly ruthless. It also shocked the immortal sacred mountain present. They truly felt the terror of a primordial chaos powerhouse. A powerhouse that wasn't inferior to them was completely suppressed in a few breaths' time. This simply smashed their pride into smithereens. The bloody truth told them that primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was really not on the same level as them. The difference was extremely huge. Almost subconsciously, everyone unconsciously moved closer. It was as if only by doing so could they bring a sense of security. In fact, that was the case. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people, Gaochen would have killed them long ago. After suppressing the real culprit behind the scenes, Emperor Gaochen turned his gaze to Daluo Jingxian who had destroyed the heavenly river. And you? Since the heavenly river has burst its banks because of you, then you should contribute to quelling the flood. With that, Emperor Gaochen flicked his finger and sent him into the primordial world. At the same time, he used the will of heaven as a knife and slashed down along the bloodline karma of Daluo Jingxian. In a trance, a sorrowful cry seemed to come from the long river of fate. Then, the innate imprint in the body of a certain innate race of the primordial world suddenly disappeared, and their bloodline began to degenerate. In the blink of an eye, they were completely reduced to mortals. They didn't show any magic power at all. Even Tai Jingxian was no exception. Moreover, shackles appeared in the unseen world, locking their cultivation door, preventing them from embarking on the path of cultivation in the future. Without a doubt, this was the clansman of Daluo Jingxian. Because of him, they had paid an unbearable price. P.S. I updated 12,000 words today. I didn't go back on my word. I beg for votes next month. As for whether I will update tomorrow, it will depend on today's results. Chapter 673. Those who bring disaster to the world deserve such an ending. After doing all this, the North Star Emperor's cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The murderous intent in his voice was so strong that it made everyone feel as if they were facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. For a moment, the deities trembled. Even the great mediums felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they saw how ruthless the North Star Emperor was. What was the meaning of killing one to warn the rest? This was it. He was afraid that after this matter, anyone who wanted to offend the heavenly courts would have to think twice about it. Where's the Sky River Water Tribe? After dealing with the external enemies, the North Star Emperor had the time to deal with the traitor. However, one Daluo Jingxian was able to destroy the Sky Dike under the heavy guard of the heavenly court. It would be strange if there was no problem. There was no doubt that there was a traitor in the heavenly court. This was because without the help of a traitor, a mere Daluo Jingxian would not be able to destroy the Sky Dike. One had to know that the Sky River was an important place in the heavenly court. Not only was it guarded by the navy, but it was also enveloped by the Khanate formation. Furthermore, the heavenly river's water tribe lived within it. With 3 layers of security, someone could still destroy the Sky Dike under their nose. Could this be explained by negligence? The Sky River is here. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. As the Sky River's water surface shook, a middle-aged Taoist walked out from the bottom of the water and quickly came to the North Star Emperor. He apologized with a pale face. Sky River Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist who walked out from the bottom of the Sky River was called Sky River Taoist. He was a great cultivator whose strength had reached the level of Daluo Jingxian. He was not a living being born in the Sky River. Instead, he was a Khanate god fiend from the primitive water tribe. However, because he had joined the heavenly court earlier, Great Heaven wanted to show his sincerity. Of course, he also had the intention to buy bones with 1,000 gold taels. Hence, he specially gave him preferential treatment and granted him the position of the Lord of the Sky River. He also allowed his people to live in the Sky River with him. That was how the name Sky River Taoist came about. This was not his name before, but he changed it after coming to the Celestial River so that he could occupy the destiny of the Celestial River. The Sky River Taoist was the master of the Sky River. Now that the Sky River was in trouble, he could not escape responsibility. Furthermore, as a fellow Daluo Jingxian who controlled the innate formation that protected the heavenly river, there was no reason that Sky River Taoist could not detect the arrival of the enemy. But he just didn't notice. That could only mean that there was something wrong with him. Moreover, even if there was nothing wrong with the Sky River Taoist, he would not be able to escape the crime of neglecting his duty. At the end of the day, someone had to take responsibility for the heavenly river's breach. And Sky River Taoist was the best candidate. Sky River Taoist, as the ruler of the Sky River, you can't escape responsibility no matter what. Therefore, I don't care if you're a spy for a powerful expert or if you're neglecting your duties. I'm only punishing you and your clansmen to fill the heavenly dike. So, are you convinced? The North Star Emperor's light words were as heavy as an immemorial divine mountain. Each word pressed down on the Sky River Taoist's heart, causing his face to turn snow-white in an instant. Yes, Your Majesty. Although he was unwilling, the Sky River Taoist did not dare to resist. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Finally, the Sky River Taoist bowed respectfully to the North Star Emperor and led his clansmen toward the gap in the heavenly river. Rumble. The heavenly dike shook and swallowed the Sky River Taoist and his clansmen. In an instant, divine light bloomed and laws filled the air. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. After everything calmed down, the heavenly river had returned to its original state. As for the Sky River aquatic race, they had disappeared. They would not be able to appear in the Eldritch world for a few more eons. The North Star Emperor had suppressed the chaos in the heavenly court with lightning speed. The power of the North Star Emperor had shocked everyone. The world has really changed. Now, any Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to cause trouble in the heavenly court. The North Star Emperor glanced at the great divinities and said casually. It was just that his words seemed to be directed at the great divines. As a result, the expressions of those great mediums turned ugly when they heard his words. However, before they could get angry, the North Star Emperor suddenly stood up from the Emperor's throne in the heavenly court and walked out. For a moment, everyone could not be bothered to get angry. They went forward to block the North Star Emperor to prevent him from leaving the heavenly court. Your Majesty, where are you going? Outside the southern heavenly gate, a great divinity asked the North Star Emperor with a smile. Now that the outcome of the battle had not been decided, how could they allow the North Star Emperor to leave the heavenly court? What's wrong? Do I need your permission to go anywhere? Fellow Taoists, don't you think you're meddling too much? Gauchen said with displeasure as he faced the crowd alone. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. They indeed had no reason to stop the North Star Emperor. However, in this world, there was no need for so many reasons. As long as they wanted to, it was enough. Therefore, The North Star Emperor must not leave the heavenly court. Thud. In the silence, the North Star Emperor suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, he was closer to the great divinities, almost face to face. However, none of the great divinities backed down. The atmosphere. Suddenly he became nervous. Fellow Taoists, now that the Eldritch Wilderness is flooded, countless living beings are suffering. As the Heavenly Emperor, of course I can't stay out of this. Now, I'm going to the Eldritch Wilderness to find a solution to the flood. Even so, you still want to stop me? Suddenly the North Star Emperor spoke. For the first time he explained the reason for this trip to the Heavenly Court. For a moment, everyone could not help but be stunned. They did not know what to do. The North Star Emperor left the Heavenly Court for the sake of solving the flood. If they continued to stop him, it would be disregarding the lives of the people in the world. It would be unrighteous and they would bear a huge burden of karma. Although, with their current actions, it had nothing to do with righteousness. However, this was how things were. They could do it but not say it. For this, the great divinities were in a dilemma. If they let the North Star Emperor leave the Heavenly Court just like that, wouldn't their previous efforts be in vain? Naturally, they were extremely unwilling to accept this. However, if they did not let the North Star Emperor leave, the karma that would result was not something that they could easily bear. Enough. Fellow Taoists, you are not children anymore. Why can't you tell what's important and what's urgent? Previously, I allowed you to fool around because I gave face to the Tao ancestor and didn't argue with you. However, this is not the right for you to be arrogant. If you continue to fool around like this, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. I'll drag you all to the Purple Cloud Palace and let the Tao ancestor take a good look at his disciples. Seeing that everyone was still not giving way, the North Star Emperor's expression changed and he scolded them loudly. A great divinity was compared to an ignorant child in his mouth. What kind of humiliation was this? To be honest, the damage that the North Star Emperor's words caused to them was even worse than killing them directly. After the North Star Emperor finished speaking, the eyes of those great divinities turned red. If they did not know that the gap between them was too huge, they would have long swarmed forward and torn the North Star Emperor into pieces. However, even so, the violent killing intent still surged out of their bodies and stabbed towards the North Star Emperor without any concealment. Diske. The North Star Emperor only smiled contemptuously and did not take it to heart at all. A group of losers, they were not worth his attention. Those who lost to me will never be my opponents. I'll give you time to catch up until you can't see me anymore. This was what the protagonist of a novel that Feng Zichen liked very much in his previous life had said. It was also the true portrayal of his current state of mind. These people had already been left far behind by him. As time passed, this gap would become bigger and bigger. They were no longer existences on the same level. They were not a match for the North Star Emperor now, and they would not be a match for him in the future. Since that was the case, why would they need to save face for these great divinities? Moreover, compared to death, it was obvious that humiliation would bring more harm to them. The great divinities who had lived for countless years were not afraid of death. On the contrary, death might bring them relief. The long years had worn away too many of their emotions, including the fear of death. Perhaps the only thing that could not be wiped away by time was their firm hearts towards the Tao. Death was not worth their fear, and the only thing that could move them was probably that face. The primordial world was a place that valued face very much. For this reason, the harm brought by humiliation was even more unacceptable than killing them directly. It was with such thoughts that the North Star Emperor did his best to humiliate them. This was revenge that left a deeper impression on them than killing. Get out of the way. Ignoring the killing intent on everyone, the North Star Emperor scolded again. You. Secretly clenching their fists, everyone suppressed the killing intent in their hearts and slowly opened up a path for the North Star Emperor to pass through. The reason why these great divinities made way was not because they were afraid of the North Star Emperor, but because they were afraid of Tao ancestor Hongjun. They were frightened by the words of the North Star Emperor that he wanted to bring them to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek justice from the Tao ancestor. If this matter did not reach the Tao ancestor would turn a blind eye to it. However, once the North Star Emperor made a fuss about this matter, the Tao ancestor would be embarrassed, and it would not be easy for him to seek revenge. Then, with their recent actions after the Tao ancestor found out, he would definitely not let them off easily. Therefore, these great divinities could only give in. Haha. Just like that, the North Star Emperor swaggered out of the heavenly court. However, he did not go to the human race. Instead, he went directly to the North Sea and taught the Kunping Patriarch a lesson in the name of the Tao discussion. For this, the North Sea demon race, who were previously restless and had the intention to dominate the primordial world, instantly wilted. Not to mention the North Star Emperor, just the primordial world because of the flood, caused all the deployments of the human race to be in vain. Similarly, the innate vestigial race and the postnatal lifeforms were not having a good time either. At this time, no one was in the mood to attack each other. They all stopped fighting and organized their own forces to quell the flood. However, it was not so easy to quell the flood. The weak water was a highly toxic thing to the innate lifeforms, let alone the postnatal lifeforms. Basically, once a mortal came into contact with the weak water, they would be turned into white bones in less than an hour. Even a celestial immortal cultivator would have to shed a layer of skin if they fell into it. How could such a dangerous thing be so easy to quell? Therefore, in the beginning, everyone was helpless against the weak water. They could only think of a way to block it somewhere and prevent it from spreading everywhere. However, the effect of this method was not very good. That was because after the weak water came to the mortal world, it began to transform into the postnatal world, causing its volume to become larger and larger. Could not be blocked at all. For this, in less than 100 years, the weak water overflowed in the primordial world. Of course, it was not completely without good news. At the very least, after the weak water changed from the innate to the postnatal, the degree of danger was undoubtedly greatly reduced. Above the innate stage, one could basically not be affected by the weak water. At this time in the human territory, as the weak water became more and more overflowing, Si Wenming could not help but feel that blocking it was not a solution at all. Why not lead it to the East Sea? It was at this moment that Si Wenming had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to completely solve the weak water. That was to lead it to the East Sea. This idea could not be said to be not bold, because before this, the primordial waters were independent and not connected to the sea. Si Wenming's idea was to open up the connection between the primordial waters and the sea so that the weak water could flow from the ground to the sea. If this was done, it would be an earth-shaking change for the primordial waters. This might set off a battle between the sea gods and the sea gods. Because once the two were connected, then they would both be water element luck. The sea area luck and the water area luck would definitely merge into one. In this way, although it would strengthen the water element luck, it would also bury a huge hidden danger. The sea had always been the territory of the dragon race, but the primordial waters were not. Although it was not as vast as the four seas, it had also given birth to many innate god fiends. Therefore, if the sea area and the water area were connected, a complete water system would be born. Then, in order to compete for the ruling rights of this complete water system, there would definitely be a world-shaking battle. They were all bosses who would be willing to have another person controlling them. Moreover, after the sea area and the water area luck merged, how huge would the luck be, if he could obtain it? It would not be inferior to obtaining a world-shaking fortune. Who would be willing to give it up? Not to mention, if he could control the new water system, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire water vein of the primordial world, and he could become the master of the water vein of the primordial world in one fell swoop. With so many fortunes added together, how could there not be a great war? However, with the current situation of the primordial world, Si Wenming could not care so much. Chapter 674. Opening the connection between the sea and the water would cause a civil war in the water veins. However, if the connection between them was not opened, all the living beings in the primordial world would be finished. For the sake of the common people, Si Wenming had no choice. After all, compared to the common people in the primordial world, Si Wenming would grit his teeth and do it even if he had to sacrifice the entire primordial world's water veins, let alone a civil war in the water veins. He could still tell which was more important between the two. Moreover, after the sea and the water veins were connected, the water veins in the primordial world would be considered complete, forming a complete water vein circulation. Without a doubt, once this was completed, it would definitely be of great benefit to the primordial world. This was an act of boundless merit. Since that was the case, why didn't Si Wenming do it? Moreover, the Dragon Clan was the most firm ally of the human race. If the Dragon Clan could control all the water veins in the primordial world, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the human race. At that time, the human race could completely help the Dragon Clan. One could suppress the earth and the other could suppress the water veins. Together, they could maintain the stability of the primordial world. Therefore, in summary, no matter from which perspective, opening the connection between the sea and the water veins would be of great benefit to the human race. In this way, Si Wenming really could not find a reason to refuse this matter. Then, he did it, with a thought. Si Wenming already had an answer in his heart. For the human race. For all living beings in the primordial world. The passage between the sea and the water veins had to be opened so that the weak water could be channeled into the sea to relieve the pressure on the primordial world. After making up his mind, Si Wenming did not hesitate at all. He directly took out the topographic map of the primordial world from the human race's treasure vault, intending to find the most perfect flood passage. However, at the moment when he was ready, a difficult problem suddenly stumped him. That was, he did not have the ability to shake the earth veins. One had to know that if he wanted to open the connection between the water veins and the sea, he had to open a passage between the two. And this, he had to dig deep into the mountains and change the river channels. If it was in the past, moving mountains and filling the sea was naturally extremely simple for an existence at Si Wenming's level. But now, with the establishment of the Heavenly Palace, the power of the primordial world's earth veins had been condensed into one and became extremely difficult to shake. This also made it very difficult for external forces to destroy the existing terrain of the Eldritch world. Therefore, not to mention moving mountains and filling seas, it was difficult to even destroy them. However, if they couldn't move the mountain, it was almost impossible to open up the passage. This was troublesome. For a moment, Si Wenming fell into a dilemma. If they couldn't open up a mountain, then the manpower and material resources needed to open up the passage between the sea areas would be far more than they could imagine. Even if the entire human race was mobilized, it would still take tens of thousands of years. However, how could the current untainted land wait for tens of thousands of years? If that was the case, the entire untainted land would be ruined by the Ruah water before the passage between the ocean regions could be opened. Therefore, the matter of opening up the passageway could not be delayed. However, if that was the case, the problem would return to the original point. How was he going to shake the earth veins? Is there something calling me? Just as Si Wenming was in a dilemma, an unfamiliar will suddenly came from afar. It was calling out to him from afar, as if it was guiding him to a certain place. What is this? From that call, not only did Si Wenming not feel the slightest bit of malice, on the contrary, he seemed to feel some kindness from it. Moreover, as if he was blessed with good fortune, he had a feeling that this was his opportunity. The treasure that called out to him had the ability to solve his problem. Almost subconsciously, Si Wenming understood the origin of his abnormality. The whim of a cultivator. This was a hint from the heavenly Tao to him that his opportunity had arrived. When he thought of the problem he was facing at this time, how could Si Wenming not understand what his opportunity was? It was definitely a treasure that could help him open up the passage. After understanding this, Si Wenming did not hesitate at all. He directly followed the guidance of the call in his heart and rushed to the unknown place. Every time a great calamity occurred in the world would spontaneously produce a magic treasure that could restrain the calamity to help the common people survive the great calamity. However, the divine object concealed itself. Although the world had produced a treasure that could deal with the calamity, whether the treasure could be found depended on the fortune of all living beings. What was a glimmer of life? This was it. The heavenly Tao was incomplete. Therefore, it left a glimmer of life for all living beings. In other words, although the heavenly Tao left a glimmer of life for all living beings, it was only a glimmer. How difficult would it be to capture him? Fortunately, Si Wenming was not fighting alone. Behind him was the entire human race. Therefore, under Feng Zichen's plan, Si Wenming successfully caught the glimmer of life left by the world for all living beings and formed a connection with the treasure that the world had produced to survive the calamity. In this world, there was no love for no reason, nor was there a good thing that fell from the sky. If it were not for Feng Zichen's plan in the dark, how could such a coincidental thing happen? Si Wenming just lacked something here and the world on the other side sent it to him? It was Feng Zichen who silently carried everything in the dark in exchange for the bright future of the human race. Following the guidance of the call in his heart, Si Wenming hurriedly ran for several months on the primitive land before arriving at his destination. A canyon with stagnant earth qi. What dense earth vein qi! If it weren't for the protection of the human Tao Emperor's seal, I probably would have been crushed to pieces by the earth vein qi that permeates the canyon as soon as I entered. Looking at the earth vein qi that was almost solid around him, Si Wenming sighed emotionally. Right above his head, the human Tao Emperor's seal floated quietly, shining with dazzling light. Strands of Emperor Qi hung down, completely enveloping his body and blocking the earth vein Qi that drifted over. It was precisely because of the protection of the human Dao Emperor's seal that Si Wenming could make it here safely. Earth vein Qi was the essence of the earth. Every strand was equivalent to a huge mountain and abnormally heavy. Countless strands of earth vein Qi filled this place. It was like countless huge mountains were pressing down on him. One could imagine the pressure within. With Si Wenming's cultivation before reaching Tai Jingxian, he would probably be crushed to pieces if he touched the earth vein Qi. However, the scene before him did not frighten Si Wenming. Instead, it made him more and more excited. The denser the earth vein Qi here, the more extraordinary the treasure hidden here was. It was definitely a Khanate spirit treasure, and its level was not low. Thinking of this, how could Si Wenming not be excited? The strength of the treasure here was related to the success or failure of his plan. The stronger the treasure, the greater the possibility of his plan succeeding, and the shorter the time it would take. As he continued to go deeper, Si Wenming could not help but discover that the earth vein Qi around him was even denser. For a moment he was even more excited about the treasure hidden here. Soon, Si Wenming arrived at the end of the canyon. At this time the earth vein Qi here had completely solidified. It was frighteningly dense, and it was a mysterious yellow color floating in mid-air. Mysterious yellow Mother Qi, the origin Qi of heaven and earth. At the end of the canyon, what appeared in front of Si Wenming was a majestic cloud of mysterious yellow Mother Qi. It floated quietly in the air, emitting an astonishing creation Qi around it. What a great creation! Just this cloud of mysterious yellow Mother Qi alone could refine a supreme-grade creation attribute postnatal spirit treasure. Not to mention, in the center of the mysterious yellow Mother Qi, there was also a powerful innate spirit treasure that was being nurtured. That's right. The purpose of so much mysterious yellow Mother Qi was to nurture an innate spirit treasure. An innate spirit treasure that could help the world survive this calamity. The so-called mysterious yellow Mother Qi was just a companion creature of that innate spirit treasure. This is an axe. Through the mysterious yellow Mother Qi, Si Wenming saw a huge axe floating inside, constantly absorbing the power of the mysterious yellow Mother Qi. Is this the thing that's calling me? It's a good treasure, but how should I take it out? Standing in front of the mysterious yellow Mother Qi, Si Wenming was in a dilemma. From the looks of it, it was obvious that it had not been fully nurtured. If he forcefully broke through the mysterious yellow Mother Qi and took it out, it would inevitably affect the power of this treasure, causing its power to be greatly reduced. In this case, whether the magic treasure with its power greatly reduced could still break through the earth vein would become a problem. But time waited for no one. If he continued to delay, who knew how many innocent creatures would be harmed by the weak water? It was a matter of life and death. There was no time to delay. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Si Wenming was hesitating, the huge axe and the mysterious yellow Mother Qi seemed to have sensed his arrival and suddenly trembled violently. Then a huge suction force was emitted from the axe, and in the blink of an eye, the mysterious yellow Mother Qi that enveloped him was completely absorbed. Boom. After absorbing the mysterious yellow Mother Qi, the axe finally completed its final transformation and was completely born, turning into a ray of divine light and falling into Si Wenming's hand. Mountain-splitting axe? Holding the axe in front of his eyes, Si Wenming looked at it with excitement. The divine axe was entirely green, covered with innate divine patterns, and on the surface of the green axe, a rough map of the wilderness was formed. On the back of the divine axe, there were 2 Dao runes written by the innate divine patterns. Mountain splitting. That was the name of this divine axe, the name that heaven and earth had set for it. Mountain splitting axe, an innate spirit treasure nurtured by the earth vein Qi, had 32 innate divine restrictions, and was ranked as a top grade. Its ability was, as the name implied, it had the power to split mountains. With this axe, it could easily split the earth vein. And that was what Si Wenming needed. Millions of years ago, with the establishment of the Universal Palace, the earth vein of the wilderness was rejuvenated, and innate spirit treasures and innate life forms were born. And the mountain-splitting axe was one of them. Originally, even if heaven and earth wanted to nurture a top-grade innate spirit treasure, according to normal standards, it would take at least 10 million years. A few million years would at most give birth to an embryo of an innate spirit treasure, which was not enough time for a top-grade innate spirit treasure to be fully nurtured. But even so, the mountain-splitting axe was still born. Of course, there was a problem. Hundreds of years ago, the Daluo Jingxian who destroyed the heavenly embankment and caused the heavenly river to burst its banks. Before the North Star Emperor struck him down into the wilderness, he had said, "Since the heavenly river burst its banks because of you, then make a contribution to quelling the flood." The contribution in his words was referring to the mountain-splitting axe. Normally speaking, it had only been 3 to 4 million years since the mountain-splitting axe was born, and it was not time for it to be born. If it was born by force, its power would definitely be greatly reduced. If that really happened, it would be a blessing in disguise to be able to maintain the middle grade, let alone a superior grade Khanate spirit treasure. But now, the wilderness could not wait for the mountain-splitting axe to be born normally. For that, the North Star Emperor had to use special means to forcefully mature it to greatly shorten its birth time. A Daluo Jinxian's origin, together with the innate brand of his innate race, was enough to do that. That's right, the Daluo Jingxian and the innate brand of his race were sent here by the North Star Emperor to become the resources for the mountain-splitting axe to be born. Since the water calamity of the wilderness was caused by him, it was his retribution to use his origin to nourish the treasure to survive the calamity. Just as it was to atone for his sins. After putting away the mountain-splitting axe, Si Wenming did not have the mood to stay here any longer. He immediately turned around and left to open his own path to save the world. However, the moment he turned around, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. It completely attracted his attention, and he could not help but stop. This is. Walking forward, Si Wenming picked up the thing that attracted his attention and found that it was a piece of yellow mud. What a strong creation aura. Could this be the legendary 9-heaven living soil? As soon as Si Wenming's hand touched the dark yellow mud, he felt a huge amount of qi of creation gushing out of the mud and flowing into his body through his palm. In just an instant, his origin, which had been burned by forcefully breaking through the divine chains of order, showed signs of recovery. Moreover, under the influence of the power of creation, even the injuries on his divine soul were healed in the blink of an eye. Boom. As his injuries recovered, a strong aura suddenly rose from Si Wenming's body. His realm was rising steadily. Soon he rose from the golden immortal realm to the Tai Jingxian realm. After some things had calmed down, although Si Wenming's realm had not recovered to its peak, it had reached the peak of the Tai Jingxian realm. Compared to the half-step Daluo Jingxian at his peak, it was only a little worse. Such a strong creation aura. This thing is definitely the legendary 9-heaven living soil. But why would such a treasure appear here? After calming his mind, Si Wenming's eyes could not help but burst out with a shocking light. Chapter 675. The 9-heaven living soil. It was also known as the innate earth essence. It was a supreme treasure nurtured by the innate earth elemental Tao and the Tao of creation. At the same time, it was also a supreme treasure of extraordinary significance to the human race. The human race was created by Nuwa gathering the triple light sacred water, supplemented by her own blood essence, and fusing it with the 9-heaven living soil. From this one could see the significance of the 9-heaven living soil to the human race. This was one of the origins of the human race. Now this legendary treasure had appeared in front of Si Wenming. How could he not be excited? However, after the excitement he could not help but feel a little puzzled. Why would such a legendary treasure appear here? Didn't it mean after Nuwa created humans, the 9-heaven living soil had disappeared from the primordial world? Then why would it appear here in such a large lump at that? Si Wenming had to be cautious. There were too many experts in the primordial world and they were too good at scheming. It could be said that they had to take 3 steps before taking 1 step. A casual action would be filled with countless deep meanings, and it could be related to the huge layout of the future. If one was not careful, there was the risk of falling into the schemes of others, causing all one's efforts to be made for others. For this reason, if he could not figure out the origin of the 9-heaven living soil in front of him, then no matter how precious it was, Si Wenming would not take it away. He could not drag the entire human race into the schemes of the person behind the scenes just because of a moment of greed. Losing the big for a small gain. Si Wenming still could not do it. This item is not the 9-heaven living soil, but its function is similar to the 9-heaven living soil. It is a treasure that I specially prepared for you to help you manage the flood of the primordial world. So, you can take this treasure without worry. You don't have to worry about the schemes behind you. Just as Si Wenming was hesitating, the ethereal voice of the North Star Emperor suddenly sounded in his ears, dispelling all his doubts. Is this item the work of your majesty? If that's the case, then I'm relieved. After bowing respectfully to the void, Si Wenming turned around and left. He didn't ask why the North Star was here, nor did he ask why the North Star knew about his plan. The primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was a realm far beyond his imagination. Every move of such a being was not something he should be able to figure out. At the very least, not now. Si Wenming. I've given you everything that should be given to you. After that, whether you can successfully pass this tribulation and become the 9th great emperor of the human clan will depend on your own abilities. After Si Wenming's figure was far away, the North Star Emperor's mutter-like voice faintly sounded and reverberated in the void. The treasure in Si Wenming's hand was obviously not the 9 heavens life soil. Even if such a treasure had appeared, it shouldn't have appeared here. According to what Gao Chen knew, ever since the creation of the world, only 2 pieces of 9 heavens life soil had been born in the primitive world. One was used by Nuwa to create a human, and the other was in the hands of Zhen Yuanzi. Perhaps there was a third piece, but North Star Emperor didn't know about it. As an innate earth elemental supreme treasure, the 9 heavens life soil had unimaginable power. Just 1 grain of it could turn into a continent when it fell into water. Such a treasure. It was truly a supreme treasure to control the flood. However, although the supreme treasure was good, it wasn't in the hands of the human clan. Of course, North Star Emperor could still get the 9 heavens life soil if he was willing to be shameless and ask for it from Zhen Yuanzi. However, if that was the case, the human clan would definitely owe Zhen Yuanzi a huge karma. This was not in line with North Star Emperor's original intention. At this point, unless it was absolutely necessary, North Star Emperor didn't want the human clan to continue to have any relationship with the Great Divines. That would be too troublesome. The Great Divines weren't easy to get along with. If he received a little favor today, he didn't know how much he would have to pay in the future. Therefore, North Star Emperor didn't plan to ask Zhen Yuanzi for the 9 heavens life soil. However, without the 9 heavens life soil, it would be difficult to control the flood. However, this wasn't a problem for North Star Emperor. This was because he had a treasure that wasn't inferior to the 9 heavens life soil. It could replace the 9 heavens life soil. The treasure in his hands that wasn't inferior to the 9 heavens life soil was the flesh and blood of the great divines as well as the innate origin. Due to the heavenly river's breach, North Star Emperor was enraged. He quickly found the person behind the scenes and killed him. The person behind the scenes was a great divines with the strength of a half-step primordial chaos realm. In the heavenly court, although North Star Emperor crushed the innate undying true spirit of the person behind the scenes, his flesh and blood as well as his innate origin, were left behind by North Star Emperor. What kind of existence was the half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian? If a drop of his blood were to fall on the Eldritch world, it would probably turn into a vast river. If a piece of his flesh were to fall on the Eldritch world, it would immediately turn into a divine mountain. If his flesh and blood were to be completely released, it could easily evolve into a top-notch great thousand world or a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. The value of such an existence had far surpassed the 9 heavens life soil. North Star Emperor wanted to use this item to replace the 9 heavens life soil. A continent formed from the flesh and blood of a half-step primordial chaos realm great divines. Even if Ruoxue was 10 times or 100 times stronger, she wouldn't be able to move it at all. This effect. It was even better than the 9 heavens life soil. Since he had the flesh and blood of a great divines, why would he need to look for the 9 heavens life soil? There was no need at all. The living soil of 9 heaven in Si Wenming's hand was refined by Emperor Gaochen using the flesh and blood origin of the half-step primordial chaos expert. It was because of this that this item had such rich creation chi. Just the aura that it emitted had almost completely healed Si Wenming's injuries. With the strength of a great divines, they could be said to be the carrier of the great Tao. If it hadn't been refined by North Star Emperor, even if it had fallen, just the aura emitted from its body would be enough to kill Si Wenming countless times. Therefore, a trace of the aura of a great divines was an amazing creation for Tai Jingxian. After obtaining the splitting mountain axe and the flesh and blood of the great divines, Si Wenming returned to the human race and started his plan. He wanted to open up the passage between the sea and the water. In order to complete this plan in the shortest time possible, Si Wenming even sent people to the East Sea to ask for help from the dragon race experts. Because compared to him, the dragon race was undoubtedly more familiar with the primitive water. As for why the dragon race who was born in the sea was so familiar with the water, that could only mean that the dragon race had been eyeing the primitive water for a long time. That's right. The luck of the primordial water vein is so great. How can the dragon race not be tempted? In ancient times, as the strongest race in the primitive world, the dragon race focused all their energy on unifying the primitive world. They didn't care about the primitive water vein. When they unified the primitive world, what could they not have? Why would they care about the luck of the water vein? Of course, one of the reasons was that the beast race wouldn't allow the dragon race to touch the primitive water. After the ancient times ended, the dragon race's strength was greatly reduced and they were no longer able to compete for the primitive world. Only then did they set their eyes on the primitive water. At this time the witch race rose. The water ancestor which Gonggong ruled the entire primitive water in the name of Panga's descendants. Facing such a powerful Gonggong, the dragon race, whose strength was greatly reduced, naturally couldn't fight against him. Therefore, without a doubt, the dragon race's hope of touching the primitive water was shattered. After the end of the Antiquity Age, the innate gods born in the primitive waters had become another obstacle for the dragon race to invade the primitive waters. Originally, the dragon race was looking for an opportunity to destroy the connate god fiends in the primitive water in one fell swoop to unify the primitive water. However, before they could find an opportunity, the human race had already come over to invite them to plot the primitive water together. Wasn't this exactly what the dragon race wanted? In that case, how could they not agree? Naturally, they happily ran over to help the human race. Moreover, according to the human race, the passage between the sea and the water was to eliminate the disaster of the weak water in the primitive world so that they could save the people from suffering. This move was meant to save all living beings. Once it was done, there would definitely be merit descending. It was a matter of great merit. For this, not to mention that the human race and the dragon race were allies, even if they weren't, the dragon race had to come over to help when the human race invited them. After all, no one would complain about having too much merit. Rumble? Just as Si Wenming decided to open up the passage between the sea and the water, in the River of Fate, the destiny that represented the primitive water seemed to have encountered a fatal crisis and suddenly shook violently. For a moment, all the living beings related to the primitive water sensed it. Damn it! Why is the destiny of the water suddenly shaking? Also, why do I have a bad feeling? It's as if a great calamity is coming. In the Huai River, the Wuxia clan, who was in seclusion, suddenly had a feeling that a great calamity was coming. Caught off guard, she woke up from her enlightenment. The warning in her heart for no reason made the Wuxia clan vigilant. She began to silently analyze the source of the crisis. Could it be that the dragon race is attacking? However, after thinking about it for a long time, he only suspected the dragon clan. The sudden abnormal fluctuation of the destiny of the primitive water, as well as the inexplicable fear in her heart, all indicated that a great calamity related to the water was about to erupt. However, throughout the history of the water, the only one who could be called an enemy was the dragon race. As one of the few mighty figures in the primitive water, the Wuxia clan naturally knew that the dragon race had been spying on the water for a long time. The reason why they had not made a move until now was that they had not found the right opportunity. Since that was the case, the calamity of the water was very likely to come from the dragon race. Perhaps, the countless years of waiting had made the dragon race tired of it. They had decided to send troops to attack the water recently. It was because they sensed the danger that the destiny of the water was turbulent to warn them. Thinking of this, the Wuxia clan felt that it was very reasonable and could not help but believe it. However, that feeling of danger was like a poison attached to the bone, firmly entangling her heart, making her unable to calm down. It seemed to be reminding her that this calamity was far from as simple as she thought. Forget it. Let's go and discuss with the others and see what they have to say. If it's really the dragon clan that's attacking, then I'll let them see what I'm capable of. I'll let them know that we're not to be trifled with, since we've dominated the water realm for so long. In her irritation, the Wuxia clan could not help but roar. Then, she broke through the water surface and flew into the distance. Obviously, she was going to discuss with the others. In the primitive water, it was not that there were no capable people. For example, Hebo of the Yellow River. This innate god-fiend born in the Yellow River had already reached the late stage of sage-to-be. He also had extraordinary achievements in the Tao of innate divination. Therefore, the origin of the calamity of the water was calculated by him. Of course, this was also because Si Wenming and the others did not shield the secrets of heaven. Why did they shield the secrets of heaven? It was not like they were doing bad things. Opening the passage between the sea and the water was a great thing for both the primitive world and all living beings. Since that was the case, why hide it? Of course, It was to show it openly to attract more ambitious people to help. As for whether some people's interest would be lost in this, it was not something that Si Wenming could control. In order to achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. This was unavoidable. And Si Wenming was not willing to sacrifice the human race, so he could only wrong the innate god fiends of the water. If they were to blame, they could only blame their strength for being too weak. If they were strong enough, after the passage between the sea and the water was opened, the ones who should be afraid should be the dragon race, not them. In order to maintain the rule of the innate god fiends of the water over the primitive water, it was obviously impossible for Si Wenming to give up the idea of opening the connection between the sea and the water. Damn the human race. How dare they do this? How dare they? In the Yellow River underwater mansion, a group of water mighty figures gathered here. They learned the origin of this great calamity from the Yellow River Earl and could not help but roar angrily. The clans of the water and the human race had always minded their own business and lived in peace for many years. They did not expect that the human race would attack the water. However, this was not important. The important thing was that the human race wanted to open the passage between the sea and the water. To them, this was absolutely intolerable. As the saying goes, all rivers flow into the sea. Once the two were connected, the luck of the water would definitely flow into the sea. This was unavoidable. Although they did not want to admit it, they had to face the truth. The sea was indeed much stronger than the water. Perhaps, when Gong Gong was in charge of the primitive water, the power of the water was stronger than the sea. But in their hands it was not. To be more precise, it was incomparable. They were far from being a match for the dragon race. The reason why the water had been able to block the invasion of the dragon race over the years was that the water had the home advantage. Chapter 676. The Dragon Clan was fighting in an away game and had limited strength. Of course, they were not a match for the water innate god fiends who had the home advantage. It could even be said that the water innate god fiends were the water innate god fiends' greatest protection. Once it was connected to the water innate god fiends, their greatest advantage would be gone. The Dragon Clan could follow the connection between the two and pounce straight at the water innate god fiends, killing or suppressing all the water innate god fiends. Without the home advantage, the water innate god fiends would not have the ability to fight against the Dragon Clan experts. Defeat this was their only ending. The water innate god fiends is our foundation and our foundation. Once the water innate god fiends are connected to the water innate god fiends. That is, no matter how big the new water innate god fiends is, there will be no place for us to stay. Therefore everyone don't hesitate anymore. The time for our survival has come. We must not let the humans' plan succeed. In the Yellow River Water Mansion, a water innate god fiend said with extreme indignation. His words were filled with a strong sense of destruction. Although the other water innate god fiends did not say anything, judging from their attitudes they probably had similar thoughts. The water innate god fiends. It was really the moment of life and death. In their opinion, the humans' actions were really too much. After the passage between the water innate god fiends was opened, the problem of weak water in the primordial world could be solved. But what about them? After the Dragon Clan controlled the complete water innate god fiends, how could they let them go? Whether it was the Yellow River or the Yangtze River, they were all top existences in the water innate god fiends. They might be far inferior to the sea in size, but the meaning they were given, as well as the merit that nurtured countless living beings on both sides of the river, made them not much inferior to the four seas in terms of status. After the Dragon Clan controlled the complete water innate god fiends, how could they allow such an important place to fall into the hands of outsiders? They were bound to take it for the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, how could the water innate god fiends who originally controlled this place be spared? What awaited them was that they would definitely be eliminated by the Dragon Clan. As for escaping, that was impossible. Not to mention that their foundation was here, even their luck had long merged with the local water luck. Therefore, once they chose to escape, not only would the family business that they had worked so hard for be gone, their luck would also plummet, and they would also form a great karma with this place. At the very least, his strength would plummet and his providence would be damaged. If it was serious, they would be entangled in karma, and it would be impossible for their cultivation to progress any further. With such a huge price to pay, why would the water domain Khanate god fiends choose to flee? After all, compared to never being able to increase his cultivation, the threat of death was much lower. For existences above Daluo Jingxian, death was not frightening. What was frightening was not being able to see any hope of improvement. Since they couldn't escape, a fight to the death became their only option. However, it was obviously impossible to fight the dragons head-on. They were no match for the dragons. Then he could only use his wits. The way to outsmart them was simple, and that was to stop the humans' plan. As long as the water domain was not connected to the sea domain, the water domain Khanate godfiends would still have the home field advantage and would not fear the dragon race. In order to save the countless living beings in the untainted land, the human race decided to open up the passageway between the sea and the water. As for the water domain innate godfiends, they had no choice but to interfere with the humans' actions for the sake of their Tao. On this point, it was impossible to say who was right and who was wrong. It could only be said that their positions were different. However, history was often written by the victors. The final victor of this battle would definitely be the right side. And the loser would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Everyone, let's make our move. Now that the weak water in the untainted land is flooding, the luck of the water domain has soared. From this, it can be seen that the will of heaven is still on us. Moreover, this is our last chance. Once we miss this opportunity, when the passageway between the sea domain and the water domain is completely connected, we will have no hope. After a long silence, the strongest water domain Khanate godfiend, River Earl Yellow River, spoke slowly. River Earl is right. We have no way out. We will die if we retreat and we will die if we fight. Then why don't we fight to our heart's content? We can show the might of the untainted land and let the humans and dragons know that the water clan is not easy to bully. As soon as River Earl Yellow River finished speaking, the irritable Wuxia could not help but express his stance. After all, he was a monkey. It was inevitable that he was impatient. Impatient, impatient. Wasn't that what they said? Yes, the monkey is right. We have to fight this battle and we have to win it. After Wuxia, the rest of the water domain Khanate godfiends also expressed their stance. They had no way to retreat, so they could only face the enemy head-on. Good. Since no one has any objections after I leave, you can return to your own water domain and raise the flood to destroy the plan of the humans. Seeing that no one had any objection, Yellow River Earl made the final decision. It was the final conclusion of this matter. Yes. Everyone replied and then dispersed. Just as River Earl Yellow River said, although it was a matter of life and death for the water domain Khanate godfiends, it was also the best opportunity for them. After all, the weak water was also a kind of water. After it fell into the untainted land, it turned into a monstrous flood. Therefore, while it brought disaster to the untainted land, it also indirectly increased the luck of the water domain. There were floods everywhere in the untainted land. It could be said that the luck of the water domain had reached its peak. Under such circumstances, the water domain Khanate godfiends would also receive unprecedented blessings when fighting with others. They would often be able to erupt with unimaginable combat strength. For example, with the blessings of luck, the restrictions of the Sea of Laws would not be as strong on them as before. They would be able to erupt with power that far exceeded that of a golden immortal for a short period of time. This was the most direct benefit of having a strong providence. Not to mention the passive enhancement of turning misfortunes into blessings and going out to pick up treasures. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the highlight of the water domain Khanate godfiends. Perhaps, it would also be their last moment. Under the secret push of the water domain Khanate godfiends, the flood in the untainted land became more and more serious. This also forced Si Wenming and the others to start their plan in advance. Just like that, the battle between the humans and the water domain Khanate godfiends broke out suddenly. In fact, it was more appropriate to call it a battle between the dragons and the water domain Khanate godfiends than a battle between the humans and the water domain Khanate godfiends. This was because the main force fighting the water domain Khanate godfiends were the experts of the dragons. After all, the humans were a land race. They were far inferior to the water domain Khanate godfiends in terms of water battle, let alone the dragons. If the humans really fought the water domain Khanate godfiends in the water, they would have to pay a terrible price even if they won. It was really not worth it. It was better to let the dragons, who were also of the water domain, deal with them. This would save a lot of effort compared to the humans. Just as the battle between the humans and the water domain Khanate godfiends was in full swing, two people in the Demon Master Hall of the Northern Underworld were watching the dispute with inexplicable expressions. Daoist Zichen, the humans are now fighting with the water domain Khanate godfiends. Don't you plan to lend a hand? Patriarch Kuanping suddenly asked the North Star Emperor who was beside him. Ha! Lend a hand? Why should I? The water domain Khanate god fiends are just like ants. Not to mention the humans, even the dragons can destroy them. Not to mention the two races joining forces. The destruction of the water domain Khanate god fiends is a foregone conclusion. The North Star Emperor shook his head and said disdainfully, the water domain Khanate god fiends might seem powerful, but they did not even have a single top-notch great divination god fiends. Why would the North Star Emperor care about them? The only purpose of their existence was to be a whetstone for the humans to sharpen their skills. So, what a pity. These water deities are not bad. After hearing the North Star Emperor's words, Patriarch Kunping could not help but sigh and said regretfully, as a member of the water domain Khanate god fiends, he could not help but cherish their talents when he saw them in trouble. Therefore he purposely tried to sound them out and see if he could save them from the North Star Emperor. However, the result was undoubtedly disappointing. The North Star Emperor had already arranged the destruction of the water domain Khanate god fiends. What's a pity? When they became enemies with the humans, they were destined to be destroyed. Anyone who goes against the humans will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. The North Star Emperor said with a smile. However, his voice was extremely ear-piercing when it fell into Patriarch Kunping's ears. What an arrogant statement. What did he mean by anyone who dared to go against the humans would not be able to escape the fate of destruction? Was this a warning to him? If not for the fact that he was no match for the person in front of him, Patriarch Kunping really wanted to immediately activate the Demon Master Hall and suppress him on the spot. Unfortunately, he did not dare, because the other party had the ability to kill him. Once upon a time they were once on the same level. But now the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. The purpose of the person in front of him coming to the northern underworld was to warn him not to act rashly while the humans were being attacked from both sides. With his own strength, he suppressed the entire northern underworld demon clan so much that they did not dare to move. This man was so domineering. He was weaker than him. He could only do so. Si Wenming, are you really prepared for the upcoming calamity? The North Star Emperor knew what Patriarch Kunping was thinking, but he did not care, because the gap between them was too big. Moreover, he did not have the time to think about Patriarch Kunping. At the moment he was worried about Si Wenming. It was inevitable that the problem of the weak water would be solved. The passageways between the sea areas would also be connected. There was nothing to worry about, because this was what the Heavenly Tao hoped for. The Heavenly Tao hoped that these things would come true. When Si Wenming took action, he would naturally have the help of the heavens. How could he fail? Therefore, the struggle of the water lineage was extremely laughable in the eyes of the North Star Emperor. If they tried to fight against the general trend and go against the heavens, they would definitely end up being smashed into pieces. They were really a group of muddle-headed people who could not see the general trend clearly. However, that was not necessarily the case. Perhaps they had already seen the general trend clearly, but they were just unwilling to believe it. Therefore they planned to go against the heavens. But no matter what, it could not change the outcome of their failure. After controlling the flood of the primordial world and piercing through the passageways between the sea areas, the primordial world's water veins were unified. Si Wenming, who had done these two things, would definitely receive a lot of merit. And this was his capital to become an emperor. If nothing unexpected happened, when Si Wenming's term was completed, he would naturally become the 9th great emperor of the human race. However, this was what the North Star Emperor was worried about. If he was not wrong, the moment before Si Wenming became an emperor, his death tribulation would come. And this tribulation would be the greatest tribulation that Si Wenming would face in his life. There was almost no possibility of passing it, because this tribulation was a killing tribulation from the Heavenly Tao. There was no way to avoid it. There was no way to hide. He could only stand up and face the tribulation. The Heavenly Tao had set a great trend for the human race. There were only 8 great emperors and there could only be 8 of them. If the human race insisted on giving birth to the 9th great emperor, then this action would undoubtedly be in defiance of the heavens. And in defiance of the heavens, there would definitely be a price to pay. The Heavenly Tao's killing came for this reason, to cut off all the paths of survival for those who defied the heavens. In other words, once Si Wenming chose to become an emperor, then he would face the killing intent of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was invisible, so its methods were also invisible. It would appear in all kinds of ways. But without a doubt, every method of the Heavenly Tao was extremely powerful. It was definitely not something that Si Wenming could contend against. Even if he had merit, it would not be possible. At most, it could protect his true spirit from destruction and leave a chance of survival for him. God. How could it be so easy to defy? If it was so easy to defy the heavens, wouldn't the primordial world be in a mess? Therefore, the day Si Wenming became an emperor was the day his life would end. Gaochen was worried about this. In front of the heavenly Tao, even someone as powerful as him did not have much confidence in protecting Si Wenming. This tribulation was difficult. Unless Si Wenming chose not to become an emperor, then he would have endless glory and become the greatest king below the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Moreover, his cultivation base would directly enter the realm of the perfected quasi-saint with the help of merit. He would not be much weaker than the 5 emperors. But would Si Wenming really refuse to become an emperor? Gaochen did not know the answer to this point. The only thing he could do was to support Si Wenming unconditionally no matter which path he chose. Because of the Khanate cardinal treasure, the human Tao emperor seal, even the Khanate godfiends of the water lineage could not do anything to Si Wenming. Therefore, the water lineage was defeated by the allied forces of the human and dragon races. The luck that belonged to the water lineage was also devoured by the 2 races. Rumble. At a certain moment, the river of destiny suddenly shook violently. It was the luck of the human race that reached its peak after devouring the water lineage's luck. It broke the seal of the divine chains of order in one fell swoop. With a boom, a supreme power came from the void and poured into Si Wenming's body. Author's note: 12,000 words completed. Begging for a monthly pass, begging for a subscription. Chapter 677. Whoosh, the void shattered silently. An extremely powerful aura erupted from Si Wenming and swept across the sky and earth in an instant. That was, the power of the human clan's fortune had returned. In just an instant, with the blessing of the human clan's fortune, Si Wenming's strength returned from the complete Tai Jingxian to the complete sage-to-be. He stood at the peak of the Eldritch world again. The invincible human emperor of the Eldritch world had returned. Without a doubt, the end of the Water Clan had arrived. Even with the blessing of the Water Clan's fortune, they could unleash strength far beyond that of a golden immortal. However, they had no chance of winning against Si Wenming, who was at the complete sage-to-be. Because the complete sage-to-be was far beyond their strength at their peak. They were no match for Si Wenming even at their peak, let alone now when they were restricted by the world. From this moment on, the fate of the Water Clan's Khanate divine demons was sealed. After Si Wenming's strength had recovered, he quickly suppressed the Water Clan's Khanate divine demons who were causing trouble. However, perhaps due to guilt or kindness, Si Wenming did not kill the Water Realm innate divine demons after defeating them. Instead, he sealed them away. Think about it, Si Wenming didn't seem to like killing along the way. Those who went against him were all suppressed and sealed by him. None of them lost their lives. He didn't kill. Perhaps this was his persistence. Without the obstruction of the Water Clan's Khanate divine demons, it became much easier to open up the passage between the sea regions. Holding the splitting mountain axe, Si Wenming broke open the mountains that obstructed the flow of the sea regions and gradually opened up a passage to the sea regions. However, when he broke open a mountain, he found a Khanate divine cauldron in the mountain. The Khanate Cauldron of Creation. A supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure with 45 Khanate divine seals in it. It had reached the limit of a Khanate spiritual treasure. It was the top Khanate spiritual treasure. As for the Khanate Cauldron of Creation, it had an extraordinary origin. It might not be famous in the Eldritch world, but its brother was famous in the Eldritch world. That's right. The brother of the Cauldron of Creation was the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, which belonged to goddess Nuwa. These 2 treasures were the remains of a top-grade Chaos spiritual artifact, the Chaos Cauldron. Back then, the Chaos Cauldron was shattered by the heaven-splitting divine axe. Its main body was broken into 2 pieces, one large and one small, and fell into the new untainted world. Among them, the larger fragment had been tainted with the aura of the Tao of Heaven and Earth and had transformed into the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. After changing hands several times, it finally fell into the hands of Her Highness Nuwa. On the other hand, the small fragment was tainted with the aura of the Tao of Creation. It transformed into a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the Khanate Cauldron of Creation, and vanished into the primeval world. In the untainted land, There were more than one or two people who were interested in this top-level spiritual treasure of creation Tao. As a result, for a period of time, there were powerful beings everywhere searching for the whereabouts of this treasure. But the result was undoubtedly disappointing. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any trace of the primordial cauldron of creation. Over time, they gave up, and no one searched for the whereabouts of the primordial cauldron of creation. He had never thought that the treasure that no one had been able to find countless years ago would be found so easily by the human race. It had to be said that it was fate. Si Wenming was naturally very excited to obtain the supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the primordial cauldron of creation. But the current situation did not allow him to be excited, nor did it allow him to study the primordial cauldron of creation. In the untainted land, there were still countless people waiting for him to save. How could he waste too much time on the primordial cauldron of creation at this time? Therefore, after Si Wenming did a simple acknowledgement of the primordial cauldron of creation, he put it aside and continued to fight for the cause of saving the people. With Si Wenming's strength and the great perfection of Sage to Be and the upper-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the splitting mountain axe, he could easily open up the passage between the sea regions. For this reason, in less than 100 years, the passage between the sea regions was opened up. The Ruo water that was all over the untainted land flowed towards the Great Sea through this passage. Boom! Just as the sea regions were connected to the Great Sea regions, a huge roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Then, heaven and earth seemed to have changed. There were many wonderful and unknown changes. Even the invisible laws of the Great Tao had become much more active. However, no matter what, although these changes were confusing, they were undoubtedly good and beneficial to all living beings. What was different from the untainted land was the changes in the East Sea. If the changes in the untainted land were gentle, then the changes in the East Sea were undoubtedly much more intense. Boom, boom, boom. The sea seemed to be roaring, setting off huge waves one after another. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the sea was also slowly increasing, which was a sign that the origin was thickening. The sea had become stronger. And all of this was caused by the great perfection of the untainted land's water veins after the sea regions were connected to the great perfection of the water veins. The fluctuation of the water veins lasted for hundreds of years before it calmed down. And as the water veins calmed down, the flood that affected the entire untainted land also disappeared. The flooding Ruo water flowed towards the East Sea through the passage between the sea regions. At this moment, the direction of the primordial water veins could truly be said to be 100 rivers returning to the sea. The great cycle of the primordial water veins was completed, and the flood on the ground was also resolved. It was time for Si Wenming, who had facilitated these two things, to reap the rewards. Rumble. In the sky, resplendent golden light gathered and turned into a rain of light that fell towards the primordial land. Among them, more than 70% of the luck fell into Si Wenming's hands. As for the remaining 30%, 20% fell into the hands of the human experts and dragon experts who followed Si Wenming to deal with the flood and open the passage. The last 10% fell into the tools that Yu the Great used to control the flood. For example, the weapon used by a monkey that had caused trouble in the heavenly palace in the future, the sea-calming divine needle. The tools to control the flood that had obtained merit were such treasures. Quelling the disaster of the untainted land in one fell swoop caused Si Wenming's prestige in the untainted land to rise. He was about to catch up with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and become the 9th great emperor of the human race. In fact, in the untainted land, the voice of Si Wenming being the 9th great emperor of the human race had already appeared. For a time, the untainted land was filled with the names of Yu the Great, King Yu and Emperor Yu. And these were all honorific titles for Si Wenming. Yu was Si Wenming's name. Because he had saved countless living beings, it was inappropriate for everyone to address him as the human emperor. After all, every clan leader of the human race could be called the human emperor. However, not every human emperor was called Si Wenming. Therefore, the people of the world crowned Si Wenming's name with the word Da to distinguish him from the other human emperors. The name Yu the Great came from this, and to himself explained everything. Throughout the history of the untainted land, how many people could add the word Da in front of their names? There were only a few people. As for King Yu and Emperor Yu, they were honorific titles for Si Wenming. The praises of the world did not make De Yu lose himself and become arrogant. That was because he knew that compared to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he still had many shortcomings. If he wanted to become an emperor, he still needed to become even more outstanding. As the human emperor, he still had a lot of room for improvement. The martyrs of the human race had been urging him. The glorious Diyu had become even more diligent than before. Just like that. There were still many troubles waiting for him. From a certain point of view, the situation that Diyu faced was even more complicated and difficult than the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. That was because the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was the period when the primordial world transformed from the pre-celestial era to the post-celestial era. At that time, although the amount of pre-celestial spiritual energy in the world was getting smaller and smaller, it was not completely gone. For this reason, the human race of that era could easily cultivate to the pre-celestial realm and become human immortals. In other words, in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, although the environment of the world was gradually deteriorating, the main body of the human race was still cultivators. However, in the era of Diyu, the world had completely become the post-celestial era. In other words, if cultivators wanted to cultivate now, it would not be as easy as before. In the past, the human race could easily cultivate to the pre-celestial realm. But now, the human race could only cultivate to the post-celestial realm. After that, the post-celestial realm had become a threshold that most people could not cross. However, in the post-celestial realm, other than having a little more strength, was there any difference between them and mortals in other aspects? No, to be precise, post-celestial realm cultivators still belonged to the category of mortals. The world had changed. The main body of the human race was no longer cultivators, but mortals. Compared to cultivators, mortals had a lot more things to do. That was because they were weak, very weak. Any ferocious beast or demonic beast could easily kill a large number of mortals. And because they had become the protagonists of the world, the flesh and blood of the human race was inevitably tainted with some of the Tao of heaven and earth. This also caused the human race to become a delicious cake in the eyes of foreign races. As long as they devoured the flesh and blood of the human race, they could quickly increase their strength. In the face of such a temptation, even if the human race was the protagonist of the world, it could not dissuade those foreign races who coveted the flesh and blood of the human race. Not to mention, over the years, many races had been wiped out by the human race. It was inevitable that some fish had escaped the net. And how could these existences be afraid of the human race? They could not wait for the human race to die. That was the truth. If such a foreign race discovered that devouring the flesh and blood of the human race could quickly increase their strength, how could they not attack the human race? Therefore, in the primordial world, there would often be incidents of human tribes being massacred. In the face of such a situation, even if the human race used iron-blooded methods and slaughtered several tribes, they could not stop it. After all, the temptation of increasing one's strength was too great. It was enough to make people completely lose themselves and fall into the demonic path. What worried Yu the Great was this. The human tribes were massacred one after another. As the human emperor, Yu the Great naturally had an unshirkable responsibility. But in this situation, even someone as powerful as him had no other way. He could not keep staring at the human race, right? This was unrealistic. But even if there was no other way, he could not continue to let this kind of thing happen, right? To be honest, if the ones who died were cultivators, Yu the Great would not be so angry. When cultivators fought with others and were killed by others because their skills were inferior, no one could say anything about it. However, the ones who were massacred were mortals. This undoubtedly made Yu the Great extremely angry. One had to know that mortals were the foundation of the human race. It was precisely because the human race had a large base that they could provide an endless stream of experts for the human race. The situation of the human race was a classic example of insufficient quality. They had to make up for it with quantity and used to trigger a qualitative change. For this, if the human race did not care about the lives and deaths of mortals, causing the number of mortals of the human race to be greatly reduced, it would not be long before the human race declined. Therefore, mortals were the bottom line of the human race. Any existence who dared to slaughter mortals would be the mortal enemy of the human race. They would kill everyone they saw. There were even some who would pull out the forces behind them. However, no matter how angry Yu the Great was, no matter how cruel the human race's methods were, there were endless existences who dared to slaughter mortals in the primordial world. The pursuit of strength had already caused many living beings in the primordial world to develop a sick mentality. In order to pursue strength, they did not hesitate to pay any price. Even if they offended the human race and gave up their lives, they would not hesitate. Although Yu the Great was strong enough to wipe out all the living beings in the primordial world, he could not erase the desire for strength of all living beings. The desire for strength was something engraved in the bones of all living beings. It was innate like an instinct. No one could erase it from the hearts of all living beings. Therefore you the Great could not stop the foreign races from killing mortals, and neither could the human race. The only thing they could do was to protect the mortals so that they would not become the victims of the foreign race's pursuit of strength. Protect. After meditating in the ancestral temple for 100 years, you the Great finally found a way to solve the problem of the human race from the innate cauldron of creation. He wanted to use the innate cauldron of creation as the foundation to create an array formation that could cover the entire human race and protect the mortals inside. Yes. Protect the mortals. The array formation that only protected the mortals did not have any effect on cultivators. According to you the Great's plan, as long as he set up this array formation to protect the mortals, from now on, any existence that dared to attack the mortals would be attacked by the innate cauldron of creation. Over time, more and more foreign races would die, and there would not be any situation where the foreign races slaughtered the mortals. In this way, wouldn't the safety of the mortals be guaranteed? Moreover, this array formation was only targeted at mortals and had no effect on cultivators. Even in the array formation, cultivators could still do whatever they wanted like before. However, from now on, they could not casually attack the human race. This array formation was the protective umbrella of the mortals. It protected the mortals so that they could live a stable life in this era where cultivators ran amok and immortals and gods appeared. This idea is good. If it really succeeds, then the foundation of the human race will not have to worry about in the future. In the ancestral temple, the more you the Great thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. It was enough to lay an everlasting foundation for the human race. As long as there were no problems with the mortals, there would be an endless stream of human experts. Thus, he would not have to worry about the problem of the lack of experts. With this thought, you the Great made up his mind and began to take action. The first thing he had to do was to have a detailed understanding of the human territory so that it would be convenient for him to build the array formation. Thus, you the Great began his trip to the human territory. After 1,000 years, you the Great traveled to every corner of the human race and finally had a detailed plan in his heart. He planned to first divide the human territory into 9 parts and call them the 9 provinces. Then he would divide the innate cauldron of creation into 9 parts and bury them in the 9 provinces. Finally, with the 9 cauldrons as the foundation, he would set up a formation that could cover the entire human territory and protect the mortals within. Then it would be considered a success. Of course, if he could capture 9 extremely powerful existences and seal them into the 9 cauldrons as the eye of the formation, that would undoubtedly be even better. Because in this way, the power of the formation would definitely increase greatly and be able to protect the safety of the mortals to the greatest extent. Moreover, there was another benefit to doing this. That was, as time passed, the powerful existences that were sealed in the 9 cauldrons would slowly be refined and become a part of the 9 cauldrons. In this way, the origins of the 9 supremes would definitely be strengthened. If they were to add the merit of protecting the mortals, when they were combined in the future, they might be able to advance further and become innate supreme treasures. If that was really the case, then the human race would have 2 innate supreme treasures. Their strength would definitely increase greatly and their status would become more and more stable. It had to be said that you the Great's plan was perfect. The innate cauldron of creation was originally formed from the fragments of a top-grade chaos spirit treasure. Its quality was abnormally high, far surpassing innate spirit treasures and not much inferior to innate supreme treasures. It was also because of his bad luck that he obtained too little innate creation origin. That was why it did not evolve into an innate supreme treasure like his brothers. Instead, it became a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. However, this did not mean that the innate cauldron of creation would always be a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. It had the possibility of becoming an innate supreme treasure. What you the Great wanted to do was to turn that possibility into reality. If he really succeeded, then after devouring the origins of the 9 powerful existences and the merit of protecting the mortals, the possibility of the innate cauldron of creation advancing to an innate supreme treasure was extremely high. As for why it was not 100%, the key was what realm the 9 powerful existences that were suppressed were in. If it was Daluo Jingxian, then it would probably be very difficult for the innate cauldron of creation to advance to an innate supreme treasure. However, if it was a sage to be, then after a long period of time, the innate cauldron of creation had a great chance of advancing to an innate supreme treasure. If it was 9 powerful existences that were suppressed by the 9 cauldrons, then the innate cauldron of creation would definitely advance to an innate supreme treasure. In short, The stronger the existence that was suppressed, the higher the possibility of the innate cauldron of creation advancing to an innate supreme treasure. Chapter 678. Just as Yu the Great was about to set up the 9 provinces barrier, a change occurred in the purple cloud palace in the chaos outside the sky. All right. You've stayed here long enough. Leave this place and return to the primordial world. After preaching for 10,000 years, Tao ancestor Hong Jun suddenly stopped preaching and asked everyone to leave. Thank you, master, teacher. Feng Zichen and the other 6 people came back to their senses. They bowed to ancestor Hong Jun. Then they left the purple cloud palace one by one as he said. Humph. Outside the purple cloud palace, Feng Zichen and the 3 pure ones looked at each other. They wanted to see the 2 of them hate each other. After snorting coldly, they each used their magic and rushed to the primordial world. It had been a long time. They had not returned to the primordial world. It should have been hundreds of thousands of years. Whoosh whoosh, a purple light flashed, and the chaos outside the sky flew away behind Feng Zichen, causing him to get closer and closer to the primordial world. During this process, everything that had happened in the primordial world over the years quickly appeared in Feng Zichen's mind so that he could understand the situation of the primordial world as quickly as possible. As the Tao field of the Tao ancestor, the purple cloud palace itself was an unimaginable treasure. Its power could be said to be unparalleled. In it, Feng Zichen and the 6 saints were completely cut off from the primordial world. In other words, during the time when they were listening to the Tao in the purple cloud palace, Feng Zichen and the 6 saints were out of contact. They did not know anything about the changes in the primordial world over the years. Therefore, the first thing they had to do as soon as they left the purple cloud palace was to understand the current situation of the primordial world so that they could make reasonable arrangements for the next step. The disaster of the weak water? The change of the water vein? Over the years, Si Wenming has done well. It seems that it won't be long before he can take that crucial step. On the way to the primordial world, Feng Zichen could not help but nod his head in relief after learning about what Yu the Great had done. Yu the Great, it did not disappoint. He was no worse than the human emperor before him. However, after feeling gratified, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little worried. Looking at De Yu's posture, it was obvious that he was rushing to become an emperor. However, how was he going to resist the heavenly Tao's killing tribulation after that? Facing the killing intent of the heavenly Tao. But not only did it require courage, it also required great strength. In the past, although Feng Zichen had several heaven-defying experiences, his heaven-defying actions were all for the good of the untainted world. Therefore, the punishment given to him by the heavenly Tao was basically just a formality. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it also brought him a lot of benefits. However, Yu the Great was different. His heaven-defying act was to become the 9th great emperor of the human race. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the human race, but it was not necessarily the case for the untainted world. Although the heavenly Tao wanted the human race to be the protagonist of the world, if the human race was too powerful, it was not what the heavenly Tao wanted to see. The lesson of the Magi and demons was right in front of him. The heavenly Tao no longer allowed such a powerful force to appear in the untainted world. For this, if the human race appeared too powerful, the heavenly Tao would suppress them. And Yu the Great becoming the 9th great emperor of the human race was a sign that the human race was too powerful. In this way, it would naturally attract the suppression of the heavenly Tao. It would destroy Yu the Great and destroy the possibility of the 9th great emperor of the human race. The human race could be strong, but this strength had to be under the rules of the heavenly Tao. Forget it. Right now we can only take one step at a time. However, even if I face the heavenly Tao, at the very least, I have to protect Yu the Great's life when the killing tribulation erupts. After thinking for a moment, Feng Zichen made a decision. Facing the heavenly Tao, even someone as powerful as him could not guarantee that he could help Yu the Great survive the death tribulation. However, he was confident that he could protect Yu the Great's life in front of the heavenly Tao. Swoosh! In just a few years, Feng Zichen rushed back to the untainted world from the chaos outside the heavens. Since he had returned to the untainted world, the rest of the journey was much simpler. Boom! Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and directly tore through the void and stepped into it. Then, when his figure appeared again, he had already returned to the Emperor's star. Why did the rules of heaven and earth change? Even the restrictions of the Sea of Law on the great divine masters are much smaller. As soon as he returned to the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen did not have time to rest when he suddenly realized that the rules of heaven and earth in the untainted world had changed. The restrictions on the great divine masters were disappearing at an extremely fast speed. If this continued, it would not be long before the great divine masters could attack wantonly in the untainted world. What's going on? With a swoosh, Feng Zichen stood up from the emperor's throne and sized up the untainted world with a look of surprise and bewilderment. Although if the great divine masters attacked at all costs, it would be difficult for the Sea of Law to restrict them. However, the existence of the Sea of Law still had some effect. At the very least, it could make them worry. But what was going on now? The influence of the Sea of Law on the great divine masters was gradually disappearing. Wasn't this equivalent to encouraging them to attack in the untainted world in disguise? There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. While feeling puzzled, Feng Zichen could not help but use his methods to deduce. He originally thought that this deduction would be very difficult, but as soon as he started, Feng Zichen realized that it was not the case at all. He easily deduced the reason for the change in the untainted world. However, this answer was obviously difficult for him to accept. 9 cauldrons, 9 provinces. This is the trend of setting up the 9 provinces barrier. The 9 provinces barrier? You have finally come to this step. After a long silence, Feng Zichen muttered. Without a doubt, the changes in the untainted world this time were related to the 9 provinces barrier that Yu was going to set up. Once the 9 provinces barrier was set up, the luck of the human race would definitely soar again. As the human emperor, Yu would definitely benefit from it. With the push of luck, he might be able to push him to the position of the 9th great emperor of the human race in one fell swoop, thus completely perfecting his great emperor Dao fruit. However, in this way the heavenly Dao would definitely not tolerate it. Therefore, after the heavenly Dao sensed this situation, he decisively made a move. Removing the restrictions of the Sea of Law on the great divine masters was the first step of the heavenly Dao's action. He wanted to use the hands of the great divine masters to get rid of Yu, the human emperor who planned to go against the heavens. If the great divine masters could not do this, then perhaps the saints would personally make a move, or perhaps the heavenly Dao would personally make a move. We're in big trouble? On the Emperor Star, after learning about the changes, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. He had still underestimated the determination of the heavenly Dao. In order to prevent the human race from giving birth to the 9th great emperor, he did not hesitate to release the restrictions on the great divine masters. It was truly a ruthless method. He wanted to cut off all of Yu's hopes. Of course, the heavenly Dao might have the intention of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys by making such a big move. If it was just to deal with the human race, there was naturally no need for such a big move. However, if it was to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, then it might not be the case. It was estimated that the heavenly Dao wanted to use thunderous methods to kill Yu and intimidate the existences that he wanted to defy the heavens. For example, the great divine masters. It had been a long time since the heavenly Dao had appeared in the primordial world. It was estimated that many existences had forgotten the methods of the heavenly Dao and had developed some thoughts that they should not have. The heavenly Dao had probably expected this. Therefore, it planned to use this opportunity to punish the human race to show its muscles and show its presence. From there, it would have the effect of intimidating people. It would also allow the great divine masters to re-establish their fear of the heavenly Dao. This time, Yu's luck was probably bad. He had become the chicken that the heavenly Dao used to make an example out of. Establishing dominance. Killing Yu to establish dominance. However, even if he understood this, Feng Zichen could not do anything. He could not run over and say to the heavenly Dao, "Find someone else to establish your dominance, right? Wouldn't that be stupid?" Sigh. My head hurts. Yu is really in danger this time. Sighing, Feng Zichen felt helpless for the first time in a long time. Yu's death tribulation was not easy to pass. Now that the heavenly Dao had the intention of using him to establish its dominance, it was even more difficult to pass. The danger factor had directly increased by several times. His chances of survival were slim. Unless Yu was willing to give up becoming the great emperor of the human race. In that case, he would no longer be a heaven-defying person. He would be a rare person of great merit in the primordial world who could receive a huge boost. However, up until now, from the fact that Yu still did not stop setting up the barrier of the 9 provinces, one could see his determination. He would not give up. This move was not to become the great emperor of the human race, but for the millions of mortals of the human race. The people protected by the boundary of the 9 states were those ordinary mortals. If you gave up on setting up the barrier of the 9 provinces at this time, then those innocent mortals would continue to be slaughtered by the foreign races. And this scene was definitely not what you wanted to see. How could you be a person who cherished his life? Compared to the lives of countless people, Yu's life was nothing. If he could use his death to exchange for the safety of countless people, then why would Yu be afraid of death? He had set up the barrier of the 9 provinces. Even if he died for this, Yu would accept it. In short, for the human race, Yu had no regrets. Now, what insisted Yu to continue was no longer the obsession to become an emperor, but the lives of countless people. For the sake of all living beings, he had no way out. Forget it. Let me accompany you in your madness. Shaking his head and sighing, Feng Zichen said helplessly. However, his face was full of smiles. He understood Yu's thoughts. Because if it were him, Feng Zichen, in Yu's position, he would also make the same choice as Yu. After all, they were the emperors of the human race. The human emperor not only represented glory but also a huge responsibility. As the human emperor, even if he could not make his people invincible in the world, he had to at least provide them with a safe living environment. This was the most basic condition of being an emperor. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen did not hesitate. He directly used Hongmeng Daozhong to shield his aura. Then he quietly went to Nuwa's palace to discuss with Nuwa. It was obviously not enough for him to help Yu alone. And if he obtained the support of Nuwa, then the pressure on him would undoubtedly be much less. As for whether Nuwa would stand on his side in this matter, Feng Zichen was still very confident. Today the relationship between Nuwa and the human race had long become inseparable. Not to mention that the human race was a race that she had created. The stronger the human race was, the more benefits she would get. Her elder brother, Fuxi, was the head of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. He had long been tied to the chariot of the human race. From this point alone, Nuwa had a reason to help the human race. Her involvement with the human race was so deep that it could not be cut off. Not to mention what Feng Zichen and Nuwa talked about, not long after he left, the North Star Emperor suddenly returned to the heavenly court and released his aura without hiding. Rumble. An extremely overbearing aura spread out in all directions with the heavenly court as the center. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire Eldritch universe. In an instant, all the living beings in the Eldritch universe could feel the oppression that belonged to the primordial Chaos Tao Master. All of them trembled under this power. Humph! Is this a warning to us? Unlike the other living beings, the great mediums of the great desolate world all had ugly expressions on their faces when they felt the might of the North Star Emperor. That was because they knew that the North Star Emperor had released his aura without hiding his intention. It was obvious that he was warning them. He was warning them not to attack Yu. He was still around. If they were to make a move against Yu the Great, these powerful beings would have to consider if they could withstand the revenge of the North Star Emperor. Being threatened in such a brazen manner, the great medium who were usually arrogant were, of course, unhappy. But so what? Just like what they had shown in the face of the North Star Emperor's threat, other than sighing and feeling angry, they could only swallow their anger. After all, the gap between them was too big. After being threatened by the North Star Emperor, everyone was infuriated. However, they secretly restrained their actions. If the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, who was supported by the supreme karmic rank of heaven and earth, really wanted to take revenge on someone, even the sages would have a headache, let alone the great medium. Of course, some of the great medium were not willing to be threatened by the North Star Emperor. However, they were no match for him. Therefore, they could only place their hopes on the 3 pure ones, hoping that they would take action to suppress the arrogance of the North Star Emperor. However, the result was undoubtedly disappointing. That was because the 3 pure ones had not done anything since the beginning. Even though the North Star Emperor's oppression had swept across the entire Eldritch universe, the sacred ground where the 3 sages were at was still the same as before. There was no movement at all. It was as though the 3 pure ones had not returned. In this case, the Eldritch universe might be peaceful for a while. In the heavenly court, the North Star Emperor slowly retracted his aura. Actually, there was no need for him to do that. That was because even if he did not warn everyone, no one would dare to take action against Yu the Great. Although Yu the Great wanted to do something that defied the heavens, he had not done it yet. It could be said that as long as Yu the Great did not do anything that defied the heavens, he would still be a person of great merit in the Eldritch universe. He would be protected by the heavens and earth. Anyone who dared to take action against him would be severely punished by the heavens and earth. Currently Yu the Great was absolutely safe. However, after he set up the boundary of the 9 province, everything would be different. The heavens and earth would no longer protect him, and he would become the target of the heavenly axiom's destruction. In fact, the heavenly axiom had created such a huge formation to force Yu the Great to stop. Unless it had no other choice, the heavenly axiom was not willing to take action against a person of great merit. That was because it would undoubtedly cause the value of merit to decrease. In the past, merit was the biggest protection in the Eldritch universe. Therefore, the people respected merit very much. But now, even those with great merit could not escape the annihilation of the heavenly axiom. This would undoubtedly affect the status of merit in the hearts of the people. Merit wasn't omnipotent. Once this impression was formed, the impact would undoubtedly be huge. The people of the world did not want to obtain merit as urgently as before. This was to the heavens and earth. It could be considered a loss. After all, every time the heavens and earth gave merit, it meant that something beneficial to the primordial world had happened. However, although merit was important, it was not a reason to defy the heavens. Defying the heavens was the beginning of disturbing the world. It would bring too many variables to the entire world. And the heavenly axiom. What he hated the most was variables. The entire primordial world was enveloped by the heavenly axiom. The moment the living beings were born, their fates had already been arranged by the heavenly axiom. Everything. They only needed to follow the established trajectory. The meaning of the existence of variables was to disrupt the arrangements of the heavenly axiom. In that case, how could the heavenly axiom not hate it? The greatest result of defying the heavens was to create a huge variable, thus disrupting the trajectory of the heavenly axiom and leading the world to the unknown. It was in order to lead the world back to the right track that the heavenly axiom would kill those who defied the heavens without mercy. It was the same even if they had great merit. Merit was never a reason to defy the heavens. Although he knew that everyone would not attack Yu the Great, Emperor Northstar still wanted to warn everyone. His purpose was naturally to express his attitude. Yu the Great is the human emperor of the human race. If you want to touch him, you have to consider carefully whether you can withstand the anger of a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. As soon as Emperor Northstar expressed his stance, the great divine abilities immediately restrained themselves and stopped all kinds of small actions. And this was the power of a primordial chaos expert. Ridiculously powerful. However, even though he had achieved such an obvious effect, Emperor Northstar was not happy at all. Because it was too calm. The 3 Pure Ones' performance was too calm. This was completely illogical. If the 3 Pure Ones were willing to make a move, even if they did not show their faces, they would only release their aura to contend with him. If that was the case, the great masters would not have retreated so quickly. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.